Chapter 41. 3 names too many. Year 78 Month 3. This volcano thing is going to take a lot longer if you don't find some other kind of power-up. Alexis's modified drone beetle made the journey to the volcano. Her research tree has a route that transformed into some kind of garage-like structure where the beetles are stored and modified. So, that's the first of many bombshells. Although your large beetles can take a few punches, the magma golems are way stronger than your large beetles. I estimate you need at least 10 upgrades before you get anywhere near defeating them with 3 large golems. The gap is just too large. If I estimate the golems as level 60 threats, your large beetles right now are about level 35, and if each research upgrade gives 2 levels worth of strength, you would need easily 10 to 15 upgrades, just to be at equal rank, not considering elemental and type weaknesses. I'm sad. A tree conquering a volcano. Say it again. A tree conquers a volcano. Man, that just sounds absurd. I recommend finding alternatives. Something to breach the weaknesses. Find an elemental type that allows a good counter. Water or cold type. Or even wind. I totally didn't hear that. I am just too wrapped up in sadness. Maybe my approach is wrong. What if I am not looking to conquer the volcano, but absorb it? Can I terraform the volcano? Alter the surroundings. So, as I was saying, magic would help. Think about it. A magic casting beetles. Oh wait. Alexis was talking. Sorry, could you repeat? I did not pay attention. She sighs. I mean, you need magic. Or water. Acid's not going to work on the magma golems. It's just science. Water. Spells. Okay. But damn, there must be other ways about it. Or would it be better to just focus on one area of the volcano, like a safe zone? Any other observations from your probe? The information I have is from what I can see via my subsidiary trees, and maybe she sees something else. The mana density is quite high, but I can't seem to figure out what's wrong with it. It's not a pleasant kind of mana. Yes, mana, the weird thing that everyone's soul produces and also produced by things like ley lines and certain objects. From the bodies I have examined, there are certain colors to each mana, and it seems mine is primarily blue, which is why it's the first color I unlocked. The colors, type of mana, and the quality of it have tremendous influence on the way it feels and behaves. In a way, the description by most common mages is that mana is like air. There is stale air, good air, bad air, smelly air, dry air, wet air. I wonder, in this world, does mana take the form of some kind of special atom? Don't you ever wonder what is mana at its smallest unit? And why does the soul produce it? Does the soul maintain some kind of law of energy conservation? Hey, if you want to have theoretical discussions, you can do it with me. Alexis vents. I like those kind of topics too. And seriously, do you have a problem staying focused on any particular topic? Stop hopping to other trains of thought all the time. But they all deserve to grow. These thoughts, they are worth exploring. So I do. Focus. Back to the volcano. You need magic, and the right elements. Do you have anything? The spiders and the beetles are not ideal, obviously, since they are weak to fire. Well, other than myself, I can't think of any. So, magic. Doesn't have to be pure magic, but imagine beetles with a magical cannon that shoots water. Or spiders that create a freezing field. Flying beetles that releases water like the fire rescue planes. Oh wait, you might not know what that is. But you get the picture. Oh come on, you want this volcano or not? You do it your way, it's gonna take a lot longer. Alexis is pushing her magic agenda again. Let me think about it. Year 78 Month 4. The treefolk specific saps and nutrient foods are super popular. Indeed, it augments some of the key challenges treefolk face during pregnancy. The main thing is, tree folks, as the pregnancy gets more mature, ideally should stay put, their feet firmly rooted to the earth. This allows them to draw nutrients, mana from the earth to feed the growing fetus within their wooden bodies. But, being stationary for months is not feasible in an environment where non-humans, like treefolk, are consistently hunted by others, so to be safe, they had to constantly migrate and move around to evade their hunters. This leads to nutrient shortage. Their bodies compensate through consuming the parent's nutrients to feed the fetud, and so, weakens the parent. Their children are generally weaker, though the most recent few children are in much better shape. No longer having to run, and have a relatively stable valley to stay in helps a lot in the quality and overall health of the treefolk children. Perhaps more than any other race, they need stability, and a familiar environment to mature properly. The treefolk's loyalty is probably the highest amongst all the non-human races, followed by the centaurs. If we are to admit members into the Valtrian order, we can create a special group for them. Isn't that speciesism? That is the root of future discord though, the other races will dislike their special privileges. Is it not a waste to make the most of their abilities? If we go down the path of making the races compete with each other, that will not go well. Right now New Freaka is dominated by elves, followed by the centaurs. If they start competing, that will further entrench the existing rifts among the races. Why do you care, Master? They are disposable, are they not? Ivy retorts, and I wonder where she gets that angry persona from. Is it from observing people for too long? All of them are slimy. At least, the tree folks know so slimy because their material demands are different. Ivy hit level 10 a few days ago, and amusingly, her skill at level 10 is Citizen File, using her constant monitoring of the citizens to build a dossier on the people. It takes effort, and a few months to do it, but Ivy's got time. I gulp. If I could. Ivy's right, they are disposable. In the larger scheme of things, loyal servants are more valuable anyway. I should get more loyal servants. Better a loyal servant than 100 fighters who would stab me in the back. The Valtrian order is stabilizing, as the processes around the birth and death, and the quasi-military force regains some semblance of structure after my earlier retrenchment exercise. The new leadership team meet in Jura's new office in the center courtyard of Valtrian Order HQ. All rooms are covered with vines and trees, such that I can always monitor them, even the toilets. Jura, Lofin, Madeus, 3 captains, 2 herbalists, 2 administrators and a master of ceremonies. 3 captains of the order, the military arm shrunk to only 900 strong, each captain a leader of a group of 300. 2 herbalists, they led about 100 workers to cultivate and maintain the various herbal gardens and farms around the Valtrian order, and produce herbal medicines and ointments. 2 administrators, responsible for treasury and purchases, funds, and payment of salaries, managing an administrative staff of 50. The master of ceremonies, a position I wanted to give Wesley, but he declined, claiming he isn't interested in paperwork, so instead another priest was roped in to take the role. Somebody had to sort out the planning of the deaths, and all the paperwork around them. Almost all of them, except 1 administrator, are elves. I had hoped for a bit more variety in the Valtrian leadership. It's a weekly meeting, for everyone to get updates on the plans and matters. This is where everyone speaks to me. The counselors are not too happy with the retrenchment exercise, Tree Spirit. Many of them complain to the counselors and demand their positions be reinstated. Tell them that they are free to let Jura know that they can challenge a beetle to a fight. If they prove they will be more useful in battle than any of my beetles, I will give them their position back, and a small reward. The 3 captains glance at each other awkwardly. In fact, please put up a notice. Let this be known. The captain that brought it up shrugs and nods. I think he regrets it. The acquisition of more herbs and plant varieties is ongoing, and the peace accords with Sala is recently finalized. That means we will see more movement of non-combatants, especially from the various magic councils of Sala. Watch them carefully. They will be spies. Sala will take this peace to gather information on our true depth. Well, the truth is, I would probably get Ivy to watch them too. She's getting better at spying on people throughout New Freaka. Would it not be New Freaka's military to do so? They may think we are taking unnecessary action that may provoke Sala. New Freaka's unreliable, and the leaders are compromised. And if getting caught spying would provoke Sala, I prefer to think of it as a warning. Compromised. Really? Who? One of the captains asked. Jura jumped in. Secret. But the logic is simple enough. Once the leaders saw the beetles, Sala attacked. Separately I turned to Ivy. Do you have a file on the captains? I feel they are suspicious as well. Yes, I already have some observations. They've not done anything big so far, but they do have some suspicious activities. One of them, from conversations gathered, have human relatives in Sala, and all 3 do write letters, delivered via the merchants to other countries. One drawback, the written word is a bit harder to spy on as our visual quality is a bit low resolution. One of the reasons I wanted the Tree Eye ability. Can we get a copy of the letters? Difficult. We'll need Jura to do so, but we do not have trusted agents in the merchants group, so it will be rather tough to do so discreetly. That is something we need to fix, and the fact that Ivy exists as a tree mind means she's my eyes and ears, but not my hands and legs. Meanwhile, the leadership continue with their discussion. Typical leadership mumbo jumbo. Funny how people in positions of power always end up having discussions about structure and plans. Okay. Updates. Jura steers the conversation back to regular matters like finances, hiring, what's the plan for the next week, updates from the new Freaka High Council NFHC. There is a traveling group of druids, they seek permission to go through our lands, the NFHC has agreed to grant them the right of passage and to go about their restoration work. Huh, didn't those nomads come here before? A different group. Just keep a lookout for them. Traveling to barren lands and returning greenery, surely there are better uses of their talents. One of the captain jokes, the mood is a little bit more cordial. The earlier banter between the leaders are getting better, Jura's diplomat class really helps putting others at ease. All you think about is fighting, everything else is pointless to you. Maybe it's part of their class requirement. Some jobs have certain accomplishment barriers, perhaps druids are like that. Another captain pokes his colleague. Do mages have accomplishment quests, Madeus? My mage class doesn't. Or perhaps, not yet. Jura looks at the few pieces of paper before him. I think we are straying off the agenda again. Anything else? We have some responses to our request to hire adventurers to bring back exotic plants from the faraway continents. The message we got is that they will arrive in a month, and demand that their payment be ready. Yay, I like that. The captains frown. Is this the best use of money? Jura grins. Fun fact, the tree spirit gets more powerful with every new type of plant he encounters. So, it's worth it. Anything else? The master of ceremonies raises his hand and nod. I have a proposal. The tree spirit should have a divine title. A divine title? Almost everyone asks in unison. In various sects and religions, there are often special titles to refer to the minor deities and heroes, something that cements that person as a divine being. Currently, referring to the tree spirit as the tree spirit is clunky and awkward, and makes the prayers and ceremonies a bit less proper as religions tend to be. A divine title is a gesture to recognize tree spirit's special position in our society. Like how some refer to God as God. Jura scratches his chin. Are you asking the tree spirit for a name or title? I am thinking of having the senior leaders group together and do a study on the proper ways to venerate the tree spirit. A few of the faithful shared their troubles, that the tree spirit as the tree spirit does not differentiate it from the many other tree spirits in the world. The masses, those who pray, must know and be assured that their prayers are going to the correct and true tree spirit. That's the kind of thing only a priest will think about. So, perhaps we can spend some time to think of a name. Eon. The master of ceremonies immediately kneels before the small tree in the center of the room. Truly the tree spirit is divine, tree spirit already has a divine name. Kneel before Eon, everyone, for we are the first to be graced by Eon, with his divine title. The rest of them look at each other, probably wondering what the hell is this guy trying to do, but decides to go with the flow that the master of ceremonies created and so, kneels. Even Jura and Lofen join in. To the great and mighty, protector and watcher of the valley, we offer our prayers and thanks to thee, O mighty and powerful, Eon. If I could rub my head I would. But I really like the name Eon. I think Eon as a name deserves to be much than just the name of a chain of supermarkets. One of the captain rub his head, is it pronounced like Ion, or Ion? I accept both pronunciations. Hidden conditions checks met. Special skill obtained. Possession of the devoted. A special familiar contract with a chosen devoted believer. Limited to 5 at any time. Year 78 month 5. Things are rather quiet in New Freaka and the Valley, and I think that is a good thing. Alexis is right. I need a different approach if I need to hold the volcano. The inner volcano is filled with giant golems, who are clearly still leagues ahead of the large beetles. If the location is bad, the golems could easily hold off my beetle horde like a wall made of lava. So, while the various research continue, I'm thinking of other methods. She's right that beetles are a bad matchup, even if this will annoy horns. Anyway, let's talk about New Freaka. This month I received a magical cactus, some kind of coconut variant, and a gourd-shaped fruit which is often used to store foods due to its magical preservation qualities, so that goes into the biolab. Skills acquired. Cactus defense system. New crop type acquired. Milk coconut and brownwood gourds. Subsidiary tree limit. Increased. Other than that, for the Valtrian order, things are pretty much the same. Training, scouting, purchasing and trading, and the birth and death rituals continue. The populace of New Freaka adapts to the new routine, and a new set of uniformed group in the town. Jura and the team decided on a dark brown color, like the tree barks, as the Valtrian orders, color. Nufrika uses blue. The druids came. They didn't seem too interested in the valley. It seems the druids got some kind of messiah complex that drives them to seek out sick trees and damaged environments, so their stop in Nufrika is a really brief one, just to resupply. It's peaceful. I even managed to successfully protect my ginseng tree and make it last past their first year. And that's nice for a change. Year 78 month 7. Practice. Lozan grumbles. As Jura now has responsibilities in Valtrian order, the time he has for Lozan is significantly reduced, and she often seeks him out for practice sessions, even in the quarters itself. In his place, the captains and men of the Valtrian order often become Lozan's sparring partners, and in a way, it's good for her. Lozan, now level 25, is actually better at the sword than a regular soldier, who's usually only about level 20 to 30, but having their levels dispersed over various skills. For a 9-year-old, she's pretty much a genius. The captains lavish their praise on Lozan, though Lozan just shrugs. Of course, the captains don't know as I've easily used 400 to 500 essences collected throughout the years, to build up her combat sense through Dream Tutor power leveling, learning aura, and most recently, training room. Perhaps that's the other thing you should be doing. Alexis is really bored these days. When she's not using her 2 pro beetles, she tries to make conversation with me, or everyone else. Maybe you can train an army of super warriors. Hey, it's too early to tell how far Lozan will go. She's currently my test subject, to see how effective the abilities are. But if it works, I'll consider it. You should train more than just Lozan. You can then compare the differences, perhaps each of the different individuals as your test subjects. Vary them a bit, then you can see what influences their growth and whether there is an actual limit. You've been thinking about this kind of thing, haven't you? I'm a research spirit floating around, stuck to my tree. What's there to do other than tinker with my lab equipment, and think about such things? Is it wrong? That's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? You know what? I think you have a point. I agree that I should have a few test subjects, to see how the training thing works, and fully explore the limits of these people. Of course, that means I'll need to find ways to consolidate and upgrade all my training-related skills, such that I can distribute the resources to more people, other than Lozan alone. Part of the reason why I focused only on Lozan, is because I have no idea how effective my abilities are, and how it actually affects Lozan's growth, so I just went all in. The problem with Dream Tutor and Learning Aura is that the effects are really small, but they do accumulate over a long period of time. It isn't as if Lozan becomes super amazing the next day, and I've been using Dream Tutor on her since she's 5. Maybe 4. I forgot. Since she's got that special skill, well, use your seeds as well. I'm really eager to know what they do. I'm confused now. Should I focus on Lozan, or train more people? Both. You can focus on Lozan since she's got that unique skill, but you do need other people as a base case. It's really basic. You can't draw conclusions on a sample of one. More samples, more robust conclusions. So diversify. Expand your sample size. You know, the validity of your methods are distorted by skills and abilities. Those are outliers and variables that we can adjust for. That's normal. I think Alexis is talking a lot like a scientist, and I think it's part of the job. Mila, do you think she's talking like a scientist? She talks like that all the time. It's normal. Hey, but I'm not disputing the essence of your argument, and I agree with the idea of having more test subjects. Well, it's time for me to get Lofen to work on the orphanage. Wait, you're experimenting with orphans. Alexis didn't like that though. Who else do I experiment on? Do you see any other young children I can run some tests on? You think the rest of the new freakins willing to give me young children to test on? I'd like to say that it's ethically wrong to use your abilities on young children who are unable to decide and give consent. You know what? Testing on young children now feels eerily similar to trying to train orphans into war machines, so I take back my earlier statement. Please don't test on young children. This is a magical world, and frankly, I am not doing them any harm. When you feed a child a supplement, you want them to grow strong, but did the child give consent? When you force him to eat his bitter medicine, did he give consent? As long as your intent is to help them, I think it's fine. And with orphans, as the Valtrian order is the caretaker and guardian, we are empowered to make decisions on their behalf. Mila tries to break up the argument by butting in. Alex, think positively. Maybe TreeTree can make Batman. That'll be cool. I think a lot of superheroes or orphans are lost their parents. Superman too. So I think it's a good idea. You won't abuse them, right? Right. Alexis pretty much facepalms. I don't think TreeTree knows what Batman is. I do, but I keep my mouth shut. Well, no permanent pain, I suppose. Frankly, I don't know. There's no progress without pain. Chapter 42. Naming Deficiency. Year 78, Month 8. Valtrian Order's orphanage for young children is up and running. All we needed was a building where we could build rooms, and then employ people to take care of the kids. As a rule, I insisted that the children we take in are less than 12 years old, such that those older are able to find work and can live on their own. In this world, for humans, 13 is quite a normal age to start holding some kind of semi-permanent job, either as an apprentice, or some kind of live-in worker, and this norm is also seen in the other non-humans. In New Freaka, connected to the orphanage large building is a few subsidiary trees, 2 of which are training rooms for teaching and sparring. There would be quite a lot of young orphans in this world. After all, with so much war and slaughter going on, it is only a norm that families are often broken. Anyway, my intention is to train these orphans, those willing, into warriors for the Valtrian Order, and so the remaining Valtrian Order soldiers are regularly coming to give the young kids some simple lessons. In a way, it acts as a feeder into the future Valtrian Order guards. For monitoring and tracking, one of the subsidiary trees is a biolab, with multiple pods. The decor is intentionally bare, and I had the herbalist use it as a medicinal room to mask the true intent of the pods, which is to take magical snapshots of these orphans' progress over the years. Feedback in terms of the orphanage is mixed, and even from the orphans themselves. Many of them are living in empty, abandoned homes, some taken in by the people of New Freaka. Some orphans themselves resist the structure and rules that an orphanage have, and prefer to continue living on their own. Well, my view to Lofen is, don't force the kids. If they want to live on their own and think they can and know better, go ahead. Either the world will teach them a lesson, or they will truly show their mettle. Out of the town's population of 50,000 or so elves, dwarves and centaurs, about 501,000 are young orphan children, but not all want to stay in this new set of quarters, so it's often the really young ones. There are also families who cannot or are unable to raise their children, so they surrender their children to the orphanage. Oh well, I'm not going to be the moral police, so whatever men and women choose to do with their lives, that's their problem. I'll take the kids, and I'll use them. The good thing is, it puts some jobs on the table, as the orphanage hires a lot of workers, to cook, to care for the orphans, to teach, and some retired, elderly men also help out as trainers. The thing about old people in a world with great and frequent destruction, is often they are quite high-leveled. Being on the run for decades must have given them a lot of survival-related skills and actual skills. Either they are good at fighting, good at running and hiding, or good as improvising and making the most of what little they have. Ah well, I guess there has to be some truth to the old people being awesome trope after all. Eat this. Lausanne stares at the green fruit right in front of her. She picks it up with her tiny hands, and she shakes it. It does not look ripe. It's not meant to be ripe. Eat it. It's a green fruit, made out of the passive seed, spark of brilliance. It's small, the size of a grape. It's lime green, and from my point of view, it has a faint green glow to it. It's my first time creating a fruit out of the seeds. Okay. She starts to chew on the small fruit. She walks a few steps, her mouth chewing. Okay, I ate it. It tastes sour, but it's not horrible. Is this some kind of new fruit you want us to sell, TreeTree? No. It's a special fruit. Just for you. If it's a special fruit, shouldn't it be sweet and really yummy? It's quite sour, and I can still taste the sourness on my tongue. Lausanne downs a cup of water, probably hoping to wash off the taste. Not all things in life are meant to be sweet, my dear Lausanne. Is that some kind of word of wisdom I should remember? Perhaps. Is this why you called me here, TreeTree? Not just this. If I could smile, I would. Lausanne, would you like a special familiar contract? Lausanne immediately nods. Yeah, sure. Special in a good way, right? Yes. Lausanne has accepted the special familiar contract. 50 star mana consumed. 1 star mana will be consumed per month. Star mana. I have 300 star mana at the moment. That's the maximum number of star mana storage organs I have, and with the current maximum number of star leaves, I produce 30 star mana a month. Oh wow. Is this like Uncle Jura's bamboo? She activates the familiar, and then 2 large twisting roots emerge from her body, and they transform into a wooden sword and shield, Lausanne's current favorite fighting combination. Whoa, it responded to me. Can you hear it, TreeTree? I can't. Well, the familiar doesn't have an artificial soul, but it probably has a kind of programming to it, like an animal. Well, it just says, sword and shield mode. Lozan grins. But it's cool. I can tell it things in my head. The wooden sword starts transforming into a whip. Huh, that is pretty cool. And it can change shape. Lozan tries out the whip, and it works like a rope too, allowing Lozan to pull herself forward. I can use this to swing from branch to branch too. Like the monkeys. Don't let your mom see that. The idea of a young little girl swinging around like Tarzan is probably going to make Lofen have a headache. Ah yes. Sorry I got excited. The two roots can transform into various shapes, but there are certain limits to the size and length. It's kinda cool that they don't drain my mana as much as the normal familiar too. Ah, I suppose that's the benefit. Stronger, more flexible, but cost less. I suppose the star mana that I give it is supports it. Thank you, TreeTree. This is nice. Good. Let me know if you get any skill notifications tomorrow. Okay. Well, the next day, I didn't get a new skill, but one of my skills transformed. Oh, which one? It's the Blessed by a Soul Tree. It's now Blessed by a Soul Tree, Advanced. Huh, well, that's amusing. Now she's even more compatible with my abilities. I hope she doesn't eventually transform into a tree. Well, the cool thing is, the roots are a bit longer and bigger now. I think it makes my familiar stronger. I see, so the special familiar's effects are going to be less impressive on the other guys. Now I want to know whether I can fuse this special familiar with an artificial soul. Lozan shows off her slightly bigger sword and shield. It's wood, of course. I'm gonna go practice. Don't tell mom I'm in the forest. Well, Lozan did try to be a monkey, and she's using two roots like vines, to swing herself from tree to tree. But only with the bigger trees, since the smaller trees don't have enough clearance. Oh dear, what have I done? Year 78 month 10. Demon King preparation status check. The Demon King appeared year 70, month 4. The Demon King died about 5 years ago, around year 73 month 3 week 2. Going by the 10-year gap between Demon Kings, that means I should have at least about 5 years left. 5 years is a good amount of time, but halfway there, it's time to discuss the matter again. So, the next Demon King should be about 5 years away. We won't know for certain, but that's the approximate time range. What should we do? Well, the audience is myself, my tree minds, Horns, Alexis and Mila. I'll have another discussion with the Valtrian peeps next time. It depends on the type of power the Demon King has. We won't know until he appears, and we'd be running out of time if that's the case. What are the normal, common powers a Demon King would have? Extensive destruction abilities, and demonic hordes. So okay, how do we prepare for that? Hide. There's really no way we can fight back unless we have the powers of the heroes, and running is out of the option. Agree. Hide. So that means we need to figure out a way to make use of the tunnels and the abandoned dungeon as some kind of shelter, and build barricades and strong gates. I think that's missing the point. TreeTree, you're massive, you can't hide. That's fine, but it's more for everyone else around me. I think I can take whatever the Demon King's horde can throw at me, except the Demon King himself. So what are you going to do if the Demon King himself comes for you? We'll think about it then. For now, let's work on the plan to hide. How about the TreeTree of mana? We can't hide that. It's Dimi Tree who brings up his part of the world. If necessary, we need to build a massive wall around it, one that even the Demon King can't destroy. That's impossible. If there's one thing the Demon King doesn't lack, it's destructive firepower. The elves say there are other trees who manage to somehow make their forests disappear. How do we do that? That's hiding. And well, that's a good point. If there's an ability to temporarily warp the valley into pocket space, that'll help. I've got no skills anywhere near that level, though I suppose secret hideout is like a slow step on that path. Perhaps someday, I'll get the ability to create a massive secret hideout that includes myself in it. Though that's probably going to make my mind melt, because the secret hideout is inside me, but I'm inside the secret hideout. So what's inside what? Can't the Demon King detect such abilities? Seems kinda odd that an incredibly powerful monster like itself would allow such things to happen. Are Demon Kings sentient? I have no idea. It has a certain kind of intelligence, but sentient, no one has ever communicated with it. Year 78 month 12. Winter. With Volcano Project hitting a slow spot, I decide to try other projects. Tapping on the Valtrian Order's growing network of contacts, I am now aware of 3 faraway sites that I want to explore. Further up north, some movements of the ground revealed a previously covered massive hole that goes really, really deep. It's as if somebody dug a hole vertically down. It's currently spitting out many different kinds of snake monsters and snake-like creatures, which is why I suspect it is likely to contain some kind of magical source. That said, my data is quite lacking. Currently being extensively attacked by adventurers, as the snake hides seem to fetch good money, and also it's a new large dungeon, so plenty of adventurers are trying to make their way down. Travel time by beetle is 2 weeks. Second, in one of the regions near the Nung Sala border, there's a few dungeon-like areas. There's no detected leyline, but there are still a lot of monsters appearing in that area. As the area is rather sparsely populated and heavily damaged from all the battles, there's not much adventurer attention compared to the snake hole, but the presence of multiple dungeon entrances and unusual monster do hint at a dungeon. If so, I want the core. Travel time by beetles, 2 weeks. Third site is a deep into one of the nearby kingdom's territories. A lake which seems to be inhabited by magical beasts and strange, unusual plants. Rumoredly, magical. 3 weeks away. My first choice is the one with the potential leyline, but that means I have to deal with the adventurers. Still, leyline is too good to miss out, so I'm going to start my subsidiary tree expansion to that location. The dungeon-like areas, if I do attempt those, would be for the cores. It's a good reward financially, and I'd like to study cores in much more detail. Perhaps there are variations to cores between dungeons. If a core is sentient, or has the potential to be, I would like to attempt using an artificial soul on one. My suspicions are they would work similar to a root-brain complex, and that would be something fun to test out. The drawback is the active war zone. Sala and New Frika is at peace. The Nung Takdi and Sala war is still ongoing, with the situation at a stalemate. It seems they are periodically still fighting battles on a few fronts, though both sides are not trying anything bold to end the war. It's an odd state, skirmishes here and there, even though trade routes have been strangely reopened. I'd like to scout out the location, so I plan to have some beetles in the location, just to find out where these dungeons are. As for the lake, it doesn't seem to be that much of a problem, just far away. New types of plants is always welcome, if magical and potentially rare plants, even more, and this seems more appropriate for a small strike force. Send the guys in, get the strange plants, and get out. Simple, suitable for a covert strike team of beetles. I want to go. Huh. Take my pro beetle there. Is that a name you came up with? Sounds like something you stick up an ass. Who do they call that again? Is it endoscopy? Oh, wait. It sounds like probiotics. The kind of weird bacteria shit those multi-level marketers try to sell. It sounds better than Scout Beetle, doesn't it? Which one? I have 2 pro beetles. I want to see the lake. And the giant hole in the ground. Fine. Yay. Mila Tilda, do you wanna go? You should totally consider fusing with one of the beetles, then we both can still go travel. You can be my probe's bodyguard. Wait, you can see through the probes. Yeah, it's called a probe, right? Of course I can see through the probe. I don't want to be a beetle. That's disgusting. Mila probably is frowning. I'd rather be a tree. I take offense to that statement. Horns chimes in. Aw, come on. We finally get to do some traveling. I rather like the relative peace and safety here. I might get attacked as a beetle, and people will hate me. I can't cope with that. Mila, that's a lie and you know it. The 2 girls seem to be arguing, but it's rather friendly kind. So I ignore them. One of the merchants brought garlic and ginger today, apparently really popular with nobility for cooking. Crop variety. Garlic added. You can now produce essences of garlic and garlic-flavored woods, fruits and saps. Crop variety. Ginger added. You can now produce essences of ginger and ginger-flavored woods, fruits and saps. Ooh, that's gonna stink some people. I wonder whether they have stinky fruits in this world, like durians. They should, right? But you know, this recent about garlic and ginger gave me an idea. I have the ability to produce fruits, vegetables and herbs. What if I set up a market, and sell my produce? Or even better, set up a restaurant. I'm not sure how many restaurants they have in New Frika, but certainly, if I have the ability to procure and produce unique types of vegetables and fruits, that would give me a unique selling point. I could make special ginger ginseng soup. Or fried potatoes with garlic, herbs and spices. A restaurant. You need cooks though. A chef. But it could work. You girls know any recipes from where you are from? All I know is how to cook instant noodles with eggs. I might. But honestly, if I get an ability to create a tree kitchen, or res treerant, I'll fuse you to it. Does that mean I'll be stuck in a cooking game forever? Mila seems frightened by the prospect. Oh wait, did they not know I can reassign them, because their souls are stronger than the artificial souls? I think a beetle is still better. But a cooking tree sounds like an appealing idea at least. It could even end up a case where I could be the spirit that runs a hotel and restaurant. It's like those cooking simulator games. Mila laughs. Alexis looks a bit concerned. Mila, are you sure you want to be her dreams of traveling with a beetle bodyguard fading away. A hotelier. And master chef. Wait, you're not serious. Alexis facepalms. Only, she's a spirit, so all she could do was soundlessly smack herself with her ethereal hands. Maybe one of your subsidiary tree with a room. I can probably acquire the job as chef and innkeeper. Alexis looks horrified. Mila, if you fuse with a tree you can't get job levels. Job levels are for humanoids only. My skills so far are all because my creature type is research tree spirit. So no. TreeTree, can you make a tree decorated with multiple hotel-like rooms, kitchen, dining and cafe area? I can try. True, forcefully decorating a tree such that I get a different tree type. That's like the playroom and training room, it might just work. Okay TreeTree, Mila Adams have decided on my career path. If you can make one where I get the right type, then I'll fuse with it. Mila, you serious? Alexis is flying up and down. You won't even know if there are tourists. We have no data on tourism and travel traffic. How do you know it'll work out? How many people even eat out? What's the worst that can happen? I'm a tree. It's not like I'll starve to death if the hotel and restaurant fails. Mila, Alexis shouts. It'll be fine, Alexis. Of all the options offered to me, this actually seems like fun. Chef and hotelier. That's a whole lot more interesting than looking at a lab all day. I could even open branches. Hotel tree branches. Get it? I could be a moving tree hotel. Or a pop-up store. The Wandering Tree Hotel Restaurant. Maybe even at a convenience store. Alexis slams her head into the trunk of her biolab. It doesn't really hurt. If trees can move, then I could be a coconut hotel and restaurant tree by the beach. Hey, that's an interesting idea. Giant tree ants, but is actually a walking hotel. TreeTree, can I name my hotel and restaurant? I can, right? Sure. Hey, Mila wants to be useful, if naming rights is all she wants. I'm gonna call the hotel, the Mila. And the restaurant, the Fried Me. And if there's a cafe, it's gonna be the Cafe Milat. Oh TreeTree, you should totally get coffee beans. Alexis smacks her face into the trunk, multiple times. She's not feeling any pain, I think she's just doing it to vent her frustration with Mila's inane choice. Alexis, you can name your lab too. I'll give you an idea. You can name it, A Lab Is. It's like your name, but with a lab in it. Labalex. That's cool too. Chapter 43. New Businesses. Year 79 Month 1. Roots, the subterranean network of trees. Through it, I am connected to the tens of thousands of trees within my valley, and beyond. These roots, they cover vast lands, serving as the forest's backbone, carrying information, minerals, essences, and mana. These roots, they go through many kinds of soil, so they pick up the subtle shifts of the mineral composition, and, a feature of my various subsidiary trees, act like little sensors, collecting measurements. When it rains, when it snows, when the earth shakes a little, when there's a bit of shaking, through RootNet, the roots and the subsidiary trees all collect data. Data, which my root brains, Trevor, Dimitri, and Ivy feed on. Vibrations, humidity, magic. Together, all these sensors form a vast array, and so, we can now triangulate the sources of tremors, and unusual magics, to determine direction. Some trees in the distance would feel it first, a tug, a pull. Then later more trees pick up on the tremor. An earthquake. A minor one. Even the volcano gives out little warning signs, the small tremors before it starts to erupt, when some part of the volcano starts to spit out lava. This ability could have saved more beetles, if we had it a bit earlier. It's Trevor's newest skill addition. Tree triangulation. Crunching all the data, to tell me what's happening in a distant location, without having to actually be there. If we had magic sensors, Alexis is about to start with her usual marketing of magic labs. Let's start material labs first. I understand that's a prerequisite to the development of magic labs. Yes. We would need to have the ability to analyze materials, and develop mana-sensitive materials, then only magical labs. So let's do it. What do I need to get to material labs? Once we have that, I'd like to analyze that dismantled airship, again. What? Really? Yes. I've decided to get magic sensors. I imagine that would be very useful if we had another case of that super blizzard. Alexis nods. Ah, yes. So, material research first. Yes. Get to it. Sure. Alexis looks awkward. She floats around, a part of her happy, yet a part of her quite confused. Quote. What made you change your mind? Was I changing my mind? I thought I just wanted more time to mull over whether that's the right direction for us. Alexis seems like she is about to bark some kind of retort, before she seems to realize, do tree spirits normally take so long to think? No. Well, it makes sense. That is a common kind of myth associated with tree people, that they tend to be sluggish and take forever to decide. Alexis is talking to herself now. It's like that council of trees in low TR. Took them forever to decide, didn't they? Is she complaining that I took too long to decide? But at least I did decide. No. Never mind. Starting material testing and tree lab varieties. Tree stage 1 research option unlocked, 2 months remaining. Beetle. Anti-magma armors stage 2 completed. Beetle. Anti-magma armors stage 3 to 3 months remaining. Tree. Volcanic adaptation stage 3 to 2 months remaining. Roots. Volcanic mineral harvesting. Stage 1 completed. Roots. Volcanic mineral harvesting. Stage 2 completed. Roots. Volcanic mineral processing. Stage 1 to 5 months remaining. Materials testing. Stage 1 to 3 months. Tree lab varieties. Stage 1 to 12 months. Research is taking longer, as earlier predicted. Magic is going to be necessary, and though I have to take precautions on who and what gets access to magic, I'm starting to lean on the side that it's an eventual step I have to take. One way or another, I cannot face the threats this world has with one hand behind my back. A necessary risk. I will have a long conversation with both Mila and Alexis, on magic, on the sorts of magic I will give them access to, though with Mila, I have less ability to control her. My hope is, they would be able to give some contribution to the defense against the next Demon King, as they have more experience in magic as heroes. Meanwhile, New Freak is having a small boom in terms of growth. The era of peace, and the reputation of stable, secure food supplies attracts more refugees, even from the other nations, not just Sala. A busy time for the Council of New Freaka, and they've been hard at work, to expand their town premises, prepare new farmlands. More people, more food, more homes, public services need to be expanded. Of course, there's usually a need for refugees to buy their way to public services, such as the right to use some of the new housing. At the same time, there's been more focus on security and screening, so the NFHC hired some of the laid-off soldiers to work as guards. Ivy says some of the councilmen feel a need to bolster their forces, now that they are actively threatened by the presence of the Valtrian Order as a competing political power. What more, with Jura and the Valtrian Order's secure, legally protected position. A faction in the council emerged which wants to assert independence from the Order's growing influence, and this faction somehow managed to coerce Yvonne, such that she voluntarily resigned from her position as the chairperson of the council. Her position has been tenuous and under scrutiny for some time, as it's an open secret by now, that her soul is contracted to me, and that leads to a whole lot of corridor whispering and rumors about Yvonne being compromised. But to the layperson unfamiliar to the nuances of New Freaka politics, her statement to the public at large sounded voluntary enough. I'm resigning from my post as chairperson of the New Freaka Council, with immediate effect. I've led and held this position since New Freaka's founding, and finally, after almost 5 years, I believe this fledgling nation is in safe hands, and I can finally hand the reins over to someone else, and spend time with my son. How sweet. Spend time with Roma, who's now almost 6 years old. The pressure to counterbalance Jura's growing influence meant the person holding New Freaka's chairperson role had to more than independent. In other words, against the Order, against me. Frankly, it's just silly political struggles. A large faction within the councilmen themselves understand this. After all, they know I can crush them. So they are left in this uncomfortable situation where they yearn for to be the ruling group, but acknowledge that without me, they have nothing to rule. Anyway, silly things, these jostling for authority. As long as nothing unreasonable happens, I'll let them be. Ivy's got all of them monitored, and retaliation won't take much time at all. Lady Yvonne. Jura was one of the few she met after her voluntary withdrawal. I heard the news. Frankly, it's disappointing, but the tree spirit expected it. She laughs. Ha, well, that's life. Jura shrugs. So, really, retirement as a mother. Why, do I not look like I have motherly desires? Jura's turn to laugh, and he takes a small alcoholic beverage and offers it to Yvonne. Frankly, no, you're the warrior queen type. Yvonne sips on her little drink. Well, to be fair, it has some truth. I admit feeling a little jealous that Roma's a lot more attached to Ares than me. For all these time I've been trying to get this town in order. Ares has been more like his mother, more than I ever have. So yes, a bit of it is a desire to make up for what I have failed to do. Really, I really didn't see you as the actual mother type, though most of New Freaka regard you as the mother of this city. Jura laughs. He offers his small cup of alcohol and the two cups meet softly. They both take a sip. Anyway, my time's up. And time management has never been my strong suit. There's never enough time to do right by New Freaka, or by Roma. Time's never enough. It comes with the job. Look at me, Erlofen. Both of us are so busy these days, we only have a bit of time to spend with Lausanne and the kids. I try to make dinner happen, at least we still meet up. Lausanne's been bugging me for combat practice every time we meet. Oh yes, I have heard a few captains sing praise of her talent. She's really good for her age. My son's not showing any interest yet, though. Well, may not be a bad thing. Lofen constantly worries she'll injure herself. At least Roma's just playing chase, or spending time with wooden toys. I just hope Lausanne doesn't find someone who doesn't know how to hold back and injure herself from practice. You know, I could offer to spar with Lausanne. Yvonne nods. Now that I have free time. Jura smiles. I would appreciate that. It will be good for her growth, that she fights someone with a different style. So I take that as a yes. Yes, yes. Please tell Lausanne you're her new sparring partner. Yvonne nods. Great. Their cups are both empty. Jura leans forward. Ah, all of you, can you leave? The guards nod to Jura's instruction, and so they leave, leaving Jura and Yvonne alone in the room. Huh, something important. Yes. I'll cut to the chase, really. It's about Roma. Is he related to the royalty? Damn. The tree spirit saw through that too. Yvonne's fist smack her other palm, and Jura just shrugs at her statement. Does the kingdom of Sala know about it? I sure hope not. We forged a fake marriage arrangement with one of Galen's knights, one of the other elves. It also helps that Roma does not manifest any of the human traits yet, so no one will know whether he's part human until he's much older. But he will. It's only a matter of time before he asks of his own heritage. How many know of this? Maybe 10. That is too many. Where are the 10? I don't know. In which case, you better start preparing Roma. If you're lucky, he gets forgotten by the kingdom, as just one of the many bastards royalties have. If you're not, there's going to be a group out for his head. Well, now that I have some free time, looks like I should get started on his practice. Jura nods. You should. He needs the ability to protect himself. You're good, but you won't be able to stop all of them. Can I count on you to protect him? Jura pauses, and shrugs. Maybe. Yvonne smiles weakly. Ah well, if you're going to start preparing him, then have him practice with Lausanne. I can permit access to the training rooms, or use the one near the main tree. I will. Thank you. Take care, Lady Yvonne. Yvonne nods, and she leaves. The room's empty, and so Jura leans back and he speaks out loud. It's quite obvious he's talking to me. Royalty. As you predicted. It's obvious, isn't it? She sent her baby so far away with protectors. If it's not royalty, I doubt she'd take such precautions. It's such a cliché. I thought it's just a motherly thing to do, to keep your child out of harm's way. But I'm happy that she offered to practice with Lausanne. That'll really help me and Lausanne. If only the others show any interest in learning how to defend and protect themselves. They'll be fine. So long as they remain in the valley, the beetles will look out for them. What do you think about her replacement? Smart, but a little greedy. The position he takes isn't one he truly believes in, he's only taking it because it allows him to be in a greater role. I believe he's just saying what everyone else wants to say, but don't have the guts to say. A mouthpiece for the anti-order faction, so he's going to try to stonewall a few of our initiatives. Well, it is normal in politics. The opposing party will try their best to stop us. As long as it's not too annoying, let it be. If you run into trouble, let me know, I'll crush them. Jura nods. I figured you would say that. Oh yeah, my diplomat and warrior classes merged yesterday night. It's now warlord. Sounds like an upgrade. It is. I feel stronger already. Cumulatively I'm level 80. I think it's due to your influence. Great. Well, it's good that Jura's getting even more powerful. All that power leveling and learning aura helped, after all. He sighs, and it's a loud, long sigh. TreeTree. I think this is my limit. Huh, I can feel it. Even though my classes merged, I have a sense, a feeling in my chest. That this is as far as I can go. My body and soul is at its limit of growth. Strange words. Do people not grow, gain levels, as long as they push themselves, fight monsters and gain experience? Well, in theory, yes. But other than heroes, most of us plateau at some point. For those who are not so gifted, we would experience multiple plateaus. That's why I'm worried for Lausanne, too. She might be doing well now, gaining levels and all, but there is a point where our body, our souls reach a plateau. Well, I think Jura did mention something similar in the past, but it didn't register as something significant in my head. We are not born heroes, and so, we have a limit. They say. I cut him off then. Rubbish. Are you sure you're not just feeling tired and start mumbling? Rather than talk about limits, take a dip in the biolab and let me have a look at what's going on. Come back to the main tree. Jura somewhat reluctantly put himself for examination. And first things first, I notice the arrangement of stones near and around his mana spring. The core of the soul is different from last time. I recall it looking like a few scattered mounds of rocks around the mana spring, but this time, those mounds are shaped like a proper wall around the spring, a bit more like the ranger. There's a better structure and organization to the rocks and stones. I suppose this is what the class merger did to the layout of the rocks. Next, I looked at the mana generation. It is healthy, and quite good. Doesn't look like there's any blockage or dark spots that suck up his mana. The spring's spewing out mana very well. The supply of mana, or life force, is good. Not as much as the heroes, of course, but it's healthy for someone like Jura. Then, I look at the body's healthy too. Jura's not a young man anymore. By elven years he's a middle-aged man. Despite that, the body's in good shape, he's strong, he's fit. The shores on the body is taking up all the mana the body can offer, and there are no blockage to the mana flow to any part of the body. So why would he feel like this is his limit? Is this something not on the mana? I draw on the power of my soul forge and channel it to my main tree's biolab pod, hoping to have a look at a bit more. With the soul forge's power, more data appears. First, the rate of production of mana from the spring, and then the passive mana consumed to sustain each level and skill. It's denoted as 2 bars, mana produced and mana consumed. Is this the mana we're familiar with, or another kind of mana? Alexis asks. She's also looking Jura's body. Well, as it turns out, it sort of is, the normal kind of mana. Each person produces a certain amount of mana, but it is allocated into 2 pools, active and passive. Active goes into the person's actual mana pool that is used to cast spells and activate skills. Passive is directly consumed to sustain the body's stats, power and all the other passives. The passive is commonly referred to as the body's vitality or life force. It is the data finally answers the question. Jura's vitality is maxed out. And his body's consumption of that vitality is also maxed out. Though nothing is wrong with him, he is right to say something is wrong. It's like a car that's already pushed to the limit, and can go no further. A car that hit its speed limit. Sounds simple enough. Can you tweak the soul such that it produces more vitality and less mana? It sounds like he doesn't really need that much mana as a warrior. Maybe some of his skills and abilities consume them, but I think a higher level would be better. Or maybe, you could just give him an upgrade. I wonder whether you could upgrade souls. It's something I want to think about. There may be other ways to go about it. Tweaking the soul, well, I could, but I need to be very sure it works. The soul forge, if used incorrectly, can cause great damage. Year 79 month 2. I finally got the skill. We needed to decorate a subsidiary tree's customizable rooms with beds, complete with partitions, segregated washrooms, a reception area and a dining area. Tree lodge. A tree with a whole lot more space than it looks. Each tree lodge has 10 rooms, a restaurant, a cozy lounge, a reception, and a kitchen, all while looking no bigger than any other tree. Needs to hire workers to work. Limited to 5, and each lodge must be a distance away from the other nearest lodge. Odd, it's the first time a tree skill has a minimum distance requirement. I can't cram all the tree lodges in one place. Mila, I got the skill. I can make you a tree lodge already. Well, once it's fused with Mila, the slot would free up again. Mila's her own person and she doesn't use my tree lodge slot. It's like Alexis's own independent biolab thing, which is now a weird crazy looking tree with lots of vials, tubes and other contraptions, and strange blobs flowing up and down its side. It's so weird that I have to use beetles to guard it. Awesome. I had ideas for names again. Want to hear it? What? Hotel Trivago. Hey, I know that joke. Do they all come from the same generation? Is there a kind of speed difference in time between this world and ours? Alexis facepalms. Mila, that's lame. And it sounds kind of wrong. Like a bad reproductive disease. Mila laughs. I know, it's a joke. I'm probably going to call it something a bit more proper. Perhaps, the faraway home E. That's not much better. The Palms, then. I think there's a luxury hotel by that name, isn't it? The Palms, but we're not at the beach. How about the Pinewood? Oh, okay, the Pinewood sounds better. Alexis puts her spiritual fingers on her chin. She's thinking rather seriously. Or the Oakwood. I think that sounds quite classy as a hotel. Mila, you sure you want to be a hotel? Hell yeah. Alexis stops questioning my decisions. I know what I want to do. I know you won't change your mind. Fine. You'll need to hire workers and you will need money. And where can you get it? TreeTree, can I get a loan? You're rich, right? I'll pay you back when I start to make money. Okay. 30 gold for now. Consider it my investment. Alexis smacks her head. TreeTree, you're being awfully generous. Great. Thanks TreeTree. Let's totally do this. But wait, if the Soul Forge merges me with the Tree Lodge, does that mean I take the position of the current Tree Lodge? That's not a great location. I would prefer one right in New Freaka. I mentally connect to the Soul Forge, and then, a little prompt appears. Alexis and the Tree Mines didn't have this issue since they are located right next to me, so after the merging is complete I can just spawn them there. But New Freaka outside the range of the Soul Forge, so I have to use the carrier drone. Carrier drone. After a soul is merged with an object, skill or person, it can choose to become a deployable egg. The carrier drone will then carry the egg within it to the desired location, where it will spawn into the merged structure. But beware, the carrier drone is vulnerable, and destruction means death to the cargo as well. Once again, the system to the rescue. A little too convenient, but hey, that's life. And so, I initiate the Soul Forge. Mila's soul leaves my soul realm and into the forge, together with the Tree Lodge, which melts into a greenish-like liquid, and the Soul Forge then spins the two together. Mila's soul takes the form of a white light, and together with the greenish liquid, it mixes into a mild green light. Lightning strikes at the branches of the forge tree, making an electrical connection to the heavens above, and it periodical pulses, and the thickness of the lightning increases. And the spinning within the forge speeds up intensely, as more power and mana are drawn through the roots. Activating a soul forge result in a lot of mana and energy flowing through the roots, especially from the ley line. It feels like having a whole lot of water flowing, spinning around me, like I am stuck in a whirlpool. Zap. One large lightning strikes the forge tree, and then, it's complete. The merging is done. A small greenish egg appears from the forge tree, containing a sleeping Mila as a hotel spirit tree. A drone beetle appears, its body's hard shell open to reveal something resembling a small but very long limb. It lifts up that small egg, the size of a dog, its relative, and places it in a compartment on its body, then the shell closes. Wow. It even has a little storage space. I command a dozen beetles to quickly escort the drone to the marked place in New Freaka, a place Mila chose beforehand, where she wanted the hotel to be. It's nighttime, and Jura has already made arrangements for the beetles to enter the town premise. Once the carrier drone arrives safely, the drone beetle starts to dig itself into the ground and it starts to melt. It's melting. The body of the carrier and the egg liquefies into a greenish goo and it seeps into the ground. Whoa. Alexis is quite amused by it. Magic. I think so. Well, I have no idea. I don't know how the deployment works either. It's actually an empty plot of land, owned by the Order, and now, a wall starts to appear around that plot of land. The ground starts to expand, actually, inflate upwards, but still entirely covered in earth. It's still inflating, and the inflating earth starts to take the shape of a cuboid block made of dirt and roots. It's like somebody took a hardened cube of earth filled with roots and placed it where the empty spot once was. Then suddenly, a sign appears on that large mound of earth, on the frontage that faces the town's streets. Under construction. Grand opening in soon. Mila, you there? Alexis asks, a little worried. Mila's her only friend. Yes, but I'm very busy. Mila replies back, I'll let you know when I'm done. I got tons of options before this thing opens. And Mila vanishes, merges into the wooden block, and she didn't speak a word for the rest of the month. The odd mound of earth, that strangely manages to remain cube-shaped, draws a whole lot of curious onlookers, but most people didn't think about it too deeply. Just one of those strange things that happen in a world with magic. Oh, look at that strange earth block. Must be some magical shit happening in the Valtrian order, again. Compared to trees that spit fire, relatively mild as weird things go. She's busy in there. There's some kind of noise come from that wooden block. I think it sounds a bit like construction work, but it's a tree structure, there would not be actual construction going on. Maybe it's just some kind of sound effect. Running a hotel isn't going to be easy, and after lazing around for so long, it'll take some time before she gets the hang of it. Ah, Alexis is worried. Hey, take your time, alright. Yell if you need help, I'll try to help out. Mila did not reply. The noise is getting louder. Alexis sulks. Mila, you're okay, right? She's in there. I can feel it. Just give her space. Okay. Mila, let me know if you need anything, alright. Mila didn't respond. But I think the message got through. She said it so many times, she's almost nagging. Is it something you're working on, TreeTree? Well, I told Jura to set aside that plot of land for me, but I didn't really tell him what exactly it'll be, so now that there's a cube of dirt there, he had to ask. Sort of. It's going to be a project by Mila. Mila, is that the hero? Oh wait, Jura didn't know about Mila's soul. Even when he's in front of Alexis's biolab, all he sees is a glowing blob, and not Alexis's ethereal form. So, he's not spoken to them at all. Come to think of it, nobody knows about Alexis and Mila's second life as a soul. Now I hope they don't accidentally expose themselves as former heroes. Chapter 44. Looking out. Year 79 Month 4. Oakwood Hotel is finally ready to open for business. Mila's block of wood revealed itself to be a mountain wooden lodge-like structure, the logs that usually make up the lodge still part of a large living tree that forms Mila's combined body. She's the lodge itself, a living structure, and her present appearance, which Mila says it's a cosmetic choice. She described it as playing in a sandbox, a game, where she could choose the decor of everything. I can't help feel like it's some kind of mobile game that commuters love to play, to earn points, unlock decors. Inside. 15 rooms. Mila beamed. She takes the form of a treefolkish creature within the hotel, her legs constantly melding and merging with the floor itself. This treefolkish form somewhat resembles her human self, but her skin color and texture is that of walnut-colored wooden bark. You've got a physical body. Alexis is most impressed, probably because she unfortunately takes the form of a floating spiritual ghost who's surrounded by levitating vials, tiny petri dishes and other similar sort of lab equipment. Cool, right, I'm like a treefolk, only, well, I can't step more than 10 feet away from the hotel. Unlike Alexis, she's been flying around the entire valley, occasionally scaring some of the townspeople, who sees a glowing blob flying around. Ah, don't worry about it. I'm sure it's a level thing, like me. I'm stuck to the biolab at lower levels, but now that I'm level 34, I can travel quite far. Or ask TreeTree to help. The range limitation doesn't work if you tap into TreeTree's soul realm. But I'm not sure whether that's because I'm soul contracted to him though. It's then the wisp pulls me into the soul realm. Ah, I may have forgotten to explain this. A tree spirit has the ability to share and connect souls together, and it's this ability that allows all the souls a platform to speak and interact, and through it, they can see what you see. The soul realm is that platform, and it's independent of where their physical locations are. I believe the locals would refer to it like being in a mailing group. Well, I know they can see what I can see, but I suppose it didn't occur to me to wonder why Alexis, Horns or Bamboo are able to share their thoughts, while they are out there traveling. I suppose it's like a video conference facility for souls. Or do you still have the skill? The heroic meld. Did you see your status? Alexis's spiritual body floats over Mila's little wooden lodge, exploring the rooms. Mila spent a lot of time arranging the decor. It's rather cozy. Nah, almost all my skills are gone and no longer have the hero job. I'm level 1 all over again. All I have left is goddess's blessings. Mila shrugs. She's got a wooden body to properly shrug now. I was wondering whether our circumstances would be different, but looks like death removes all our skills. Well, I really don't mind starting over. I'll get a ton of skills running this hotel. I'm gonna be awesome. Mila smiles and walks around. Besides, now that I'm restarting, I'm better able to think through my levels and skills. Good luck, Mila. Hope you don't get strange skills like Compendium of Research Failures and Emergency Shutdown. What were you looking at that the system made you get a skill like Emergency Shutdown? Were you trying to clone dinosaurs? A biolab of giant dinosaurs. Alexis is not insulted. Rather, she's rubbing her spiritual chin. Mila's turn to shake her new tree head. I gave you an idea. Oh no. We have giant beetles. Dinosaurs are just giant lizards, or giant birds. I like that idea. I chip into the conversation. You know what dinosaurs are. Didn't you say giant lizards are giant birds? Oh, yes. Yes, I did say that. Never mind me. Mila, how's the hotel? It's a lodge at the moment. I think there's going to be an upgrade at level 30. Strangely, I seem to be able to see what sort of upgrades to the lodge are available between now until level 30. How come? I have no idea. Mila shrugs. But I need to start recruiting workers to man the kitchen, the reception and the restaurant. I'm planning to hire all tree folks, to complete the feel of the lodge. And in by the tree folk. TreeTree, is that something you can help me with? Ask perhaps Jura or Lofen to put out a recruitment notice. Sure. You'll need to give a lot more details though, like, what's your pay and working hours like? Oh, can I talk to someone? Maybe some of the locals. I'll ask Jura to come see you. Also, are you still going to call yourself Mila, or you're going with another name? Mila pauses, and she makes a thinking pose. Good point. Should I still call myself Mila, and would that get me in trouble? Depends what you want to achieve, Mila. Do you want people to know you were once a hero? That said, I doubt everyone will associate your name to you, because well, it's really quite common to name their children after heroes. If me, I'm not going to call myself Alexis, I'll go with a different name, maybe Ritz, or Ambrose. Mila claps her 2 wooden palms. I've got an idea. I will call myself M. Lady M. Alexis smacks her head. Mila, I will be referred to as M. Alexis. You can call yourself A. Don't you think Lady M.A. is a classy name? I think it is, and it fits my role as the lady of the hotel. Anyway, TreeTree, I need your help. Can I speak to Jura or the rest of the Valtrian order? And are there any permits or permissions I need to get? If I had a head to shake, I would, but I could only lightly sway my branches to indicate my lack of knowledge about New Freeka's bureaucracy. But I can give a hand. I do want to see her succeed. I'll arrange someone to meet you. Great. I'd like to know before I accidentally commit a crime or infraction, or have to pay unnecessary bribes. Bribes. It's actually common. The nobles throughout this world ask for bribes all the time. Even enforcement agents regularly ask for money. I heard from so many innkeepers and blacksmiths throughout our journey. At this point I turn to Ivy. Any idea if it happens? Well, given Ivy's earlier bombshell that everyone commits some kind of crime, I'm thinking, of course bribery happens. Paying small sums of coin, to avoid complete, thorough legal enforcement. Yes. One of the more common transactions to occur is intentional understatement of tax collections. In exchange, the enforcers get paid. Does that happen to our people? Yes. I've ignored it as the coins exchanged is minimal. I'm not shocked. People here do what they got to do. That's just how it is. I did recall telling Ivy to ignore most of the petty crimes, so I guess she classified this as petty. It lubricates commerce, and my calculations indicates most traders would be bankrupt if they had to comply with the actual tax rates and the full extent of the law. That's a problem with the New Freakin' law, is it not? Perhaps. It's heavily inspired by wherever the lawmakers are from, so the mishmash of laws give rise to a whole lot of loopholes and possibilities for abuse, and is compounded by the fact that the justice system refers most rulings to the High Council, of which the lawmakers themselves are the judge. Ivy, has New Freaka's justice system always been so screwed up? I think it functions rather well. There's a clear acknowledgement of authority that flows up to the councillors, and the people understand that, so they obey the councillors' demands and whatever the city tells the people to do. The councillor's role as the adjudicator and arbitrator of peace is incredibly important to allay the citizens' fears and address their needs, even if it often lacks justice. It is a kind of order, which the people here come to accept and respect. Really? Indeed. Isn't there a written document? A constitution? What were they updating when they revised it to include the Valtrian order? Constitutional documents only list down the major items. The key issues and matters which the High Council want to have formally documents. But outside of that, the councillors issue proclamations all the time, and their decisions over time get stitched together into an informal law. Furthermore, punishments for non-compliance is not specified, so that's left to the jurisdiction of councillors. Whatever, I've gotten a little sidetracked. Now to get Jura to send some people over. Year 79 month 5. Mila eventually hired some tree folks, paid some taxes for all the necessary permits, and got started with business. I just kinda let her do her own thing then. There's really no need for me to interrupt and watch over her all the time. I feel I can trust Mila, so I'm gonna let her play her sim hotel while I do my shit. So, I turn my attention on my own priorities, my big 3 threats. Demon King, other nations, and monsters. In dealing with demons, I can fairly be confident in my own abilities. With other nations, I'll need the assistance of the people around me, so Jura's leveling challenges is something I need to find out how to help him, and with monsters, well, I'll just let that be. Actually, looking at it, I've reduced the relative threat level of monsters generally. So far, I've not yet faced any truly difficult monsters, though we do have golems who are territorial, but as a threat, I think they're territorial, camping, nature makes them less of a threat than I initially expected. It's Demon King and the other nations that are the most immediate threats. Looking at the other nations, I'm relatively comfortable with where things are at the moment. I have a large army of beetles, and that should be able to deter the threat of any small armies. For the Demon King, he's about 4 years away, and I've asked Madeus to do more research on when the rifts will start to appear. He says it's usually 2 to 3 years before the Demon King itself, so I might have only another 1 to 2 years of peace before we're back to war with the demons. Master, we're at the North Sinkhole. Horns, delegation of beetles, Alexis's probe finally arrived. I'll soon start deploying subsidiary trees to the location, once they've surveyed the area and find where exactly I need to go. The sinkhole is massive, and I really wonder how no one found it all these while, but then again, it's probably just magic. There's multiple entrances that lead down into the sinkhole, and the area around the entrance are now filled with camps. One of the larger entrances even has a small town that caters to the adventurers' needs, clearly run by opportunistic merchants trying to purchase the collected materials. Apparently, snake skin and snake bile has various uses, some of which can be sold for a huge amount of money. Which location should we pick? All the entrances are taken by the adventurers, and honestly, we'll attract unnecessary attention. We are, after all, a delegation of beetles, and the adventurers will immediately assume we are hostile. Horns, suggestions. Somewhere further away. We're beetles, we don't need to use the ledges, we can climb down the vertical walls just fine. Good point. Alexis nods. If needed, I could use my roots to form new ledges for the beetles to crawl down, or even the roots and vines as a kind of rope for the beetles to climb down. So, after a bit of scouting, we pick one side of the hole where there's already some shrubs and trees. That way the beetles and trees blend in naturally. Could you spawn a biolab this far away? The sensors the probe has isn't as good as the ones on the biolab. Oh, why? The probe eagle can connect to it to amplify the sensors. Fine, the trees are some distance away. Just hold position for a day or so, spawning the roots. To reach such distances takes time. So, what kind of monsters? Snakes. I see snakes. And spiders. A lot of snake-like slithering monsters. There's a lot of them down there. A lot of big ones too. And colorful ones. Horns, once again, with not exactly helpful descriptions. Alexis looks at them. I wonder what's attracting the adventurers. The usual, I suppose. Money, glory, power. Looks like money. Anyway, I'm here for power. Once I get the trees there, then we'll start exploring the sinkhole too. Meanwhile, in New Freaka. Class seed obtained. Dark Knight X1. Experience seed obtained X1. It's a joyous thing, to find an unusual seed from a death ceremony. Since this ceremony started, I've processed about 300 dead bodies, half of it from plain old age, the other half from injuries, fatal work accidents, murders and fights. Most of them do not produce any of such seeds, but so far, about 6 bodies, or about 0.5% seems to produce something, either a skill seed, which is the most common, or a class seed. The rarest seed is the experience seeds. It makes sense, since they give a level. Essences, though, are a whole lot more common. Almost all dead bodies, when absorbed, produce a few essences. Usually simple essences, like essences of knife, or essences of lesser courage, or essence of water, but unlike seeds, essences are mainly used for infusions, their effects mild. Who's this half-elf man? I ask the priest handling the ceremony. After all, for this dead man to give me a Dark Knight class seed, he can't be ordinary. There's a young boy, looks to be a half-elf, and an old grandma next to him, attending the rites, and strangely, they don't feel like family. The man who died looks to be relatively middle-aged, in his 40s, and the cause of death is a stab to the heart. A recent refugee from Nung got into a scuffle with some of the guards and one of the guards stabbed him to death. Came with the boy and the grandma, in the same caravan, so the old grandma and the kid came to pay respects. Apparently the kid and the man shared some kind of connection, so the kid insisted to come. That's all I know, sadly. I see. The priest picks up the compressed bones, and passed it to the young boy. Here, something from that man, for you. The boy nods, and keeps it. Thank you. I'll take good care of Uncle's remains. Is anyone looking after you, kid? The priest smiles at the boy. Ah, I'm living with that granny there. We're working for a bakery now. Ivy, can I ask you to start surveillance on this young boy and the grandma? He's ticking quite a bit of the potential hero tropes. I'm a bit overwhelmed at this point. There's too many newcomers to the town. I'm struggling with 7,000 people simultaneously. Ivy's got a massive list of people to watch, at this point, all the politicians, all the guards, and then the Valtrian Order's people. Well, I'm out of artificial souls. I've collected quite a bit of soul fragments but not enough, not yet. Ah well, drop monitoring some of the Order's people then, those who do not appear to be undertaking any high risk or suspicious. Okay. Ah, I got quite a bit of class seeds. Ranger, archer, soldier, merchant, trader, and various other trades. So Dark Knight's a rather unique class type. Classes are available only to the humanoid races, monsters or the monster-like creatures usually don't have classes, instead they have racial or type levels. A person can gain as many classes as they want, but depending on the race, only some of the benefits from the active few classes manifest. So, Dark Knight. What's a Dark Knight? Oh, knights who tap on the power of darkness. Knights who fight at night. Night Knights. Jura shrugs and laughs. Sorry TreeTree, I've never heard of it. Dash. Research status. iTree Stage 1. Completed. Beetle. Anti-magma armors Stage 3 completed. Beetle. Anti-magma armors Stage 4 to 24 months. Tree. Volcanic adaptation Stage 3 completed. Roots. Volcanic mineral harvesting. Stage 2 completed. Roots. Volcanic mineral processing. Stage 1 to 1 month remaining. Materials testing. Stage 1 completed. Tree lab varieties. Stage 1 to 8 months. Magically attuned materials Stage 1 to 6 months. Basic tree eyes obtained. Limited to 10 feet selected. Trees. Place on trees to obtain multidirectional vision. Can actively look through 2 sets of eyes at any one time. View limit can be increased with root brain complexes. Oh, I have tree eyes, and obviously, I put one on my main tree, and save the rest. I'll need to think where to put the trees properly, since it's limited. In terms of research, I've decided to relieve Trevor from active research duties, so that brings my concurrent research topics down to 4. That's because the valley's growing, and Trevor's energy and focus is needed to manage the larger valley. The forests now extend far beyond the valley itself, and there are now multiple patches. Total number. 94,000 normal trees, some 480,000 shrubs and bushes, about 5,000 subsidiary trees, so he needs his full processing power to handle such a large valley, even with his higher levels. Next, I cycle through my domain. The volcano's activity subsided, but we're not attempting any invasion into the inner volcano for the moment. Although the beetles are tougher, thanks to more anti-magma armors, it doesn't resolve the golem problem. The golems are still too powerful, and deeper still, we spotted a larger golem. They're not aggressive, until we encroach on their area, and so, for now things remain as status quo. I do intend to have more research completed, a different army type and have more tools at my disposal before attempting my next invasion of the volcano. Then, the ginseng plant. I'm on a good streak. It's the longest continuous time I've protected the ginseng plant, and so it's starting to attract stranger monsters. Together with a large army of beetles, both Dimitri and Trevor playing the role of the alarm and surveillance system, we've held off many greedy, ginseng-stealing monsters. I hope I'll get something for Jura to use, since ginseng, like herbs, are supposed to be good for supplementing vitality. Between level seeds and ginseng, I think I'll be able to push Jura up to the next level, but first, I need to make sure the ginseng works. I fear that giving Jura the levels, without the vitality to support it may weaken him instead. Emil and Bell, as part of the Order's many business ventures, run the various crop factories and processors, such as the olive press, the cotton factory, the herbal juice makers, the fermented or dried fruits and healing fruits. A plot of land near my main tree, and another near the outskirts of New Freeka's town has been converted to grow all the different kinds of crops that the Order needs to operate these business ventures. I was hoping Brislock or Wallen can participate, but they seem content with their lives as ordinary elves living in New Freeka. Speaking of business ventures, the New Freakans for now still make the wines for export, one of their most successful ventures so far, that even Salah buys from them. Their master winemakers apparently gained quite a few levels from this project, and is even famous regionally. It helps they have the right kind of levels and skills, since there's a farmer with skills focused on growing high-quality fruits, and also infusing them with a certain kind of flavor, so together, they made wines that have interesting taste profiles. I still wonder whether Yvonne thinks it's worth it to trade her soul for grapes, but hey, she's got lucky with Salah calling off the truce terms and instead offered an unconditional truce. She's supposed to die and then I can use her soul for my own schemes. Oh well, she'll die eventually. Wars, demons, diseases. Something will eventually get to all of us, and I think she'll get killed somehow. Ares too. Ares is still working as a maid and minder for Yvonne, even though she's so free now that she doesn't need a minder. Yvonne's routine now mostly consists of practicing, teaching Roma various things, and then sparring with Lausanne. Other than that, she's at her home in New Freeka, idle, receiving visitors, mingling in public spaces with an adoring populace. She is to some the mother of the nation, the de facto queen. TreeTree, can I ask for something? Lausanne drops by after her usual combat practice. Thankfully, she's gotten over her Tarzan phase, and she's not swinging from tree to tree all that often, except for practice. This special familiar. Is there a price I have to pay? Like, Mom used to tell me, few things in the world are free, so. I'm just wondering whether there's a catch. Why? Surely it's not a statement like that prompts this sort of question. I see it in my dreams when I sleep these days. There are days I forget that we're separate things. It's like it's me. Part of me. And it's strange. Some days, I know what the vines are touching. I feel it. I feel like the vines are like my fingers. It's really, really strange and a bit scary. Is that supposed to happen? I have no idea. I think it might be an ability that the special familiar has. Do familiars meld with their hosts? Don't worry about it, Lausanne. The familiar means you no harm. I lied. I'm not sure, but I think the familiar should not have such side effects. Alexis butts in during the conversation. And what's that familiar powered on? It feels familiar. Like a kind of familiar mana signature. Magic. My magic. Alexis shrugs. Is it? Okay. I believe you, TreeTree, but if someday I want to remove the familiar, is that possible? Can the familiar contracts be cancelled? Lausanne, of course, can't hear Alexis's voice. Yes, I can take the familiar back, so don't worry. How's practice? Is Yvonne a good coach? Lausanne pauses, and then she flashes her usual big chubby smile. Okay, TreeTree. Oh, Lady Yvonne, she's good, but I think Uncle Jura's a better fighter. Well, Jura did gain more levels, and his recent class merger makes him really formidable. Oh, you don't like fighting her? No, not that. I like her. I just have not gotten used to how she fights. It's a different style. But I mean, Uncle Jura's a better fighter in a bigger way. Well, you should get used to different styles of fighting. Heroes need to fight all sorts of monsters. Lausanne nods. Oh yeah, I didn't think of that. You're right, TreeTree, I should adapt to different styles. She walks into the playroom now turned study room, and she grabs a small bag of wooden toys, some small kid-sized wooden swords. I think she intends to distribute them for the kids in the orphanage, now her friends. I'm going to train my friends, is that okay? Sure. Don't go easy on them. Lozan frowns, her lips pout. I can't. They're really weak, so I need to train them slowly. TreeTree, do you think one day you can use your powers on them too? Well, Alexis did suggest a larger sample size. Maybe. I've been monitoring the orphans for some time, and all of them, so far, do not show anything extraordinary. The regular checks using the biolab in the orphanage didn't indicate whether any of them would be special, but then again, Lozan's not special either. So I'm in a bit of a dilemma. Lozan's where she is now, a genius, because of years of consuming essence, dream tutor and power leveling such that she gained knowledge. If Lozan is ordinary, then what if the others are special? But my dilemma isn't really potential, but, maybe, I think what's really stopping me from trying is trust. For Lozan, she has been with me since she was a baby, and that strong bond is why I have invested in her, and she is my guinea pig. Maybe someday she'll betray me, when she finally goes and see the world. But still, it's a mutual benefit. I learn something, and Lozan gets stronger. So, for these other kids, if I start young, and mold these children, maybe I will build such a bond with them too. Most of them, maybe, just maybe, I could link it to the familiar, such that all of them must take the familiar contract, and the familiars would then also help to monitor them. Act as my eyes and ears, such that I can learn more about these children, and in turn, build a stronger bond. Skill upgraded. Symbiotic extension. Skill learned. Minder familiars. Maximum minders, 20. Special tree type obtained. Dreamers treehouses. Lozan, would you have any of your friends who would like to have a familiar? Chapter 45. Seedlings. Year 79 month 6. I chose 5 young girls, around age 6 to 8 from the orphanage for the first batch of the Minder familiars. I've decided to use the Minders in batches, so I can spread out my sample size over time. Why girls? No real reason for girls, it just so happens that Lozan's friends or playmates are mostly girls. Their reaction to having a Minder familiar contract is mostly shock. To them, all they can see is familiar. The status as a Minder is hidden, else they probably won't accept it. Amazing, they said. But these are young girls, their magic just starting to bubble out of their tiny souls. I had conditions, of course, things that Lofen helped me explain. Regular dips into pod, twice a week, so I can track changes to their body and their soul. They have to stay in a subsidiary tree I placed next to orphanage quarters. It's got room and beds for 20 children, though they are all densely packed together like a dorm. This is because my dream tutor only works when they sleep either next to me, or inside me. Practice. Once they accept the familiar, they will go on a structured education and training program, so that they become competent soldiers. I have 20 slots, so I plan to split them into 4 batches, using the first 5 as a guinea pig and refine the process as I go along. There are things I want to identify, such as how does the essence use influence the creation of skill blocks in the soul realm. By looking at them frequently, I hope to gain some idea about how effective are essences, and how much do I actually need to use for it to start having an effect. For the education program, I tasked Jura to appoint some of the Order's militia, to start these girls on simple exercises and drills. This world does not shy away from sending young children to fight wars. I think it's better to train them before they get sent to their deaths. The girls take to training and education with much enthusiasm, showing up promptly and listening to the various trainings and teachers intently. It's a small, focused class. 1 teacher to 5 girls, and it's drawn out of my personal budget. The Order's budget allocates a discretionary sum to me, that I can do whatever I want. Anyway, the girls are really enjoying the structure, which is I find that quite strange, as I remember being a rebellious young child in my youth, but for orphans who never had structure, a welcome change of pace. Next, following up on the whole. Further down, there's a bit of a space warping present, similar to almost all dungeons and to some extent, my own secret hideout. Dungeon. Horn suggests, as the small squad of beetles venture down the hole. Magical presence is fluctuating, seems rather consistent with the presence of a dungeon core of some kind. Not a ley line, I ask. Doesn't seem like there's magical energies of a ley line, do you detect any? Well, Sadly, I know the answer is no. When we conquered the earlier dungeon, the presence of the ley line is clear. My roots, as magically insensitive as they are, could pick it up, because of how overwhelming the ley line's presence was, once you go underground. None of that overwhelming magical presence here, unless it's somehow magically concentrated and hidden. A core, then. It's deep, I think. Alexis's probe walks down the cliff walls. Some snakes and flying creatures start to engage the group of beetles, which the beetles fight off successfully. Master, are you able to place your trees on the cliffs? Further up, yes. But once the dungeon's influence touches the cliff, no. There's a barrier, in which my subsidiary trees cannot pierce. I can use roots though, to create a path. At this point, I'm afraid that's in the dungeon, already. Good thing is, I can see into the dungeon, because unlike the earlier dungeon, it's not blocked. Perhaps this dungeon didn't learn that sort of ability. Or not all dungeon cores have the same kind of power. Ah, could you put a tree right at the very edge, and then lower a bunch of vines down? Something for us to grab on if we need to jump and fight. Ah, the beetles have no problems walking on the cliff walls that lead deep into the darkness below. The darkness itself doesn't scare them either, their vision is naturally adapted to all light levels. But fighting while trying to grip onto the walls is not so easy. Your presence is getting faint, Master. Horns say. I'm still connecting to my probe. Looks like my connection is stronger than yours. It's just really crazy dark down here. Tell Master I'll talk through you. Horns say to Alexis's probe. Horns' communication is also a kind of telepathy. I know. I can still communicate, but that means you've got to protect me. Snakes. These snakes have rough scales. Perhaps it helps them move and hold onto the jagged cliffs. Some of these snakes are like nagas, part humanoid, with 4 or 6 arms, and a long slithering body that helps them navigate the cliffs. The nagas are tough opponents to fight, and easily they can take on 5 or 6 of the beetles before dying. TreeTree, your beetles are not suited for dungeon battles. They are tough, and their bodies strong, but their way of charging and fighting is not really appropriate in this environment. I would say only Horns with his skills is suited. What are you telling Master? Nothing. After another 2 to 3 hours of descending into the abyss, they've decided to stop and retreat, as the attacks from the snakes become relentless. Master, I suggest a full-scale invasion of the whole. Maybe 5,000 beetles, and 50 of the large beetles, all of us go into the abyss and attack everything we see. The dungeon structure is deep, and wavy further down, and there are a lot of monsters, but unlike the earlier dungeon, it's still big enough for a large amount of beetles. A large attack force will work a lot better than a small elite squad. I agree with the assessment. This dungeon seems to favor large, wide caverns and hallways. Ideal situation for a large force to just march in. Very well. Let's do it. Horns, you're in charge. This beetle army is gonna kick some dungeon core backside. Beetles will be the very best. A week later, the adventurers nearby are treated to the view of a massive army of beetles descending into the abyss. It caused a massive panic, but as the beetles did not attempt to engage the adventurers, cleverly, the adventurers took the hint and left the army of beetles alone. And Horns' suggestion is working like a charm. Within 3 days of the invasion, like an unstoppable tide of destruction, the beetles charge in and flood the dungeon. The army of beetles slaughter all the snakes that has the misfortune of being in its path, and cleared most of the dungeon and most importantly, reached the core. The wide layout meant a large force could penetrate all the way in, even if we were outmatched 1-to-1. And the space allowed our superior numbers to gang up on the individually stronger snakes. The core is trying its best to defend itself, spawning and summoning as many snake monsters as it can, but with 3,000 beetles left, and despite 2,000 beetles died fighting all the snakes and snake-like monsters, it's unable to muster an army large enough to fight back the tide of beetles. Bring it back. Horns and the army arrive at the core room, and with a strong nudge from the giant beetle, the dungeon core rolls off its pedestal. And that is how we beat the dungeon. I found it quite funny, because actually what the dungeon core needed to do, to successfully defend against our invasion, is to choke us off, but strangely, this dungeon core's design choice was wide open spaces, large openings, big walkways. Big spaces, big walls, all allows for a large force to rush in and clear everything. Perhaps it's an architect with a thing for big spaces. And why snakes? Perhaps the dungeon core rolled the dice and got snakes. With that, the army of beetles return with a dungeon core, taken from its home. Strangely, without the dungeon core, the deep hole continues to spawn snakes, although to a lesser frequency. Dungeon core. A large circular crystal-like structure, about the size of a basketball. I recall the earlier one being larger though. Or are there many variants? Perhaps it's not something with a standard size. What are you going to do with it? I would like to study it, of course. But between now and when I get that magic lab, it's going to sit in my tree Surrey. Fair enough. Other than that, the beetles also brought back some interesting abyss vegetation. Tree type obtained. Cave trees. Plant type obtained. Deep moss. Special tree type obtained. Cliff bonsai. No levels for me, sadly. Horns and Alexis did get some levels. Sucks being a bystander. Year 79 month 7. Tree spirit, an audience please. Yvonne came marching to my main tree, alone. She didn't seem very happy. Yes. What's your plans with the orphans? I heard from Lausanne that you've given them familiars and started them on some kind of training. It is as you heard, training. I intend to train them into warriors. Warriors. Is that all there is to it? Surely there is more going on. What with the strange things you have been asking them about? She's being rather aggressive. What are you alluding to? If you have something to say, get to it. Yvonne takes a step back, but then, she quickly adjusts her posture, such that she faces me head on, her eyes stare at my tree trunk. What I hear is, there's constant dipping into your pool. That healing pod thing, with all of your feelers. So, I want to know, it's not just training, are you also meddling with their bodies? Are you altering them? And are you meddling with their minds as well? Meddling, yes. Altering, maybe. Well, yeah, I do plan to meddle. That's the whole point. Yvonne shakes her head. That's not right. These are children. You see to think there is a reason not to select children. Wrong. It is because they are children. Children can be easily molded, shaped. Their minds are flexible, receptive to change. And seriously, why now, Lady Yvonne? Yvonne pauses. Maybe when Lausanne starts to tell her what I've been doing with the 5 girls, it just flicks a switch. Why? What do you mean why? Is it not something wrong to start using children for some kind of war plot? As your future war potential. Many nations do so. Choose young children and prepare them for war, in some cases from the day they were born. What I want to do is similar. If you ask me why, ask all the nations before and present, why? Fighting, war, destruction. It's a way of life in this world. Preparing these children for that way of life, so we, have a better chance of survival as a whole, is there a fault? Yvonne nods. It your altering of their bodies and minds. Would it be something that would be irreversible? Such that they may lose their ability to have children? As I currently plan it, no. And seriously, you would know better that the whole matters more than the individuals. Some must be sacrificed, and experience pain, for the whole to succeed. It is, as I said, strange, coming from you, Lady Yvonne. Yvonne's face is complicated, a mix of worry, perhaps disgust, and fear. Would you deprive them of a childhood, of friends? Would you isolate them, make them inhuman? Would this sacrifice that you ask of these young girls, would it be too much for them? Maybe this burden is too much for them. To sacrifice their childhood to be my warriors, too much. But there is no one else, Yvonne. These orphans yearn for a purpose in life, and I give them one. To answer a greater calling, to fight for me. For the valley. For all of us. I suddenly find it strange, that you are concerned for these young girls. I don't recall you being so caring of orphans, when you were in a position of power, so these words coming from you sounds hollow. Quote. Yvonne's eyes are a bit watery. Is she trying to pull the crying lady trick? Sadly, I am a tree and such crying antics do not trigger a protective urge within me. Yes, I didn't do what I could. I had the power, yet, I was too crippled by politics, too confused by all the competing priorities. But now, I still had to speak up. I heard what Lausanne said these girls will go through, and I fear for these young souls. You send them into a life of only war. And so what? This is how the world is. Why do you want to speak up? Are you doing so to satisfy some kind of conscience that you suddenly discover you have? No. I am trying to care for these young orphans. They deserve a life better than war, now that we are at peace. I think she lied. And that's hogwash, really. Peace. You mean this peace that we have because our overwhelming might suddenly scared the shit out of our opponents? This is no true peace, Lady Yvonne. It is a peace built on fear. A fear our power. And if you know better, this peace is maintained by power. Lady Yvonne, if you truly care, and want to care, I would like to suggest you participate in their molding as warriors. Be their support, then. These young girls, they will need a matron to watch over them, to guide and advise them where I cannot. To be a wise elder to these sheep, our future warriors. She froze, and her eyes twitched. Again. You want me to be a part of it? Yes. Since you suddenly have a conscience, come, join the training. Join me in shaping our future warriors. Our future generals, our future knights. Perhaps you can then see for yourself what I am trying to do. Ah, so, was your earlier words just something you wanted to get off your chest? Yvonne finally nods. I'll do it. I'll help you with these girls. Good. Make them strong. We will need their strength one day. Alexis, do you have any results from the tree folk study? Ah, yes. I got the dead tree folk and I'm starting my investigations. So far nothing, but I'm mainly interested in the kind of flexible muscle wood that they have on their joints. Their body is fascinating under scrutiny. It's both plant-like yet they also form muscle-like structures. It's like somebody just blended a tree and a person together to create a tree folk. Replicating that muscle-like structure would mean we could make stronger creatures overall. How long so you need? According to Research Planner, probably 12 months just to understand the treefolk's bodily structures. There's a lot to unpack. The treefolk's brain is also interesting and worth another 12 to 24 months of study, and I reckon would have a benefit to your root-brain complex. Are they not a communal mind structure, like forests are? It is said that forests form an intelligence through the interconnected roots, each tree a neuron. In this world, large, ancient forests often appear to have a will of its own, and over time, this will often pools together, and creates a spirit tree, or soul tree. One of the many ways tree spirits are said to come to existence, naturally. Not exactly. Though treefolk have a head, their brains are actually distributed throughout their body, kind of like jellyfish. It's like a neural network, but with a few large hubs in the head, the heart. They have a heart, yes. Yes. Well, their heart is actually more like this main vessel through their body that runs from their leg to their head. In a way, it's like a large muscled pipe. Never mind the details. News for a distant land, as Nung, Takdi and Salah eventually settle on a peace treaty. Though culprit of the massive blizzard still at large, the blizzard itself has been successfully dispelled, and the weather returns to normal. That said, ground zero of that spell is now a quasi-dungeon area. The presence of such blood sacrifice distorted the area such that it spawns zombies and monsters. It will take some time for the remains of such magic to decay. So, trade gets rerouted around the now cursed land, and the three nations reach a kind of awkward truce. Still, that means less essence for me from this battlefield. Further out, my traveling soul harvesters continue to bring back more souls, more essences of death, more skill type essences throughout the entirety of this continent. Death remains a constant thing. Many small battles, many little monster attacks, little rebellions here and there. More death, more essences. And that is good for me. One good thing about this piece is now I get more knowledge about our neighbors. And as more and more such little snippets filter through the grapevine, I learn interesting things, like, there is a vast sacred forest on the edge of Salah's capital, where the kings hunt. Or near one of the large cities of Nung, there is a large mountain where people claim ancient giants wander. Well, personally, I think it's time to take the war to Salah. They may be at peace, but I still have a small score to settle. The Salah kingdom's capital is really far away, so I have to undo my subsidiary trees that stretch to the abyss. It's the furthest I'm going. If I measure the distance in Beetle, it's about 2.5 weeks away, so I am going to need a lot of subsidiary trees to create a line that connects the entire distance. It's a process that takes about 1,500 subsidiary trees to create a line to bends with the terrain and eventually, the capital. I make it a point to hide the presence of the trees from plain sight, such that they appear natural, and this endeavor took me the whole month, every day, putting a tree, altering its appearance, and then moving on. And there it is, the capital. Skill upgraded. Local rootnet access upgraded. Longer distance between subsidiary trees unlocked. Special trees type obtained. Root relay trees. Max quantity of relay is level X5. Root relay are special trees with the dedicated purpose of expanding your root network. A single root relay can create a simple root network that extends 10x the diameter of a regular subsidiary tree. Does not have other functions. Looks like any other tree. Appearance is customizable. Year 79 month 8. Salah's capital. It goes by many names throughout its history, many kings have changed its name. The most recent name of the capital is Ransala, after the king's beloved but deceased wife, Queen Rani. Next to the capital is a forest, Sala's Royal Grove. In fact, most large kingdoms maintain a grove or a forest, for the purpose of having some supply of highly valuable herbs or plants, for the manufacture unique potions or medicines. Some temples, such as the Temple of Gaia's headquarters, also has a large forest which it cultivates for its own use. Now that my chain of subsidiary tree has finally made the long connection needed to arrive here, I pause for a moment to take in the view. It's a large capital, not as populous as it used to be after the non-human exodus, but still, there's a lot of humans in this city, perhaps 400,000 to 500,000, maybe more, and the city sprawls to accommodate its large population. There are 2 rivers that run through the river, and it merges further down, and this splits the capital into 3 parts. The central southern chunk, where the palace, priesthood, mages and wealthy mostly live. Infrastructure is good, the roads paved, security is top-notch and patrols are regular, staffed with the best-behaved men. It's a place where, to be frank, people behaved nicely, because of the overwhelming presence of the royal guards, and the archmages. It's home to the official traders' market, though in reality it's more of a hipster market catering to the needs of the wealthy and elite. Then there's the east side, where the army's main quarters are, the river ports, and the warehouses. This is also where the Royal Grove is. There's not that many dwellings here, as space is few and far between, the Royal Grove off limits. Then the west side, a large flatland where most of the citizens reside. Sprawling, messy, and infrastructure spotty, it's the definition of a large city where the plans failed to keep up with the population growth. As a result, it's a space where citizens often take things into their own hands, so there are multiple enclaves where there's some form of local rule. Vibrant, energetic, and a space of constant change, the supervision from local authorities minimal, so long as the tax monies continue to flow into the right pockets. Half of the merchant core exist here, and the true traders' market, where the trade volumes are high, and the shouting constant. How do I know this? Well, it was not hard for Jura to ask a Sala merchant to speak of their capital at length. Apparently, the merchants are incredibly proud of the Eons market, one of the largest markets found in the region. It's a nice city. A shame, really. Side story. Lausanne 3. Some time after the orphanage started. Where's the captain? We want the captain. The boys shout. They're busy today. I'm here to be your practice partner. You're not a soldier, you're just a little girl. No, worse, you're a noble. The young boy accused. You're one of the nobles, and we don't want to practice with you. I'm not. And what's wrong with practicing with me? She didn't understand it. She'd never been a noble. Her father may have been the village chief, but he passed away and the village was destroyed. Growing up relatively sheltered from kingdoms and their societies, she's not too aware about the negative emotions associated with nobility, even though Jura and Lofen did tell her about what nobles usually did in other nations. I know you. You're a noble, and we don't want to practice with you. The young boys shouted, some of them really unhappy. The rest of the boys didn't like her too. They all looked at her with a look of disgust, which made her feel a little sad. She didn't expect this. Lofen and Jura asked her to help out at the orphanage, to help teach the other children, those about her age, be their sparring partner for a while. The captains are out on a mission. Why are they so nasty to me? I'm just trying to help. She wondered, but she didn't understand their hostility. Don't come here acting all high and mighty because of your mother. What? Where did that come from? Why? She just couldn't answer. Isn't mom the one who sets up this orphanage? The boys start going out of the hall. Lausanne started to feel that her presence is unwanted by these boys. All she wanted to do is just practice some sword fighting, since Uncle Jura is busy. He said, help out at the orphanage, practice some basic moves with the kids in the orphanage, good heroes do that sort of work all the time. And I agree, I want to be a good hero. But why do these fellow children, who are just around my age, treat me with such hostility? I didn't even say much, all I did was walk in, say I'm helping out with the sword practice, and then this huge tirade of insults. One of the caretakers at the orphanage notices the insults and rushes into the training room. The caretaker, an elderly lady, walks to Lausanne and pulls her to one side of the room before it escalates into a fistfight. Forgive them, Miss Lausanne. A lot of them have a lot of animosity, a lot of anger, so when they see a young girl their age coming in to teach them, they can't deal with it. Please, come this way with me. They're really angry at me. Lausanne nods, her eyes look at the wrinkled face of the elderly lady. She holds Lausanne's arms, and leans in to speak to her with a warm, grandmotherly voice. It's a complicated feeling. These boys, they've got things to deal with inside them, and so these boys they have a need for respect and recognition, a yearning to learn real skills. So when adult soldiers come and practice with them, they feel they are respected. So they don't want to practice with me because I'm a young girl. Even if I have real skills. Lausanne sighs. There's nothing much she could do with those kids who are bigger, if they don't like her. I'll have to tell Uncle Jura and Mom about it later. She looks at the caretakers, most of them elderly women that Mom hired to help run the orphanage. There's about 200 kids in this place, of various ages, and many of them are here because they lost both their parents, mostly during their earlier escape from the slaughter of Salah. The group earlier is around aged 9 to 12. She's sad, but she did promise Jura to help, so she asks for something else to do. Maybe if there are other girls. Well, Uncle Jura did ask me to help out. Maybe I can play with the younger children. Any girls I can play with. Yes, okay. Girls. The lady smiles, and she leads Lausanne to another room where there's about 10 to 15 young girls, probably 4 to 6 years old, playing catch. It's a relatively empty room. They don't have many toys, so they mostly play with each other. Maybe you can join this group. Hi. Lausanne smiles. They're all younger than her, and a part of her feels happy. It's nice that I'm not the youngest for a change. They smile back at her, and they welcome her into the game. This group's a lot more pleasant, she thought to herself. Maybe they're too young to feel much animosity, or perhaps these group is a little sheltered. It's a simple room, a few chairs, but it's well lit by natural lighting, thanks to multiple large windows. Thin streaks of sunlight filter through the leaves outside. There's a few wooden blocks here and there, but that's about all the toys they have. A small girl with a short bob cut walks up to Lausanne. Hello, elder sister. I'm Jian. She's shorter than her. Lausanne smiles and give her a hug. I'm Lausanne. Can I play? Okay. What do you want to play? We usually play catch. Or we throw the blocks back and forth. Okay. Let's do that. They played together for the rest of that afternoon, until it was about evening, and she learnt their names. The biggest girl there is Sammy. She's about 6. She doesn't know when her birthday is because her parents both passed away when she was still a baby, and that's actually fairly common among those who live there. Because the girls don't know who's the eldest, thus, they go with the biggest. Jian is probably a year younger. Like the rest of the girls, their parents died. Or maybe somehow got separated. Most of them aren't very sure whether their parents died or somehow got lost, but this detail doesn't bother them much. Lausanne felt happy after an afternoon of playtime, and felt, maybe she should help them out. I should ask TreeTree for some more wooden toys. I remember we have a lot in the playroom. Did you practice with the other kids? No, Mom. They didn't want to fight with a girl. They wanted the captains. Oh. Lofen nods. She puts down the reports that the other employees prepared. She's got a lot of assistants these days, as the head of the public services. She honestly didn't like paperwork all that much, but there still needed to be reports, to tabulate spending, income, and these are still made by actual administrators, or the priests. Why? Lofen squats to look at Lausanne eye to eye. One of the ladies said it's because they want to fight with an adult. Lausanne sulks. Maybe it's because I'm not good enough. Lofen gives Lausanne a hug and then starts to pat her daughter on her head. No, I'm sure it's not like that. The ladies told me so. The boys said they want the captains. Lausanne, my dear, they don't mean it. I am sure they like you. Lausanne shakes her head. Mom, they don't. Really. Lausanne's face is serious, and a bit sad. Well, they will like you someday. Lausanne shakes her head. HMPH. She leans in and gives her mom a kiss on the cheeks. Good night, Mom. Sleep well. Don't let it bother you. Lausanne shakes her head. Maybe it will bother her that night. Sometime later. Thank you for practicing with me, Lady Yvonne. Welcome. I always look forward to sparring with such a talented young girl. They both give each other a quick bow, and they start their practice spars. Simple swings and strokes, moves meant to warm the body and ready for the real thing. Yvonne is still leagues ahead of Lausanne in terms of skill, but Lausanne's growth is outstanding as she is almost level 30. How's things? Yvonne asks casually, ducking a horizontal slash, and then parrying a follow-up horizontal slash. TreeTree's starting a small class of students. He calls them his chosen warriors. Yeah, he says he plans to train them, and maybe give them special powers like mine someday, but before that he needs to prepare them. Yvonne blocks a flurry of slashes, and retaliates with a body slam. Lozon though activates evasive steps, and manages to avoid it. He says maybe he'll have to fix them if they're not compatible later on. Like how he uses his powers to cure Uncle Jura's curse. Really, why does TreeTree want to do something like that? He didn't tell me a lot, but maybe he just likes us to grow. He says he wants to watch our growth closely, though, as he'll be using some kind of essence on us though. Essence? Isn't that like condensed energies? I don't know, Lady Yvonne. But TreeTree says he has a lot of essences and some other things like his minerals and mana that he wants to use on the girls. Yeah, he told me it'll be good for them. Did you get those as well? I think so. I frequently have dreams where I am training, or where there's someone teaching me things. And TreeTree tells me to dip into the pod every week too. And your mom is fine with it. Mom thinks TreeTree knows what it's doing. She says it's how I get so good at fighting. Wait, you are not naturally talented at fighting. Lozon smiles. If you ask Uncle Jura, he'll tell you I was absolutely horrible at it when I started. But TreeTree's been helping me by giving me these dreams. Lozon blocks a few more slashes from Yvonne, and tries to land a kick. Dreams. Yeah, it's like I'll take a nap at home, and TreeTree's feelers will somehow touch my forehead, and I get the dreams. Tell me more. Yvonne charges, and unleashes a flurry of slashes. Lozon tries to parry them, but fails to parry a few, so she takes a hit from the wooden blade. Lozon staggers back from the impact. It hurts, but she has pain resistance. Oh, it's different every time. Sometimes, it's like there's a voice in my head, and we would talk about things, about a topic. Sometimes it's language, like I'll get a lesson on it. Sometimes it'll tell me about people, about places. Yvonne listens intently. They take a break. Some dreams are really fun. It's like all these colors, and all these images, of really strange things, weird monsters like things and shapes, but they don't attack me. It's like I'm on top of a mountain and fell down. That's like a vision. A hallucination. A what? Never mind. Continue. Oh, then like last week, I had a dream where I was fighting a giant demon. I had really strong powers, and I had to use those powers to fight the giant demon. Fighting demons doesn't sound like a fun dream. Yvonne shakes her head, and takes a drink from her bag of water. Anyway, continue. Lozon nods, and they both step back into the ring. Well, I think TreeTree's trying to teach me something. Sounds like he's making elite warriors. Lozon smiles. Well, he's just helping me be a hero. Yvonne frowns. Lozon ducks, and jumps sideways to avoid a bunch of slashes. Is it? I'm not aware he did so much to you. Oh, he's been fixing my body too, like repairing a bone here, a bone there. And he's got like this thing which can help strengthen the bones and muscles too. It's all in the green pod. I am starting to think the green pod isn't all that it seems. That pod is amazing, Lady Yvonne. It sustained a hero suffering from a demonic curse. It did. Did Uncle Jura not tell you? One of the previous generations of heroes was afflicted with some kind of curse, and TreeTree kept her alive until a cure was found. Before we came. Yeah, I was still a tiny toddler then. But I do vaguely remember a lady constantly being in the pod. Alright, let's stop. They had some more basic exercises just to cool their bodies down. How are the girls receiving this news? They're excited. It's the first time they get chosen for anything, so they are thrilled when they got the familiar contract. They'll need to sleep in a special tree, and have regular dips in the pod. It's like they're going to be transformed into something amazing, so all of them really want it. They should be careful. Tree Spirit probably has his own plans for them, and may not be what they think it is. Lozon smiles. We believe in TreeTree. He'll help us. Yvonne sighs. I'll need to speak to TreeTree. Dreams, physical alterations, hallucinations, need to consume strange liquids. It all sounds a bit like what tribal shamans give to their warriors to whip them into a war frenzy, or the work of some alchemist testing out strange potions. She had heard rumors of creatures that give strange mind-altering substances to enslave minions, though it didn't seem like TreeTree is doing it. She needed to be sure. Yvonne's one of the modernist elves, who have a rather defensive, cautious view of tree spirits, that tree spirits aren't exactly domestic animals that can be tamed, unless one happened to be a hero who focused on spirit control. The modernist elves believe the benign, Friendly myth of the tree spirit is actually a unique characteristic of the great tree spirits of the elf cities, and one should not assume all wild tree spirits to be similarly benevolent. Like the dryads, fairies and other forest spirits, these avatars of nature share a common trait, that they are occasionally ephemeral, flighty, fickle, and manipulative. Though often their goals are aligned to what most elves desire, they should also be treated with caution, for the fury of a tree spirit is often not apparent, subtle. Lozan, though, didn't think that way. To her, TreeTree is friendly and all he is trying to do is help. In their own ways, both of them are right. Chapter 46. Tree Talks. Year 79, Month 9. Did you hear? One of the Mage Guild's private gardens near the Royal Grove was robbed last night. A lot of valuable herbs and plants were lost. Oh, any idea who are the culprits? The mages suspect a mage, so the Royal Guard has been deployed. But there were no traces. It's as if the plants all just vanished into the ground. Can't it be just some thief with a magical bag? Or some kind of plant manipulation artifact? I think it's just an unhappy mage taking revenge. There's a lot of politics going on in the mage guilds. This is just a reaction to the mages' council votes. Ransala. It's a large city, and there are a lot of high-leveled people around. Strong adventurers, powerful generals and mages. Their very presence permeates the air, and I occasionally pick up the effects of their skills, despite me being mostly magically insensitive. A direct confrontation is not ideal, not with the distance penalty I suffer at long distances. This might be the first time I have seen a city. Moton and New Freaka can't compare to the scale and sprawl of a capital city. It's also the first time I encounter enchanted roads. Around the capital, these road has some kind of anti-vegetation effect, and as a result I cannot spawn my subsidiary trees near them. Even underground, the capital has a sprawling network of sewers and tunnels, and they are strangely, also, enchanted. I suspect it's the effect of some masonry skill, or builder's skill which prevents decay and damage to these structures, because logically, using magic on sewers just didn't seem to make much sense. These enchanted sewers prevent my roots from spreading that deeply, and so that greatly limits the extent of my spread. In the city, multiple structures, such as the army's fort on the riverbank, are enchanted with strong defensive magic, which I am yet able to identify, but I presume to be a kind of warding magic. The magic on the fort walls create a force field that repels my presence, and prevents me from placing subsidiary trees and also stops my roots from approaching. I frankly don't know all of these, whether it's skill or magic, either. Or whether it's the powers of a local lord or king which grants such passive benefits to the city which he or she rules. These protections, magic or from skills, are clustered mostly around the old castle, the palaces, the 8 forts around the city, the mages' main towers, the old cathedrals and temples to the gods. The usual places of interest. All of these, together with the layout of the river, meant I have very little access to the inner city, where all the royals are. Still, there must be something I can do. First, is the Royal Grove, which, despite its royal status, lacks magical protection. I guess that unlike the places where the royals live, the Royal Grove isn't worth much protection. So, I extend a few subsidiary trees into the forests, and soon discover that its earth does have some magic. There's also a lot of new herbs and plants that I have not seen. The royal guards and rangers are always on the lookout for monsters or for thieves, but when they spot a new tree, they just go, All I need to do is disguise my tree look like a small shrub, and I can slip through the patrols like nothing. The best reaction I got from a ranger, "Oh, when did this tree pop up?" And then promptly proceeds to ignore that tree. Like, not even an investigation. In fact, the most legit confrontation I gotten is from a woodcutter. I had attempted to expand into the new part of the city, where all the regular citizens live. But the presence of a tree just stuck out like a sore thumb in the messy, dense mess that is the west side of Ransala. So, a woodcutter came up to my tree that popped up at the edge of town, without any hesitation, chopped me down. Chop, 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 and timber. My subsidiary tree fell just like that. I bet that woodcutter had like special woodcutting abilities that makes my tree's defenses absolutely useless. Those poor subsidiary trees didn't stand a chance. Maybe that axe is enchanted to be super effective against trees. But honestly, other than the woodcutters, no one really notices an unusual tree in a forest. I mean, I am discounting the fact that anything green just sticks out in a place filled with houses, roads and shops. Does this world not have tree monsters? Nobody disguises themselves as a tree trunk. Does this world not have ninjas? Anyway, the Royal Grove, and, as my subsidiary tree connects to the other trees in the earth, I get a notification. Gained a passive buff. Connected to an enchanted forest. Herb effectiveness increased by 50%. Oh, funky. Enchanted it is. What's your plan? Alexis asks. She's obviously a huge fan of seeing new places. I've been there. That city. But we've only stayed a few days. It's nice, looking at the city from your point of view. I plan to first gradually infiltrate the capital, have trees and vines throughout the city, then, I need to find the culprits. I want to know whether the commanders that ordered the burning of the village, are they still alive? That's it. If they are alive, do you plan to kill them? I guess so. I should kill them. Is this for revenge? I mean, they burnt down the village, so it's revenge, right? Revenge? Yeah, I think so. Actually, that's a good question. Why am I doing this? Am I just carrying the fury of the burning of the village of Frika in my heart? Kind of silly that I am asking myself this now that I have made the entire journey here. I even invested all these subsidiary trees to establish a connection, a chain of trees that span a country. So, that question prompted me to think about what exactly I want to achieve, and because I could not answer the question myself, I turned to the elves. My fellow survivors, the 7 elves that suffered the consequences of the army's brutality. Lozan, what would you do if you found the one responsible for killing your father? Slap him. A few times. That's it. That bad person, he made me grow up without a father. It is a bad thing. Bad people do such bad things, to me. But, it is so long ago, I was still just a small baby, I do not know what happened. So, somehow, I'm not really angry. Maybe angry, but, it's not really, burn me up kind of angry, you know. I should be angry at these bad guys, because they did a bad thing, but it's not in here, you know. Lozan points to her heart, or is it her gut? She has a point, she's a baby, she's not seen it happen, though she suffers the consequences of it. But that's been her life since. So are you angry? I think I am. But not much, really. Maybe mom will be really angry. Wait, I should be angry. I am angry. You don't sound that angry. I am angry because a group of bad person did bad things to us. But, that's it, I guess, I am angry because I should be, but not angry because I feel it like a fire in my heart. Okay, confusing. Lofen, what would you do if you find the man that ordered the burning of the village? Lofen sat, and she just kept quiet for a while. Lofen, I heard you, TreeTree. I need to think. I just did not expect such a question from you, suddenly. Oh, Lofen kept quiet for a good 15 minutes, maybe an hour. Just alone, thinking. I honestly didn't notice the time. Honestly, TreeTree, I don't know what I would do. Maybe I will kill him. Or maybe not. But me, I think I probably won't be able to do anything. It's been so long, TreeTree. I don't know. Lofen looks really uncomfortable, and she sits down on the large chair in her office. They took my friends, my husband, my home, from me. So you will retaliate? Yes. Maybe yes. But I myself, I tell Lozan not to let it cloud and consume us, that this is a cycle, of how the world renew itself. The world is full of this, you know, killing. People always kill each other, they always find excuses to. If it's not humans, it'll be royalty, or money, or territory. We have always been killing, or getting killed. I sometimes wonder whether maybe it would be demons that got us instead, if it's not the army. I'm confused, Lofen. Why are you talking about that? Me too. I don't really know what I will do. What I should do. I like to think we have all moved on, we succeeded in rebuilding our lives. A part of me takes the stand that living a good life is the best revenge. That not to be consumed by vengeance is the way to move forward with life. Lofen pauses, and takes a deep breath. But the loss, somewhere, it still hurts. When I look at Lozan sparring, I wonder what Ricola would have said. When we celebrate her birthdays, I wish Ricola and all others to be here. She looks really sad then. But does my sorrow, my sadness, allow me to seek vengeance? I know, Cassern once told me that when you've lived through so many years of death, you learn to accept it. But I can't. So what should I do, TreeTree? What's the right thing to do? She stretches. Like I said, a part of me thinks the right thing to do is to forgive and forget. But I don't want them to entirely get away scot-free either. I feel like a statement needs to be made. I'm so torn between those two feelings. TreeTree. I want both. I want to let go. Only with letting go I will have inner peace. But I also want to have vengeance, a statement, some way of slapping these idiots for fighting us when their attention should be demons. Well, I can actually share that emotion. I too thought I knew, but now that I am at the point where I am able to retaliate, I actually don't really know what I want to do with Salah. Do I proceed to slaughter the Salah kingdom, many of whom are similarly unaware of the evil their military commits? Or should I just focus my goal on the true culprits? But let's say I do find the true culprits, is death the right punishment for them? Jura, what would you do if you find the culprits behind the burning and slaughter of Frika? Jura leans back on his chair. I would have the true culprit stripped naked, hung upside down in a public market, and starved, whipped and burned for a few days, but without dying, without sleep. Huh, why? Because he deserves shame and pain. For someone who crossed me personally, I feel to just let the person die is too lenient, too light. He should experience my terrible days, when I was hiding, running, my skin still scorched by the flames that engulfed the village, my feet bruised, the bottom of my skin bleeding, but I had to keep running. All of us ran like crazy for days. So yeah, he should have a taste of that. Okay. But you know, now that I'm the council of the Valtrian Order, I can understand how it got to that point, why the military did what it did. The burning. Even if I disagree with it. Jura. I mean, look, a king exercises his authority through his institutions, and his subjects. What good is a king if there are no subjects that obey his command? So, when a king gives an order, there must be a weight to it, that citizens learn to obey them. We clearly disobeyed the order, so we were punished. Sure, the punishment on us is really extreme, but then, I sometimes wonder, if the punishment is light, who would put their lives on the line and fight for the king? I have heard of death for traitors, death for those who desert the battlefield. What we did is similar. No. We refused to fight when we were clearly asked to. I think there's more to it, so I let Jura continue. It's just some things I think about, sometimes to rationalize why such a tragedy happened. It's a way of coping, to try and understand why it happened. A part of me learns to come to terms with that reality, by accepting that we deserved it. Well, dissecting and rationalizing is a way of coping. Sometimes, maybe that's just fate. The way the gods of this world continue to play their games, and we are just puppets. Jura stretches on his nice comfy seat. It's custom made, after all, he is the council of the order. He kicks his legs a bit, and then swings his two arms around. There's no one else in the room. Jura doesn't actually like having other people in the room when he's working. Besides, he's a level 80 warlord. If somebody can kill him, the guards probably won't stand a chance anyway. But you know, despite all of that, I saw my friends die, so I think I really would skewer the guy. Cut him up, and hang him for all to see. But then, I'll probably look like a vengeful person, and public vengeance isn't something other elves appreciate. So, will you kill him or not? Oh yes, I will kill him, throw him in the gutter. Let no one remember him. And be done with it. Hey, well, I somewhat like that, but then again, I feel death is too cheap. Doesn't death feel too cheap? Life is cheap, so death should be cheap. Always has been. But I just want to settle those loose ends, and be done with it. We've got the living to worry about, future enemies to think of, rather than enemies of our past. You, sure. No. I think. I will only know what I will do when I hold the executioner's blade, and the culprit's head on the chopping block. Maybe those deep emotions will come back. Somehow those answers didn't satisfy me all that much, so I end up speaking to Belle and Emile. I too ask both the girls the same question, about what they would do if they find the person who asked for the burning of New Frika. Honestly, I kind of got over it, and accepted that the gods let it happen. Been what, 9 years? Belle scratches her head. Emile similarly looks confused. I think those humans are evil, but they're mostly dead, right? Have you been thinking about it, TreeTree? Come on, none of you care about it anymore. Sal is so far away, and we're just regular elves, looking to lead regular elven lives. For me, I've not thought of vengeance at all, the only thing on my mind is to return to normalcy, which we have. Belle smiles. It's nighttime, and she sits on her bed. And now we have you to protect us, so that won't happen ever again. So, I won't do a thing. I agree with Belle. I think after the first 3 years or so I stopped thinking about the slaughter. Having a job and a new town like New Frika, we feel normal again. Well, our actions will not bring back the dead. Seriously, These two girls can be a little too happy-go-lucky, even with the destruction. Well, there's Bristlock and Wallen. Wallen sits. I would kick the guy in the groin. And publicly cane him. Bristlock scratches her cheeks for a while. She's a young adult now, I'd have him apologize. For ordering such a hateful, horrible thing. I want a sincere, heartfelt apology. And then I will slap all of them. And yes, I like Wallen's idea. Cane them. Cane them. Use the biggest whip and cane their butts until it bleeds. An apology. That's a good point. An apology, a remorseful one would be good. But if I find the guy, how do I even get an apology out of them? What would you do, TreeTree? Bristlock turns the question around. You were there when it happened too. You watched the village burn. You saw the rest of them die to the swords and fires, while we hid inside you. I actually don't really know. I'm still thinking what I should do. I am confused now. It seems because these elves lived actual 9 years while the past few years didn't feel all that long to me. They seem to have mostly moved on, which, I suppose makes me happy. But then, the two girls laughs, even the wise tree spirits can feel anger and know not what to do, TreeTree, what do you feel they deserve? I think I must have vengeance. But what kind of vengeance? What would satisfy this itch? This little scar in my heart. I look at Ransala. My vision is incomplete, as my subsidiary trees can only see so far. The location of my trees isn't very strategic, unlike how New Freaka is a town built around and with trees, so what I can see and hear is limited. It's been so many years, if I want to be specific about my vengeance, can I even find the person responsible? What if the guy's dead? What if something already killed them? Where should my vengeance go, then? Feeling stumped, I focus on my usual activities. Which is, finding more types of trees to investigate. It really wasn't really hard for some beetles to sneak in using the root tunnels, especially in poorly defended places like the Mage's Garden. It isn't even the garden with the most valuable herbs. The real prize, I think, are those within the usual suspects, the multiple large garden within the palace compounds, a few other gardens in the 3 large temple complexes, and those gardens that are actually in the Mages Guild. It's not easy to infiltrate a city as a tree, what more with? It's generally enchanted paved or tiled roads, and there's really very little vegetation in the town area, except for little spots, little gardens here and there. Doesn't help that because it's a city, demand for wood is high, so there's frequently a lot of workers going around the city to harvest trees. That meant, I have to frequently regenerate my subsidiary trees, else I'd lose a connection to the trees I have inside the Royal Grove. Strategies, anyone? For both the vengeance, and for the maintenance of trees. I ask my artificial minds. Obtain military records. Commands to burn a village should be recorded somewhere. Unless their record keeping is horrible. Ivy's the first to suggest the obvious. How do we do that? None of us can read, so if we do, it'll be with the help of the elves. And I predict the records will be kept in the main military installations, which are magically protected. Sending beetles there is unfeasible as well. The beetles won't be able to beat the high-level individuals in these installations. Ask. Dimitri's views are more direct. How, and who? We have no allies in Salah. The new Freakans are formerly from Salah, they must have allies. They are all migrants after all. Perhaps they even know the structure of the army, and bureaucracy inside out. Ivy responds, she does know their background quite well. If so, would they not be able to know who would have ordered such an action? The fact that they don't means it's not common knowledge. Feeling like I'm getting stonewalled, I speak to Jura again. Perhaps he has some ideas about the ways to proceed. Jura muses. I have an idea. Let's just ask Salah to surrender the officer responsible for the burning. We are an independent nation now, and if they see why we're not exactly favorable to them, they will appreciate that this is something they can do to repair that relationship. Did his diplomat levels make him think of such an idea? Don't worry about it. Let me handle it. We will send out the request, TreeTree. I've been wanting to give the new Freaka High Council a jolt for some time. Year 79 Month 10. The request came from the Valtrian Order, directly from the Council. The letter, with the Valtrian Order's official seal, went out to Salah's envoys, and then to their king. The letter, which is written with unnecessary legalese and noblesse verbose, can be roughly summarized to: Dear King of Salah, on year so-and-so, one rogue platoon of the Salah's army murdered the villagers of Freaka, and set the entire village on fire. We humbly request for the assistance of the Salah Kingdom to investigate this gruesome slaughter and turn those responsible over to New Freaka, such that these criminals may face justice for the murder. Jura, Council, Lofen, Vice Council, signed and marked with their personal seal, along with the Valtrian orders. The informal networks abuzz with chatter, trying to figure out what this letter really meant. How many people know of the burning and slaughter of Frika? Certainly not much, evidenced by the sheer cluelessness displayed by so many. With so many deaths in the world, such things are just a footnote, not worth a mention. Why should a village be any different? Why did the order bring this up? Is this request really something to remediate an offense of the past? Is the order testing Sala's resolve and sincerity for peace? Or will Sala's refusal to assist be the precursor of future war? It is the task of various envoys and diplomats to sieve out the true intent behind a request, to separate fact from propaganda. Even among the counselors of New Frika, there's a whole lot of guessing, and subtle questions, trying to figure out what Jura and Lofen wants. Lofen just shakes her head, smiles and says, "Oh, please redirect any of your questions to Jura." Jura himself just smiles as he responds to the questions from the other counselors. "It's something close to our hearts, we lost so many friends and family then. With justice served, we can then face the dead with peace of mind. Anyway, I leave that aside for now. Justice should be precise, after all." I turn to my 5 new recruits, the 5 girls, a coincidence, I swear. I gave them a special title, the Valthorn Initiates, because they will be the thorns. It's kind of inspired by the old saying, rose among the thorns, only, these roses are going to be the thorns. A part of me feels like I have unintentionally made this into an equivalent to those game of training little ship girls. Anyway, I am digressing. Their training is slow. Firstly, these girls have a lot on their minds, as they have to get used to me speaking to them every now and then. The dreams via Dream Tutor that I have been giving them also made them a bit unsettled, even though it's just dreams made from essences of sword, or essences of spear, regular common essences that I frequently collect from my essence generators, or from soul harvesters and memory collection of the dead. It seems these 5, they see different things despite getting the same kind of essences, and their trainers are somebody they don't know. The dreams lengths are also different. One girl says it felt like she's been practicing for hours, another says hers felt like just minutes of talking. Then is the routine. They are all excited and eager, wholeheartedly embracing the change, but it still takes some time to get used to it, and their young bodies can't take the sudden change, even with my biopods feeding them nutrients. The extent of the workouts and education pretty much overwhelmed them. Even stepping into the biopods is scary, their first time dipping usually accompanied with struggling against the vines and feelers. So, slow progress it is. Maybe it takes a while, like a small sapling, I cannot rush their growth. Strength comes from true understanding, and a strong foundation. It is like planting, the amount of nutrients, sunlight and water must be just right, else you would kill the plant. So maybe I need to adjust my expectations. Spaizzzer. Thanks for reading, and thanks for commenting. I have been getting ideas for other fics while thinking about this FIC, and so sometimes I feel like taking a break to write those ideas. But then, I think about the many readers expecting to see TreeTree kick some ass, so I end up coming back to write this. Actually, that was just a rant about how I wish I struck a lottery so that I can spend more time writing all the fics I want to write. But I probably will still work, at least part-time. My ideal work hours would be a 3-day work week. I find working and dealing with annoying clients, bosses and colleagues, surprisingly inspiring, writing-wise. I sometimes take inspiration from my colleagues, who are occasionally brilliant and at times, evil, backstabbing Sonova beaches. I also salute the multiple hats some of my bosses have to play, mediating silly interdepartmental politics. Anyway, that was a long author note. I hope you like this story. I wrote this story with a very rough outline of what I want to write, so there's a huge amount of filling the blanks to get to those checkpoints. Chapter 47. Wasteland. Year 79 Month 11. A group of druids recently applied to New Frika. They would like to open a druid's house in the town. From what I understand, they were invited by the counselors, perhaps in an attempt to use the druids to counter my presence. Indeed, using the druids' power over nature is a good strategy. If I were faced with a tree monster, I would find ways to weaken the opponent or find a hard weakness. But it's been a long time since I faced a druid, and my levels are much higher now. So, I really look forward to my future interaction with druids. I too want to know where I stand. The elves once spoke of a reincarnated hero, Rona, who controlled tree spirits and nature like the back of her hands. I wonder whether I would bend to her will, if a hero like that comes around. These druids, they would be a fascinating entry-level test case. Wouldn't that mean druids are using some kind of mind control on trees? Alexis wonders aloud. I didn't think of it before, but it is a kind of mind control, isn't it? The taming of beasts by a beastmaster is similarly a kind of mind control if beasts are sentient, intelligent creatures. Well, I wouldn't know, but they can try using it on you, since your physical body is that of Biolab, which is a tree. Then you can be a test subject, and we can find out exactly how it works. Eek. You are right, they might. They totally could. Alexis gasps, her hands to her spiritual face. I need to gain more levels. I suspect I would have some resistance to such mind control or tree control, perhaps as a function of my levels. I would think mind control has a level modifier. Ah well, still, I let the druids settle in, order both Ivy and Trevor to keep watch, and watch each other. My fear is that they may notice Ivy or Trevor's presence, and then attempt to control them instead. These two are of a lower level than me, so I would think the chances of druid skills working would be higher. Other than that, Mila's hotel seems to be doing okay. She's gotten customers and she's spending money on decorations and materials. A few of her hired tree folks act as her runners, they do all the buying and collecting for her. I think she mentioned she plans to add an extra wing to her lodge. Then, the Salah issue. Salah Kingdom responded with a holding letter, saying they will look into the matter, and provide an update when they have more info. Essentially, the diplomatic equivalent of, I have no idea what you are talking about so I need time to find out. Which is fine, I doubt people remember things like that, especially so far away, so I focus on gathering more intelligence on the Salah Kingdom. I too need to know a bit more about Salah, its people, its structure and its defenses, should I choose to attack them. Inspection, as a skill, doesn't seem to reveal much of the enchanted tiles and roads, other than they have been enchanted. It seems it's more tailored to monsters, so perhaps I would need either higher tier of inspection, or a more specialized inspection skill to discern the true nature of these roads. Stumped, I turned to experimentation. I found one of these enchanted roads in a quiet, less traveled part of the capital, far from the city itself, where I could place a few subsidiary trees near the road. And I did my experiments on the road. No matter how I tried to make something grow on these tiles or rocks, the plants just wouldn't grow. I then attacked it with my roots, and it's much, much tougher than any regular rock. It took a few hits, then it starts to crack and break. So, conclusion 1, it's resistant to most kinds of attack, but not indestructible. Either that or these roads have some kind of plant source damage reduction. I would like to meet the person who built all these roads and structures. Perhaps we could talk to the locals in New Freaka. I believe one of Yvonne's confidants is a builder, of the magical kind. Ah yes, the group that uses magic to build houses, perhaps they might know a bit more about these kind of enchanted roads. Maybe all these builders know one another, like some kind of builders guild, or perhaps, contractors association. Must be my luck, Council Jura. One of Yvonne's followers, now also one of the counselors of New Freaka. So, what do I owe the honor of being before the few true natives of the valley? Jura grins and taps on the chair. Ah, nothing too serious, I asked for you to borrow some of your knowledge. I've got some questions, tell me about construction-related skills and abilities. The room's empty save for the two of them, both seated on a chair. Jura has a pot of tea, made from my younger, tender leaves. It's still steaming, there's a small firestone under it, used to keep food warm. The counselor moves, adjusts his body slightly. He's a man of average height, but his build is bulky, stoic, but since his election to the council, he changed a builder's attire for something more formal. How strange, may I know why? The counselor leans forward, he didn't touch the tea. I'm thinking of building a new building, so I thought I ask an expert on what kind of crazy skills would a builder have. It would help me in assessing what I can build, and how long it takes. So, tell me about the great builders of our world. The counselor pauses, smiles a little to himself then shakes his head. Surely there's more to it, counsel. Well, there were no builder heroes. Jura sips on his tea. Oh, that's something I didn't realize, I thought there were heroes from almost all the classes. But then that's another conversation, I want to know about builder-type job classes today. Firstly, there are all kinds of builder-related job classes. There are the entry-level versions of the job such as the draftspersons, the regular workmen, and there are the stronger variants, the architects, the foremen, the master builders. Their passives run the gamut from weak to incredible. A true master builder could build a house out of hay that can withstand a typhoon, a house out of wood that would never rot or spoil, a wall that can withstand a dragon's flame, and roads that could speed up the domain's trade. Am I right to assume the materials are the same, or do these master builders use their skills to change the materials? Yes, and no. A builder, a farmer, a blacksmith, they all have skills, and these skills influences the materials they work with, and it persists until the materials are unmade. A plank of wood processed by a master builder can be many times stronger than one made by a regular builder, just like a blacksmith can work with metal to make a sword multiple times stronger than the work of a regular apprentice. But then what happens when the maker dies? Do these skills disappear? You really are a warrior, Council Jura. It is basic knowledge that non-combat skills have longevity. The effect of a non-combat skill persists longer than the burst one-off nature of active combat skills. The great castles of yore, made by the master artisans, the effects of their skills on the shine of their walls, the foundations and strength of their ramparts, they remain till this day, with little decay, even after the death of their makers. Jura rubs his chin and hair, looking a little embarrassed that the counselor called him out on his cluelessness on such things. True, else they wouldn't be handing down enchanted artifacts and heirlooms. Ah, but let's say I want to know about roads and walls. What kind of skills you've seen that work on walls and roads? Thinking about building walls around the order, Council Jura. Where do I start? Think about it. There are kings with powers to create temporarily nigh impervious, indestructible fortresses and walls. Kings who amplify the effect of roads on travel in their domain. Or mages who can enchant walls with defensive buffs. Highway markers that speed up travel on those who travel along them. Ah, fine. I'm asking about builders. We would have many kinds. Most builders worthy of building anything more than a wooden house would gain some variant of the skills enduring construct, or low maintenance structures, so that they last longer, and need less upkeep and repairs. I would think walls and roads would gain the effects of such skills. Are there dedicated road builders in the world? What kind of skills would they have? Yes, of course there are. The world's skills are as vast as the stars in the sky, but I don't know their skills. I'm a magic augmented builder. I construct things using earth magic, and sadly I have not met a true road builder. And well, that was all the counselor was willing to share, and Alexis had a post-mortem. A metaphor I would use is that these passive skills are like paint. They stay on the object until they are removed. Well, Alexis is willing to share her views on such things. Usually, the benefits of such skills is that they are close to perpetual, they usually can interact and stack with other such passive skills, and the drawbacks is that they're not that strong. So, what's your take on what's happening? Why the roads resist me? You're a pest, I suppose. I doubt the road knows how to differentiate between a tree and a weed, so it just repels all of them. Have you seen roads destroyed by roots that grow underneath them? Roots destroy buildings and roads, so I would expect any good builder would want to prevent his things from getting destroyed. Fine, let's say what you're saying is true, then how about New Freaka? Why don't the roads that are built now, in this area, reject me, if such passives are so common? Maybe because you're part of the native ecology, so the buildings built here are used to your overarching influence and do not regard you as an invader. Or maybe your main body is so overwhelmingly powerful in this area that such skills don't work in close vicinity to you. Or maybe you have some kind of ability in validating all these skills. Frankly, could be a million things. I learned nothing from that conversation. Alexis chuckles. I am glad to have wasted your time. Ah well, I turn my attention to the herbal varieties found in Salaw. There's little spots of greenery throughout the city. The issue is clearly getting there, because of all the roads and buildings that impede my progress. The royal grove's actually rather boring, other than being enchanted. The herb varieties are mostly common, but they are more effective. There's some herbalists and druids that regularly tend to the grove, mostly just healing sick trees and stuff like that. So, back to New Freaka. Year 79 month 12. New Freaka's population is close to 60,000. A wave of new migrants, apparently coming from the north. There's another conflict emerging there, between two countries, and it's a plain old war, apparently over a lady. Turns out, princes from both countries fell in love with the same lady, and now they're fighting some kind of war over her. I mean, seriously, can't they just have a duel or something? And it's winter. Why'd they pick winter to fight a war anyway? It's warmer in their part of the world. A strong warm current and breeze keeps their two shore countries warm, so their winters are, pretty much feels like fall. So they can still fight. Nage. Well, food supplies are doing well. The orders, rituals, for births and deaths are becoming something of a tradition, which makes me happy, because more deaths means more essence for me to feed the 6 young girls that are now in my training regime. According to data provided by Lofen, about 2 in every 5 deaths are now taking the orders, melt in a pod, method of disposing the corpse. Of course, the actual name that goes out to public is more pleasant. Euphemisms. The population boom comes with its own challenges. Clean water, sewage, public health. Previously, the council's workers dug wells, and with some magical help and blacksmith tools, made pulleys and pumps that brings out water from the ground. At 60,000, even with close to 100 wells throughout the entire city, there are still long lines, and the water levels in the wells are running low, so newer wells have to be deeper. And that exposes one huge flaw in choosing this valley as a spot for a town. Water. Unlike a place with a large river, or a large lake, there are a few small streams through the valley, and unless the council is willing to dig really deep, providing clean water to 60,000 is going to be a challenge. The local builders constructed deeper and deeper wells, and also larger, deeper latrine pits. Apparently, one of the ways poop and sewage is processed in this world is via magic, and strangely, the temples of the world usually play a big part in water and sewage. One of the abilities the priesthoods and nuns learn is an ability called Purify and Cleanse, which works on people, and also works on sewage and water. So, the city actually pays priests and nuns, or those with the relevant cleanse skills to regularly process the latrine pits. The poop gets converted, via magic, into regular dirt. Magic is amazing. The process of cleansing the latrine needs to be done quite regularly, else the poop will start to contaminate the groundwater. Again, the priests then use cleanse on the wells to sanitize the water. So, there really is a thing like purified and cleansed holy water. I wonder whether they feel like a quack when they sell such things to regular citizens. In larger city, there are high-level cleaners or mages who can do similar functions, or in some cases, meaning the wealthy, powerful cities, use artifacts that process or decompose sewers. In certain elven cities, their poop is usually processed by a kind of poop-eating worm, which, apparently, enjoys poop and pee as its main food source. Centaurs and lizardmen tribes tend to spray a kind of yeast, or powder, that converts these poop and pee into fertilizer, which leads to an odd behavior of them having multiple outhouses in their farms, but strangely, these centaurs here don't have such habits. Treefolk don't have the issue of poop or peeing, it seems their bodily waste just evaporates from their body, or gets discharged via their legs into the earth. The fact that magic and magical monsters exists gives a wide range of options on how to process such issues. I wonder, how do large dragons deal with their poop? And do they poop midair like birds do? Anyway, enough of my constant off-tangent ponderings. Population consumes resources, and also produces waste, both needs to be managed. Assimilating this growth, and managing it as part of the valley's overall population while balancing and caring for the health of the valley's flora is my personal duty as the tree guardian of the valley. With Trevor's constant replenishment of the valley's resources, and my powers of growth, the valley's tree count is growing steadily. Lately, though, the growth rate is slowing again, partly because of consumption from a larger population. I have timber farms which, the Valtrian order sells to the local businesses, who then make furniture, build houses, and other products. Increasingly, demand is starting to catch up to supply. The speed in which these timber grows is easily 10x, maybe more than that of a regular tree, as a regular seedling reaches maturity within 2 months, yet there is a size limit to the farm. The idea of stone beds, or stone furniture is unappealing to the citizens, even centaurs prefer wooden furniture to stone. Perhaps there is something unappealing about purely stone homes. Centaurs, for example, cultivate small patches of a certain grass, which, when dried, are woven into rugs and paddings, for them to lie on, and these woven rugs and carpets are a must-have for any centaur dwelling. At first, I was unaware of this, but it seems as new Freeka's economy and safety stabilized, the centaurs started yearning for little luxuries, and mixed cotton rugs and carpets start to proliferate. Which meant a market for the cotton. Sadly, Lofen says it's a break-even business, as the selling price barely covers the cost of processing and paying workers to work on the cotton, and then making the carpets. I think this cotton business needs industrialization. There's probably a better way to process the cotton, and I vaguely recall studies and visits to the textile museum. So, Even though a machine like that must exist, and should exist, I'm no master of mechanical objects. So, I can't recreate it. Maybe there's some magical solution someday. Oh yes, where was I? Poop. And water. The reason I am also rambling about poop, is some of the ordinary, normal trees feel sick. My main tree, roots, and subsidiary trees are almost immune, due to the effects of my skill, rhizofiltration, so it doesn't absorb all the other shit, literally, that gets dumped into the ground that contaminated the groundwater. But, my fellow normal trees, normal as they may be, are sick. And, sick trees grow slower. And some may eventually die. That is bad. Dead trees, is a big no-no. I feel for my fellow trees. Year 80 month 1. With data from the root sensors on subsidiary trees spread out throughout the valley, and also the city area, Trevor helped to map out an overlay indicating the pollution problem. I firstly need to know how bad is the poop situation. The source, is of course the city. There are multiple latrine pits, which the frequency of sanitization by those responsible has been a bit lacking. The priests and workers are supposed to cleanse the pits once every 3 days, but it is an incredibly unpleasant task, so they only do it once every 2 weeks. That meant some of these sewage accumulated, and the extra period for it to stew in the pit meant quite a bit managed to contaminate the ground. Furthermore, the effectiveness of the cleanse spell is range limited, so it didn't cure the sewage accumulated deeper in those pits. The first issue is, like I said, the priests are not doing their jobs. They generally view this duty as demeaning for these self-proclaimed servants of God, to literally cleanse the filth of others. Even the priests, those in the order's employ, abhor the task. I hate that part of the job. A priest would routinely say. So, usually the most junior of priests, those who possess the skill, would be sent on the toilet duty. That meant the strength of the cleanse skills are poor, because skills scale with levels, and because of how deep and massive the latrines are. To accommodate 60,000 citizens, the skills of these low-level cleanse just won't do. At most, it just creates a superficial clean and dry layer on top of the rest of the sewage, deluding the priests that the job is done. But I have no cleaning skills myself, even if I do have the ability to filter such toxins and other unfavorables out. The most senior priests on toilet duty. No amount of money will make that happen. We are servants of God, not the city's sewage cleaners. The fact that we send our most junior priests to do it is good enough. The task is seen as dirty, disgusting, and demeaning. Money won't fix it. Can we import the worms? Or the cleaning artifacts? Artifacts are ridiculously expensive. As for the worms, I will reach out to the Elven Kingdoms whether they are for sale. Transporting those worms will need special arrangements, as they rarely survive outside their sewage environment. Jur is rather amused by the sanitation issue. He didn't really feel it. In fact, most of the citizens are not even aware of the contamination of the groundwater, since these things reach deep, not float up above. Trevor's map of subterranean water flow indicates the groundwater flows toward the valley, so as the latrine pits tend to be close to the forest's edge, the new freakins are lucky that their own drinking water is clean. Perhaps if somehow it stinks up the entirety of the town, then it would make them realize the gravity of the situation. Or maybe I should somehow reverse the flow of groundwater such that their wells get contaminated with poop water. Maybe I shouldn't be so nasty. Solutions. Relying on the priests to constantly use cleanse on poop and sewage is not exactly what I consider a scalable and reliable solution. These priests are going to hold the skill as some kind of ransom, eventually, if they discover what it means to the regular trees. And the idea of having an army of priests going around town sanitizing all the latrine pits in a big city just feels lame. So, I need some kind of natural solution, something I can manage. Something that I can create. Jura, are you familiar with plants that survive in sewers or other such wastelands? No. But let me get the herbalist. We do not have any plants that are capable of surviving in sewers. The herbalist responds to Jura's question. Most plants have a natural state, and while these differs slightly, I am not aware of any plants that survive in entirely sewers. We do have plants that can somewhat tolerate sewer waters, though. How about algae? Fungi? There must be something that lives in sewers. I recall trees destroying sewer pipes back home because the roots are drawn to them, so the trees must have some tolerance for wastewater. I find it strange that the normal trees here are unable to process the sewage. They are native, they should be adapted to native waste from the native population. Is it because the type of toxins or minerals in the sewage? What do large cities with their waste? Other than what I told you, no clue. Honestly, Sewers are not something I pay attention to, and our village is so small a few pits is sufficient. Jura shrugs. He's really quite amused by my recent fascination and questions around waste, and he doesn't really get my frustration with dying trees. Trees die all the time, they say, can never heal all of them. Which is true. But I am a tree, and it offends me that I let a fellow tree to die from something as stupid as sewage intolerance. Are you even sure it's sewage? Alexis shrugs. Not a bug, or sickness. And that is how I ordered the beetles to gather multiple wastewater samples from all the different latrine pits. New beetle species unlocked. Dung beetle. No, fuck you, TreeTree. I am not analyzing poop. Alexis absolutely resists letting the poop anywhere near her. I am not touching poop. TreeTree, why are the beetles carrying poop? The elves ask. Analysis. Duh. Can the poop not drip everywhere in the hideout? Despite much resistance, I eventually got the poop into the biolabs for analysis. I do feel disgusted, but only mildly. I think saving the rest of the trees to be a far larger and more important goal. I doubt my feelers and vines feel a thing when they prod and dig into the poop. Well, they do feel kinda moist and sticky, but it's just poop. I'm pretty sure the dirt all around me was poop some point in their long, ever-changing lives. Testing in progress. I suppose feces and poop are considered biological matter, as the biolabs run through a range of tests. It took some time to actually know what's happening since there are so many tests to run, for so many different samples. I need a control group. You want our poop now? Jura, Lofen and the elves are all appalled by my request. Yes. Fresh samples. Just to measure change in fecal composition versus that of the latrine. All of you are healthy, clearly, so your fecal matter should be, too. How do we give it to you? Poop inside those pods. The pods aren't meant for pooping. Biolab upgraded. Biolab now has multiple extra rooms, functioning as a toilet, bathroom, and others for collection and harvesting of biological wastes. Well, you poop in this place, that looks kind of like an outhouse, and the biolab will do the rest. The elves are generally quite disgusted, but still, they eventually did proceed to do their business in the special poop house, designed for collection of their poop. Why are you so disgusted? Don't some societies use cow manure as fertilizer? It's still poop. Anyway, poop or not, the tests must go on. And speaking of fertilizer, would minotaur poop be fertilizer too? Since they are like part cow. Or do I need some kind of bacteria to degrade the poop first? Have I seen a minotaur? Tests. We need more tests. The culprits are still unclear, of what exactly in poop that causes the trees to feel sick. Could it be some kind of disease transmitted via poop? Is it some kind of metal? Some kind of mineral? Or some kind of bug? I need to get to the root of the problem. So, more tests. One of the other things I started Alexis on, since she refuses to look at poop, is to look at the filtering nature of roots instead. My body, due to rhizofiltration that I learned long ago, is able to filter out all these bad things, whatever they are. There should be some membrane-like structure to the roots, either that, or the skill creates some kind of filtering, extracting effect. If I can do it, maybe there is some way to filter the poop, and ring-fence the latrine pits such that their contamination is contained, and perhaps in the future I would find some ways to convert these waste into something more usable, like fertilizer. As of now, the contamination is spreading, ongoing, as people continue to poop and pee every day, so the first step is of course, containment. The source of these pollutants need to be restricted. Research status. Roots. Volcanic mineral processing. Stage 1 completed. Tree lab varieties. Stage 1 completed. Magically attuned materials. Stage 1 completed. Beetle. Anti-magma armors. Stage 4 to 17 months. Material labs. Stage 1 to 6 months. Magical sensors 6 months. Normal tree. Root filters. Stage 1 to 6 months. Year 80 month 2. Did somebody plant all these trees around all the outhouses? It makes it feel like I'm doing my business out in the jungle or something. Must be the druids. I think it's the tree spirit. He's a bit fond of meddling after all. It's kinda creepy if you say it that way. Is the tree spirit watching us take a shit? I doubt tree spirits are interested in us taking our shits, though. I mean, only perverts like that kind of stuff, and we aren't exactly the most attractive old men around. It's a fetish for some people. A fetish for trees. Anyway, I had to implement a stopgap measure. I couldn't get the priests to do their jobs, and I'm not inclined to threaten them, because it reveals a weakness about me. So, I decide To surround the most of the larger latrine pits and outhouses in New Freaka with subsidiary trees, and use my roots to then form a subterranean wall, to block the fecal matter from leaking into the wider valley's groundwater. I can't process the shit, but I have to deal with the shit. So, blocking the shit is my temporary measure. The findings from my first round of analysis of the collected samples reveal that there's no particular culprit. The problem is, well, there's just a whole damn load of shit. There's a lot of minerals that are generally not well accepted by trees. There's also a whole mix of fungi, bacteria, and other stuff, all of which the normal trees normally can tolerate in small quantities. Small quantities. Normally. It's not a result I wanted. Well, I suppose you could have some kind of waste treatment plant, before it's discharged. Like, split the sewage into components and treat them separately. I can't seem to recall the water treatment process though. Alexis rubs her head. Never mind. Focus on researching the roots. That's probably going to help minimize the damage. I'm guessing it's going to be something like filtering, sedimentation, adding chemicals to kill bacteria or take out certain types of metals. I also can't remember the details. It's been so many years since school, and honestly, I wish I could Google wastewater treatment and find the answer. But then, even if I did, I'd have to find ways to develop actual skills or tools suitable for the growing city. For now, the poop is contained by the roots of my subsidiary trees, and because there is just a whole load of poop, even my subsidiary tree's root filters occasionally fail and it absorbs some of the poop, and it makes the subsidiary tree weak and sickly, which Trevor or myself have to step in and use some of our tree healing powers. Important lesson. Skills can fail, and because the roots kind of stop the poop from escaping the pits get filled up faster, so the city has to build more of these pits. Not sustainable. They can't constantly be digging new pits all the time. I need to figure out a way to decompose the poop. You could maybe separate their components. Then store them separately. I think some plants can consume or extract certain kinds of elements in the wastewater sludge. Thus, I ordered some beetles to bring back some of the trees near the sewers of on the outskirts of Sala. Sala's got a vast network of underground sewers, some of which pipes their waste for disposal somewhere further, far from the city. There, the beetles bring back different types of plant samples, collected from near the sewer outlets, and the sewers itself. For my biolab's analysis, I wonder whether I can make a plant able to eat poop. Meanwhile, I want to drop out. One of the girls say, she's tired and frustrated, even if she is making progress. It's too hard. So much fighting and so much studying. I can't do this. But what will you do, then? Another of the girls ask. We don't get chances like this, we're just orphans. The young girl doesn't know. She only knows she didn't actually want it as much as she did. Lozan nods. It's intense. If you really want to drop out, please let Tree Spirit know. It's fairer for everyone, so that someone else who wants it can try it out. Let's not force yourself. I think now you know what you truly want. The young girl cries and covers her face with her palms. She doesn't know what to do, actually. Yvonne sits next to her. I spoke with the Tree Spirit. If you drop out, you will return to being a regular orphan, so you can still stay. But you will lose the benefits you have, like the stipends you get. The girls get some pocket money for their participation. I thought it's fair that way, since this is like an apprenticeship or internship. I thought of it as being a reward for their hard work, since their routine is literally a whole lot of combat and studies. Some eat, sleep, poop and repeat. Rest days are few and far between, perhaps a day in a month. Honestly, my expectations were not very high, but I wanted dedication, and a display of effort from the girls. They need to at least try. Are you sure? Yvonne's sort of their counselor. I think she's probably suspicious of my activities, and doesn't trust my intentions, but because of that, she's taken a personal interest in the girls and is now quite close to the girls, acting like their mother. Or maybe Yvonne's just bored. I don't know. This is so hard. My body hurts everywhere, and I feel overwhelmed. I'm tired. I thought being a warrior, a fighter would be nice, and I'll be those super cool adventurers who defeat monsters and all. I just didn't expect the work to be so much. I don't even have much time to play anymore. Yvonne taps her on her shoulder. I understand. This program is rough. I told Tree Spirit as well, that it's extremely intense, but he insists on it being this way. The young girl sobs. Her friends give her a hug. If you are sure you want to drop out, we'll go and see the Tree Spirit. She nods. The next day, I cancel her familiar contract, and she loses her status as one of the Valthorn initiates. I am down to 4 girls. Though she cries, I think she'll be happier just as a regular person. Ah well, not everyone makes the cut. This is a good thing. The future batches, the girls will now do some self-selection and only those who truly want it will participate. Year 80 Month 3. Salah has yet to provide an update on our request, though from the intel sources Jura has, it seems they are discussing it in great detail. According to the grapevine, it seems that they want to find a scapegoat for the incident, someone related but junior they can throw under the bus. If that really happens, I would be very disappointed, but for now, more intel gathering. After that string of conversations with the elves, I feel a bit magnanimous. I wonder whether I should look past this incident, and maybe, what I do next should not be out of vengeance. But I should still send a message that such actions have consequences. Even if the consequence is 10 years later. Please. Take care of my children and my wife. Protect them from the demons, and these monsters too. I recall feeling angry, these humans, killing the elves, when there are demons out there. Something as scary and overwhelmingly powerful like a demon king, and yet the Freaka villagers all, slaughtered and burnt alive. If I descend into a war with the Salah again, would I be doing what they did to me? Fighting amongst ourselves while a demon threat awaits. It's not going to be long. This month, I begin to feel strange fluctuations in the star manas, and they make my leaves tingle. It's a familiar feeling, like that strange dream I had before the previous Demon King. I feel it, the looming presence of the demons. The first of the many demonic rifts will soon open. Chapter 48. Druidic Conflict. Year 80 Month 4. I have my first material lab. It deconstructs what I insert into its underlying components, and the level of deconstruction is proportional to the energy supply and the level of the material lab. I insert a wooden plank. First, it strips any skills out of it, and there are many skills. They appear as little blobs of light, and most of these skills appear as unidentified. I know the blobs represent skills because one of those blobs is actually readable, fine-cut wood. And so, I draw the conclusion that all the blobs are skills. Besides, what else could those formless blobs be? After that, what is left is raw, unskilled wood in the shape of an ordinary plank. The lab's energies, slowly, breaks the wood apart, strand by strand, strip by strip. The plank peeled off, layer by layer, along the grooves of the plank. Then, the separated layers, or strips, gets further broken down, into smaller pieces, almost little specks. After that, it splits up into its constituent components, like bubbles of air, blobs of water, blobs of unidentified things. It appears like a piece of plank is flash dried and drained of all fluids and air bubbles, and then, one of the last components is mana. Or maybe that life force thing that the souls generate. First revelation of the day, unlike our world, mana actually exists as part of things, even things as simple as wood. Maybe mana replaces one of the primary fundamental forces. Or does it become an additional fundamental force? Somehow, I think I should have known this. Anyway, the remaining strips of dried, airless, manaless specks can be further broken down. But, I need material labs of a higher level. Well, do you want to further develop materials labs, or work towards magic labs? I don't know. It's kind of cool that it break things down to these components. And actually, I can use it to analyze the poop samples. Alexis rolls her eyes at the mention of poop, and she floats away, back to doing her own thing. She's busy anyway. The materials lab takes the form of a single tree outside my inner circle of subsidiary trees, its appearance like any other, but its internal structure contains multiple little bubbles which store the separated materials. It's power intensive, draining quite a bit of energy from the normal trees, with each separation process. I suppose it's kinda like those labs where they spin stuff until they split apart. Anyway, back to the poop samples. I use the materials lab to test out the poop samples, and, well, the first thing that surprises me is that there's also some blobs of skills. Unidentified of course, but, seriously, who uses skills on their poop? Either that, or it's some kind of passive that gets applied. Rhetorical question. Moving on, I run the tests through few more different samples of poop, and then seriously, quite a few of them have skills. All unidentified. At this point, I'm wondering whether it's unidentified because I don't know them, or whether because the amount of it is so small that I can't tell it apart. Maybe the ability to identify it because the quantity of skill is too small. The poop splits apart to more components, like water, air, and the type of materials that make up the poop, and also mana. Oh great. There's mana in poop too. Now that the poop has been drained, dried, and it starts to break apart and easily separate into different kinds of metals, without requiring much energy. What's left is a collection of mostly unfamiliar metals, and some of the usual iron, copper and stuff. Is this normal? Deciding that I probably need a bit more of each type of metals to be identified, I break down more of the poop, including some fresh samples from the elves, and once I got about a handful of each unidentified metal type, at different ratios. Next, I ask Jura for any professionals that may be able to assist on such samples. I'll probably need help identifying these metals. There's about 30 small plates of different metal types on top of Jura's desks, all from splitting up the poop samples. A blacksmith and a merchant came along. It's rather easy for Jura to ask for help. These people are here to curry favor anyway. He's the council, he could give them big deals someday. The two quickly went through the samples, easily identifying them. All of them are just some kind of local metal mineral, our world's equivalent of sand, or tin, or iron, and stuff like that. This world's metal types don't exactly match ours, since they do have iron-like things that are stronger, and also some that are weaker. Variants, but different metal types. Maybe they are alloys. Metals and elements in this world exist in a spectrum, rather than distinct types in my world. Or I think they have a larger, more granular version of the periodic table. Alexis is nerding out. She's paying attention to the descriptions given by the merchants and smiths, and then ask. You should buy some books, then I can explain this better. You can read. Yeah, why won't I know how to read? Wait, did I know she can read? Ask the merchant whether anyone published any guide or summary on the metals and minerals of the world. I placed an order for 3 different tomes on materials and resources found in the world. I wouldn't want to make basic research from scratch, there should be some body of knowledge already in tomes and books. Back to the poop analysis, that material breakdown of knowing what the metals are kind of did nothing. Though the merchants are able to identify the metals, it still doesn't give me an idea whether those metals are harmful, or beneficial to the plants, since their knowledge is more of use for trade, and metalworking. Also, I can't rule out that there's most likely an optimal level of each metal, and exceeding that would result in some kind of poisoning, and a deficiency may result in stunted growth and other kinds of problem. So, there's to be more studies. More tests. I ordered the beetles to take samples of the dirt throughout the valley, around healthy trees, and around sick trees, to compare the composition of the dirt in the ground. Maybe there's some minerals appearing in different ratios which may lead to something more conclusive. Frustrating, isn't it? There's no skill that just tells you what's wrong, other than something's wrong. On the contrary, I feel happy that at least I need to use my head. And because of it, I'm getting you, Trevor and Dimitri, to run more tests. I was just thinking, wouldn't the druids know the answer? Asking the druids. That's a good point. Let's use this chance to test out the druids' abilities. So, with a bit of backhanded string pulling, Jura managed to get the newly settled in druids to pay a visit to a small patch of sick trees, somewhere on the edges of New Freaka. What do you think? I was told something's wrong with these trees, but I can't tell what. There's 4 of them, all of them look middle-aged, dressed in robes, and they kneel over the ground. They all have a wooden staff of some kind. Natural diagnosis, a druid calls out, and his wooden stick glows. A spirit-like wisp appears and enters the ground, and then after a while it comes back out. The wisp tells me there seems to be groundwater contamination. The ground's concentration of metals are all too high, particularly whiteton and green iron. Oh, I know that Another of the druid touches the ground, picks up a bit of dirt and tastes it. I think he used some kind of skill there, but I couldn't quite make out what it was. He looks a bit puzzled, and then he spits. Agreed. Groundwater contamination, likely to be from the city. Council Jura, I suggest we move all the trees somewhere a bit further away. Can't you heal the trees or the ground? We could, but usually the sickness will come back after about a month, unless you find a way to stop the groundwater contamination. The earth itself is contaminated, due to exposure. To the city, healing the trees is just a temporary fix. What do you normally do in such cases? We move the trees. There's usually no way of convincing the populace from changing how they live, just for the sake of some trees. The druids shrug. Trees are just resources to most normal people. Jura just nods, looking around. The druids continue to touch a few of the normal trees. So, do you want us to move the trees, Council? I don't think it's necessary, though. Another druid speaks up. They are just mildly sick. At least, they look better than they did a few months ago. Jura shakes his head. Well, leave them here for the time being. We'll know if things get worse if they start dying. Thanks for your time, druids. Jura passes the 4 druids a bit of coin to thank them for their time. As the druids and Jura walks back to New Freaka, one of them asks, Council, may we have an audience with the tree spirit? I understand you speak to it often. Oh, why? Well, we are druids, we make it a point to meet and greet with the tree spirits of the land. Kinda comes with the job class. Ah, that is a druid thing, no. The druids grin, yeah, kind of. I see, I'll have a word with the tree spirit. In the meantime, I am still trying to process what I just saw, i.e., the druids actually have skills able to diagnose the problem, without the need for experimentation. And why do I not have a similar skill? I have a few theories on this, but I think I want to see what they are up to. As for the waste situation, it's sort of under control. With my subsidiary trees, roots acting as a barrier and filter, the sewage's leakage to the greater valley is now limited. The druids clearly can identify the problem, though their solution was meh. Moving the trees is a solution, but I don't like being moved, and I think the trees won't like it too. Personally, I think it's not really an issue about meeting the druids, but I had to prepare, so I called Madeus and the Order's top guys back in for explanations on the druids. I'll get straight to the point. I've met druids, many times in fact, but I don't know much about them. So let's start from the beginning. What do they do? What are their powers? The leaders stare at each other, and they shift a little uncomfortably. One of the priests goes first. They're tree lovers. They tend to go around healing the land after the destruction left behind by the Demon King. The druids are famous as the major supporter of the restorers. They can summon trees and animals, use wood magic, earth magic, and water magic. They also usually have some animal companions as well. The captain's pretty much reciting the norm, sounds like the usual myth around druids. Did the makers of this world somehow started off as dungeon masters? Anyone know the specifics of their jobs? Like, what do they do? When I was a young child, a druid came and gave simple tips on farming. He tried to teach us the power to boost fertility and speed growth, but none of us picked it up. Fine, clearly they have some ability to have earth and restoring powers. Are they like some kind of generic mage but with more of a focus on earth, wood and water? I ask. Madeus nods. Close, though pure mages like myself think druids are a bit of a hack, since druids mostly borrow powers from their surroundings and neglect their own physical and mental training. So, druids pick their battlefields, such that they have more power and things to tap on, but that's kind of predictable. Okay, they have some kind of connection to the surroundings too. Anyone knows the history of druids? Everyone shakes their head. Some say they learnt it from trees. Some say they learnt it from treefolk. Fine, how many types and groups of druids are there? Who exactly are the druids in my valley? They're from the far southeast, and they are under the Huden, one of the 3 largest groups of druids. The other 2 are the Tarimba and the Mulfic. The 3 druidic councils are just, well, kind of like guilds. They are separate but work together for common goals, like restoring the land, and focused on training. The councils themselves are neutral, but their druids are free to work with any kingdom they want, though generally speaking, most druids will avoid participating in the kingdom wars. Okay, what do they want? I don't know, really. I think they're just interested in you, tree spirit. What do they want with me? Everyone shakes their head. Trevor, Ivy, what have you got? After my discussion with them, I consented to the meeting a day later. Next day, the 4 druids, they came without their apprentices and assistants. They came fully in their druid-ish attire, that includes some kind of headwear that resembles an antler's horns, or a wolf headdress, elaborate and fancy carved wood staffs, armor and all the rings they can wear. Dressed for combat, druids. Jura chuckles. Well, Jura himself is dressed up for the purpose. Sword in hand, armor. It is but a tradition of druids, to show our best to the tree spirits, especially when we face the tree spirit's true body. One of the druids say, but he looks nervous. My seeing eye notices the subtle shaking in his hands. The 4 stand in the inner circle of subsidiary trees, before my main body. Jura on one side, I have horns hidden in the corner, but I think they can sense his presence. They look around, and they sweat. They whisper a bit, so softly, or perhaps a skill, that I couldn't make out what they are saying. State your business, druids. Jura prompts the guests to start. The 4 gave a small bow. We are druids of Huden. one of the many caretakers of the land and those who live on it, protectors of the forests and trees, and we, humbly, seek an audience with the great tree spirit of the valley, as we come to seek an understanding of the needs and wishes of the valley and its true guardian. Flowery greeting. I chuckle, they sound like they practiced it. They sound nervous. Alexis whispers into my mind. Their body is tense. They might be up to something. Ivy advises. The 4 druids' eyes start to have a green glow, and I felt my defensive instincts kick in. Tree spirit, we come in seek of your name and hope to gain your blessing. Oh well, my roots are ready to strike at any time. Oh, I'm TreeTree. What kind of blessing? The 4 druids glance at each other. I think they gulped, but I'm not sure. Is that all you're here for, druids? Jura sounds a bit amused. No. We'd like to acquire the tree spirit's blessing. What blessing? The 4 druids share a glance. Surely the tree spirit is testing us, we mean the blessing. Well, I've got no idea what you are talking about, so explain what this blessing is. I really don't know what blessing means, yet the 4 druids seem to take the question a bit negatively. They don't seem particularly keen on answering the question. One of the druids step forth. He looks to be the youngest, but his staff and headgear the most flamboyant. O great tree spirit, the aspect which we ask, we will give our share in return. We offer our services, and that of the Druid Council of Hewden which we represent. Our oath, as druidsmen, as guardians, to come to your aid, should you ever find yourself in peril. Okay, but what's an aspect? I wondered then. So you introduced the concept of blessing an aspect, can you explain? The first one kneels. Both knees on the ground, his staff embedded in the ground. I felt a bit of magic swirl around me, it feels kind of pleasant, so I didn't feel a need to react. I later would realize this was when I made a mistake, I should have stopped them there and then. The second druid steps forth, standing next to the first. O great tree spirit, behold the oath of mortals and the true mother, a promise as ancient as the world. Give us your aspect, and we shall give you ours. Green glowing lines start appearing throughout his entire body, and then he kneels. The green glowing lines then flows into the ground, and forms a greenish glowing circle around the 4 druids. It still feels rather pleasant, and then I noticed I'm starting to get a little sluggish, like I'm drunk. Ivy, Trevor, I try to prompt my tree minds to help, but then I notice all of them, including Alexis, are in a daze. They're struggling to fight off whatever the druids are doing. What are you doing? Jura and Horns notice, so they quickly jump in, attempting to break the ritual or spell, whatever that is. They're both unaffected by the effects of the ritual. Maybe because it only works on trees. They charge in, but a barrier of some kind repels them, pushing both of them far back. Despite feeling like I had too much alcohol, like a happy drunkard, I managed to collect my will together to activate my anti-magic aura, which sadly doesn't really work on that barrier or the ritual that they are using. Still feeling dizzy, I pull my mind together and I used root strikes on the 2 druids. A glowing wooden shield magically appears and blocks the root strike. The 3rd druid steps forth. O great tree spirit, for the land requires us, requires all of us, all of our worship and care. The 3rd and 4th druid are both covered in green lines, and this time, I notice that their familiars are out. 2 massive wolves, also covered in similar green lines, and a small wood-like bear appears. I'm starting to shake off that drunk feeling, just a minute into the ritual, and so I unleash more root strikes. One of the druids calls up a large half-wooden totem with a beetle head, and it creates a shield that blocks my root strikes. Each strike puts a crack on the totem, instead of the shield, and the totem needs about 5 to 7 hits to crack. Meanwhile, Jura's easily stronger than the 2 wolves, yet despite how much pain or damage they receive, they just keep getting in his way, the 2 wolves really determined to stop Jura from interfering with the rituals. Druids, what is the meaning of this? He shouts, while trying to shake off the 2 wolves. The druids focus on their ritual. 2 minutes into the ritual. O great tree spirit, we seek your power, to complete our oath to the true mother. The 4th druid steps forth, and both of them enter into a kneeling position as well, just as the earlier 2 did. To protect the 4 druids, more familiars and creatures appear, 2 tiger-like creatures, a cat, and the owl. They are all large, easily the size of an elephant, their bodies covered in the green lines, and their job is to block Horns from entering the circle. The 2 wounded wolves now gets backup from the tiger and the cat. Jura then unleashes some kind of sword skill I've not seen before, and it instantly dices up all the 4 animals. Yet, the druid's not done. Another wooden staff appears. This one has the head of a tortoise, and it glows. The glow restores the diced up animals, and makes them whole almost instantly. 3 minutes in. The 4 druids are mumbling, singing some kind of hymn. Whatever ritual this is, it's really quite fast. They certainly prepared for this. The totem cracks and breaks apart, as my root strikes land a few hits. Ting. It's then, I got a notification. 4 druids have each entered into a non-cancelable druidic aspect contract with you. New familiar contract type obtained. Druidic aspect contract. Druidic aspect contracts allow druids to use lesser versions of the master's abilities. You've received 8 druid class seeds. The glowing green lines on the 4 druids fade, and along with it, so does the barrier. The 4 kneeling druids stop kneeling, and one of them almost jumping. We did it. It's not over yet. We still need to run. The one druid clearly realized they're not out of the woods just yet, and so they quickly start to run. You 4 are not going anywhere. A wall of roots appear around them, and the 4 druids attempt to use their druid powers to interfere with the roots, but it didn't work. Not this time. But the root strikes got to the familiars and skewers all of them. Jura charges in, he's furious, and the druids attempt to dodge. Don't kill them, yet. I mentally ping him. Oh, I am gonna interrogate them before I do. Maybe I should torture them. Hang them on trees in the city for attacking me. The tip of Jura's sword close in, now on one druid's neck. Take a step and I'll cut it off. All you 4 wanted was this, druid-style familiar contract. I ask aloud. I think I have a massive communication problem with the natives. Why do so many of my encounters with the natives end up like this? Why didn't the druids just ask nicely? Seriously. I like to think I am a reasonable person, I can be negotiated with. Right. Do I have a sticker somewhere that says, pushover? Just take whatever you want. Written on me. Jura, his sword still at the druid's neck. Answer the tree spirit's question. One of the druid nods. Yes. We made a contract for the tree spirit's power. Sigh. I honestly didn't know what you mean by blessing. Why didn't you just have a bit more patience and explain? All of you wanted this familiar contract-like thing. This is the blessing. One of the druids mumble. Yes. I'm annoyed. I'm sad. I'm angry. The roots form a cage, trapping them all, thorns and barbs close in. They attempt to use their druid powers to move the roots, but it's not working. The 4 druids realize how much deep shit they are in. Immediately all 4 of them kneel. No, they literally prostrate themselves on the ground. Our sincerest apologies, oh great tree spirit. We thought we'd never get a chance to get this close to a tree spirit of your level of strength. We apologize for our recklessness. Please don't kill us. What sort of stupid assumption is that? Access to the true body of all the great tree spirits are heavily restricted and controlled, and here we are. 4 mid-ranked druids getting the chance to meet a great tree spirit. We had to jump on the chance. One of them started to justify what they did. His hands and head was on the ground, prostrating. We thought we would never get a chance. Fools. If I could yell like a villain, or an evil angry emperor, I would. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't kill all the 4 of you right now. The cage's roots closes in, the thorns on the roots make little cuts, but nothing lethal. I mean, how'd they think they'd get away with it? Come up to me, use this ritual-style spell, which gives them some level of protection, but do they think they can run away from me? Seriously. My roots span the valley. Even if they succeed, I'd still be able to kill them. They would have to knock me down for at least an hour, or 2 for them to even give themselves a chance. We really mean no harm. We really mean what we said during the ritual. We will come to your aid should you see it, us and the Huden. Rubbish. I can protect myself as it is. We offer you our services. We'll revoke whatever arrangements we had with the counselors. Anything. I still plan to kill all of you. Not good enough. One of the roots pretty much pokes the druid's skin. We can arrange the archdruids to provide you with unique items. We can arrange for you to be in contact with other spirits. Oh, other spirits. The druids pick up on my pause. There are other great tree spirits too. The Druid Council of Huden, our senior archdruid is in contact guardian tree of the elf capital, and also the giant lilipod city's spirit. If we tell them about you, we can make some arrangements for the spirits to commune. Well, meeting other similar tree spirits is something I always wanted. Please spare our lives and forgive us. I recall the 4 of you say you are but ordinary druids. How can you arrange for us to meet with the other spirits? We can't. But our archdruids can. I'll do my best. No, I'll give everything to arrange for it. Please, don't kill us. Fine. I suspend your punishment. On a few conditions. All of you will remain under house arrest in New Freaka and the Valley. Make any attempt to leave, and all of you will die. If you need to, call for more druids to come assist you with all the necessary arrangements for me to communicate with the other tree spirits. If any of you try anything funny, all of you die. You all will remain in Freaka as my guarantee, until contact with the other spirits are established. If I don't have contact with the other tree spirits within a reasonable amount of time, of perhaps 3 years, all of you will die. And I want you to cooperate with me fully, and you will revoke your arrangements with the counselors. Double-cross me or attempt to use any kind of ritual or spell on me ever again, and I will not hesitate to put my roots through all of your skulls. The 4 druids breathe a sigh of relief. Certainly. Go. After I let the druids go, I called for a meeting again. I wanted to know what's causing all these people to react so recklessly in front of me. Why did the meeting unfold in that manner? I complained to the audience, the senior leaders of the order, and when Jura explained how it went, Madeus pretty much facepalmed. To be fair, your main tree is really intimidating and scary. Even walking in the woods feels intimidating. The priest seems able to relate to the feeling. Lausanne walks in and out without a problem. Lausanne's not a good example. It's the order's captain that offered a bit of honesty. Council Jura, Lady Lofen and Lausanne are natives, and so they are oblivious to its appearance, but for the rest of us, being before your main tree is like standing before a council of monsters. The presence of the various ghosts and wisps around your main body, the crackle of magic radiating from every root, branch and leaf, how the surrounding trees feel like a prison. Those strange trees around you, are that few trees that look like they've been burnt and charred by thunder. Seeing it for the first time, had nightmares. It's a place for monsters, for gods. The druids probably panicked, overthink, and probably did what they thought they wanted to do. Oh, well, the layout of my main body is surrounded by the 2 tree mines and their root-brain complex, the soul forge and all its extensions, the labs and pods, and then a ring of subsidiary trees, home to the beetles and spiders. The canopy is covered in webs and vines, and because of the effects of soul forge, black, there are all the soul collectors floating around. And maybe Alexis's body as well, which appears like a deformed mutant tree. Fine. Next time, all meetings will be held here. Only those truly deemed worthy will face my main body. I guess that's why access to a tree spirit's main body is restricted. If they are all similarly high-leveled, their presence is going to be incredibly intimidating. Now I'm really curious what the other tree spirits are like. Year 80 Month 5. Back to the sewage issue. Containment by way of subsidiary tree works, for now. Long-term solution is still in progress. Broadly, the idea we have, is to use plants and algae to digest the sewage. I can't help but feel that I'm a tree, so all solutions I develop must involve trees, kinda like how everything looks like a nail when I'm a hammer. So, I let Alexis take the lead on the plant samples, so she conducts research on all the different kinds of collected plant samples. The hope is to develop some kind of poop processing hybrid plant. There are some plants with slight tolerance, so the idea is whether that tolerance level can be amplified such that the plants are able to obtain some kind of resistance. There's promising results from algae and trees, but as with all research, more time and more samples needed. Well, it's just time. I have plenty now. Meanwhile, Trevor's in charge of the materials lab, with a focus on creating filtration systems, whereby the different elements of the sewage is separated. Different plants have different tolerance of elements, and if there is no single sewer-eating miracle plant, then it'll have to be multiple plants working together. To do so, splitting the toxins is critical. At the same time, Jura and the Order lobbies the Council to actually build a proper sewage system. The sewage system will then connect to a sewage tunnel, and that tunnel will move all the sewage to a designated spot out of town. That spot will be where my future sewage processing plant be located. Jura phrased the argument to the council using pride as the main emotional hook. I admire that. How can any self-respecting capital city still rely on primitive poop holes? Can you call yourself a developed nation? If New Freaka wants to be respected as a kingdom, it got to have a proper sewer. Think about all the adventurers it will train, all the secret passageways it will create. Sewers are a source of revenue, a source of jobs and experience for newbie adventurers. No more poop holes. More time for priests. Less regular cleansing needed because the poop can pile up out of town. And so the council debates the New Freaka subterranean sewage project. Year 80 month 6. Demons. News of their presence spreads, through the merchants, through communication spells, through artifacts. Demons, humanoid demons. They are humanoid, and yet have appendages that resemble weapons. Some in the form of spears, some in the form of swords or axes. They also seem to have particularly strange behaviors, building fortresses and camps, which, never done in recorded Demon King history. The news of the multiple rifts sends all the nations into high alert. When did the rifts appear so quickly? Unlike all other occasions, the number of rifts are significantly more. TreeTree, you'll protect us, right? Lozan asks. Yes, Lozan. But if you had to fight them, will you? Lozan pauses. She's 11 now, and it'll be another 9 years before she's mature physically. If I can, I'd like her to stay out of it. Yes, I'm not as strong as I'd like to be, but yes, I will protect my family and friends. Good. I don't think she's ready yet. But sometimes, you've got to throw them into the water. Chapter 49. Skillsets. Year 80 month 7. We need to talk about defenses. The council gathered in the large meeting room, some of the councilors sigh. First up, we need walls, and more soldiers. We already have walls. Not enough. The news coming from those near the rifts are quite concerning. The meeting is led by Yvonne's replacement, a guy called Arza. He's been in the job for some time now, but really, he's just a very clever coordinator and spokesperson for his faction of councilors. The other councilors look at him quizzically. Is there something that's on your mind, Council Leader Arza? Council Leader's an informal title, since all in the council is theoretically equal, but there's always one taking a chairing role. Yes, demons. Our defenses are inadequate for demons, with their numbers and their strength. We need to urgently improve our defense. Walls don't work against demons. They've got crazy numbers, and they've got those large monsters. Not this time. The news coming out from the nations facing the demons is that they are like. Arza pauses, and then he takes a deep breath. They are like us. They're using our tactics and strategies. That's absolutely crazy. Are we talking about demons? One of the councilors. In recorded history, demons have never adopted our tactics. Arza nods. I think it's crazy too, but, it's our chance to bolster our military. We needed this excuse. You mean? Arza pauses, and whispers. We've lost the druids. We've got to find something else, and this is it. Then we must. We'll take this excuse to raise taxes, and train more soldiers and mages. We need the order's money, and this is a good excuse to force them to collaborate. If they don't, we'll shame them publicly for being selfish. I see. But doesn't. Wait. Why would that work? Council Leader Azra. The order's strength is the tree spirit, no. The tiny militia and force they maintain is just nothing compared to the amount of warbeetles they can deploy. Indeed, so we have more to gain. We need to use this excuse to adjust the revenue rate that the order gets, so here's the message I want everyone to spread. The order's not spending enough on defense. We need the money to defend the city. So the idea is to make the order seem like they are spending money on frivolous things like collecting plants and animals, gifts for babies and doing unnecessary rituals. One of the councilors object, I wouldn't talk about the rituals. They're quite popular among my electorate, and many find them meaningful. Stick to the collection of plants. Agree. Wouldn't this move backfire? Maybe, but we must be subtle about it then. First, we need to expose how the order spends their tax money, and then tie it to our defense needs. Show the people that they are not doing what they can to defend the city. They have beetles, Councillor Azra. I know, then we must explain to the people that beetles are not trustworthy. We need our own strength. The strength of our people. Inspire them not to rely on a secretive power, like a tree spirit. We don't even know whether it will protect us when it really matters, or will it only choose those it cares about. Think about it. We embed a belief in our people that we must rely on our own mortal strength, with powers within our control, ideally, with us, the councilors in charge. We represent them, whereas the tree spirit is unelected, and it is a magical being, not mortal, not one of us. Now we suffer the whims of a magical creature. Where is our dignity? A murmur around the councilors, mostly in agreement. So, we must have more walls, more soldiers, more mages. We may not be stronger than the army of beetles, but I'll be damned if we are beggars, begging for mercy and protection from a magical creature. Our founding documents say they would protect us. Myths tell the tale of when the great cities who suffered the wrath of dragons who no longer wanted to protect them, tell the tale of the city who fell when the sacred beast turned on the royal family. Isn't the message of that story about doing good because the royal family was evil? Doesn't matter. It's about self-reliance, strength. We were refugees, and if we fled Salah to be subservient to a magical beast, what good is there? Counselor Azra, is this something your faction thought up? One centaur counselor speaks, an independent in the sense that he is unaffiliated to either the Order or the Independence faction. That's partly because his voting district also comprises the slopes of the valley, where the rural centaurs live rather happily. Azra pause. Well, yes. I agree on the need to bolster the city's own strength, with more soldiers. I also agree on the need for more defensive walls. Yet, among the centaurs, treefolk, and even the lizardmen, Eons presents a reassuring force. So, tone down the rhetoric, it will backfire on your faction's election chances. HMPH. We'll see about that. But more importantly, glad to see you agree with our need to improve our own military prowess. The centaur shrugs. Meanwhile, the druids. The druidic aspect, familiar, is clearly a double-edged sword for the druids. On one hand, they get to store about 3-5% of my power, depending on their own level, for their own use, but, because of the link and how it's magically entangled with me, I can see them clearly, wherever they go in New Freaka, kind of like how Lausanne glows like a light bulb in my overview of the valley. In other words, I can observe them through the aspect. The aspect steals their experience and mana too. I did recall that the familiars take a portion of the experience too, which is why I level up when the contracted warriors die, but in the aspect's case, the ratio is even more skewed. I can also see their skills, and also mark 2 skills of my choice as targeted, for collection on death. Oddly, there's a time counter on those marked skills. I think it means it takes some time to mark the skills. So much for blessing. Are the other tree spirits also secretly taking skills from their believers? After all, how would they know that their blessing is actually not free? But if so, why do the tree spirits not give it freely? Aspect contracts are limited to level divided by 10. You are allowed up to 13 aspects. Limited again. Just like familiars, which I can give out about 132, since I am level 132, or the possession of the devoted, which I can give 5. I suppose there is an mana maintenance cost to it, which is why these are limited. These 4 druids just used up 4 valuable slots. But they are called druidic aspects, so only druids can use them. Druidic aspects can be awarded to druids, herbalists, farmers and gardeners, and variants. Can also be awarded to treefolks, with no job class requirements. Confusing system. You need a massive cleanup. Anyway, I did somewhat regret letting the druids go, and I do realize I am not very good at making high-quality decisions when I am in a spot. The druids could read my interest in meeting the other spirits and manage to therefore save themselves. So what do I need to do? Being able to make good, high-quality decisions. That's something I need to try to do, but if I fail, what should I do then? Honestly, I wanted to help you, but their spell made me feel so drowsy and weak that I couldn't. But hey, should I kill and drain the druids? Well, I thought of looking, studying and learning from them first, since I have them under my custody. Pods. The druids gulp. Go in. Are you planning to drown us? You are not making much progress on arranging the meeting. It's almost 3 months. In. The archdruid is coming. He needs to assess the situation. Please don't do this. In. The vines and roots pull the druids inside, and all 4 of them are now in the biolab pods. They struggle a lot for adults, compared to my 4 girls, who are getting rather good and used to the biolab. One of them even say it's quite relaxing. Under the scope, the druid's body is actually rather ordinary. They have a spring like any other, and a collection of stones around the lifespring, which are the skills and levels of the druid. What's quite unique are the animal head-shaped stones, which are the link between the druid and their animal followers. Then, the druidic aspect. The aspect takes the form of a vine-like plant. It grows and makes a space around the spring, and its vines and roots spread around the stones, growing into the gaps between them, like a well that's partly abandoned and now reclaimed by plants. Some of the stones around the spring have more vines around it, but most of them just have little roots at the sides, like little climber plants. The aspect's main body, a large central flexible trunk, is like a parasitic plant living on the wellspring of his soul. On the aspect's plant body, there are 3 large gourd-shaped organs, and from a little prodding it reads. Aspect's storage organ stores energy from the main body. Strange. I think back to Lausanne and Jura's souls. In Lausanne's case, The familiar appears like a separate plant in the shape of a sunflower, growing at the side of the well, but it doesn't have vines or feelers growing like crawlers on the well. Instead, her special familiar has a strange swirling portal. In Jura's case, the Eidolon bamboo doesn't even appear as a plant in Jura's soul spring. Instead, there's something in the shape of a bear statue that has a small waterspout on its mouth, and it's located outside the soul spring. It seems the relationship of the druid's familiars would be similar to bamboo, since they too appear as statues or stones. I would later discover, from the druid's mouth, the druid's familiars actually not familiars, but actual animal spirits, which have agreed to become their companions. These animal spirits are actually somewhat similar to artificial souls. They form from the collective energies of many animals of their kind, the remnant outer shells of animals' souls. Druids and beastmasters have an ability to separate the outer shells of their slain animals through a ceremony of some kind, where the inner soul is sent forth to reincarnate, leaving the outer shell in their service. That said, it is also possible for druids, beastmasters to form lifelong bonds, a kind of soul contract, whereby the animal serves them for as long as they live. These sorts of bonds are rare, but also way more powerful. It's also why the animal companions of druids and beast trainers are usually able to independently gain levels, due to them retaining a part of their souls. Back to the 4 druids, I decide to let them be. The aspect's presence in their soul spring is fascinating, and is something I want to watch. So, rather than let them do as they please, I task them with training my 4 initiates and Lausanne. The 4 young girls are doing well, though I should be looking for 5 more new recruits soon. They are now about level 10, and have gained basic proficiency in the usual sword, dagger, staff and shields. They are just 6 to 8 though, so they practice with wooden weapons, and with wooden dummies in the training room. That forms the bulk of their combat practice, on top of spars against each other. Still, a very long way before they can enter battle. I would reckon they need to be at least 12 before they would fight any real battle. The Minder familiar keeps me updated on their levels. The moment I focus on them, a game-like panel appears, and shows me all the skills and levels their mental state of mind, whether they are happy or sad or stressed, and also their health, whether they are hurt or healthy. It's helpful, and allows me to tailor my dream tutor and the nutrition I am feeding them. Like when they are stressed or frustrated, I would have a bit of that calming fruit tea on the menu. Lately, my control of dream tutor improved. I still can't control the exact specifics, but I can use the essence of summer in dream tutor so that they get rather pleasant ones, like beaches, warm suns. Things to help them unwind. I also regularly talk to the girls, but they are young, so it's usually silly things, like how far does a tree see, or how high do I go? Year 80 month 8. More rifts spotted. Apparently there's a few rifts near Sala, but they are on the other side, so it'll be some time before they get near me. Their army has been dispatched to deal with the demons coming out from the rifts. So far, only heroes have the power to close rifts, so the rifts remain open, and the army stations a garrison force near the rifts to fight the demons that come out. If only we have our star mana powers again, then we could close the rifts. Mila pops by after so long. Do you want to go back into battle? True. Meals shrugs. She's gained a lot of levels since her hotel started operations 1.5 years ago, so like Alexis predicted, her mobility increased, though she still mostly stays back in her hotel. But maybe we can help, somehow. We are stuck here. What do you have in mind? Mila's body is like a treefolk, and frankly, it takes quite a bit of effort to figure out she's not a treefolk. She has a dress that's formed from wood, and for her, changing attires meant changing how the wood's shape around her body. Maybe we should try to help the next generation, perhaps research. The materials lab should count for something, right? As they discuss, I turn my attention to research. Research status. Beetle. Anti-magma armors stage 4 to 10 months. Material labs. Stage 1 completed. Magical sensors. Completed. Normal tree. Root filters stage 1 completed. Metal hyperaccumulator trees. Stage 1 to 12 months. Phytoremediation process. Basic 12 months. Dedicated filtering blackwater plant. Stage 1 to 6 months. Looking at research, we had some normal trees gain filtering abilities, and this allows them to reduce the effects of the poop contamination. But the materials lab is more of a properties kind of lab, which identifies the components, the qualities of materials, and also in distilling the different types of materials. It looks like there are further upgrades, which allows me to design specific materials and forge special alloys, but that's a whole lot further down the road. Next, is the magical sensors. The magical sensors are instantly installed on my material labs and gives me a reading of the mana flowing through the air, and the composition. Mana has many types after all. It also detects spells and area of effect skills. Together, with sensors in multiple material labs, they form an array able to triangulate sources of unusual activity, like sudden surges of energy in the air. At first, there's a whole load of false positives. Spells are being cast daily, in many battles throughout the world, some not very far away. Adventurers of New Freaka constantly travel the region, slaying rogue monsters and bandits. Or priests and healers in Madoy's Academy for the junior students. All of these false positives had to be removed. So, we had to set a very high threshold to remove all the lesser spells from detection. My assumption is they probably won't be much of a threat. TreeTree, can we help the next generation of summoned heroes? Mila asks. Alexis has some ideas, and she thought, well, we need your help. Honestly, I'm not sure why I should help the next group of heroes. From what I hear, heroes are pretty dangerous. They have a whole lot of magical power and are extremely idealistic. But isn't protecting the world from demons aligned with yours? Protecting the valley means also protecting it from demons. They certainly overlap, but what are the benefits of helping the heroes? Protecting the valley. Honestly, if it's just demons, I don't need heroes. Alexis pauses. True. But would you permit me and Mila to aid them? I can't control Mila, since she is her own independent soul, so. Frankly, if she did, and it's not against me, I won't stop her. Fine. Great. Year 80, month 9. An uneventful month in the valley. Training, practice, observing the druids and citizens. Eavesdropping on conversations about battles from far away, against the demons. The humanoid demons are appearing everywhere, and the battles are getting more and more intense. Unlike all recorded history of demons, this time, the demons have brought a special item that spawns demons, and it takes the form of a camp. Larger variants have been spotted in places where towns and villages used to be. And so, it could be said that overnight, all mortal wars ended, as the focus turns to face this new era of demons. Demons used to be a continental affair. Only a few rifts would open, and when they did, it's usually not far from each other, at least, until the Demon King comes. Not anymore. And for me, the big question is, why? Why did the demons, after what seems to be years of taking the same strategies, finally trying this sort of carpet bombing technique? Year 80, month 10. I chose another 5 children, this time, 2 boys. Overall, due to the relative peace in New Freaka, the number of new orphans is trending downwards. Still, accidents, fights, and death is inevitable, and there's also migrant orphans. In certain communities where there is no capacity to support another orphan, it is better to send them off to a place where they will be cared for. Anyway, the first 4 girls are around level 12, the highest level is level 15, with 8 levels in soldier. This job class thing is fascinating, and more for me to learn. As for Jura, he's still at level 80, and stuck. Well, which is why today, I harvested a 3-year-old ginseng plant, leaving 2 others to continue maturing. 3-year-old magical ginseng root. Permanently improves life force, faster mana, stamina and health regeneration. So, how do we use this? Jura holds the ginseng root. Even though it's 3-year-old, it actually looks like it's a 100-year-old ginseng root from my old world. I think it's a mana, and probably my influence and bounty. Do you want me to cook it? Mila offers. There's a cookhouse in her lodge. No, I'm trying something more direct. Please step into the soul forge. Okay. Jura looks at the lightning burnt tree, and then steps in. I thought about it for some time, and essentially, what I want to do, is try to inject the ginseng into his soul spring. It sounds like some kind of cultivation novel when I describe it like that. And so, I attempt to start up the soul forge, and start the merging process. I got an error message when I put the ginseng roots in. Ginseng roots needs to be further refined before can be used in the soul forge. Refining requires access to an essence concentrator. Essence concentrator. At the same time, the soul forge is still active, Jura is still inside. His body, sleeping, in a special altar, within the forge tree. And a prompt appears. Do you want to remove some of Jura's skills or job classes? Doing so will free up life force to learn other skills, or gain levels. Removed skills have a chance to be converted into skill seeds. Skill seeds made this way cannot be reused on donor. I suddenly recalled the day, Some 6 years ago, when the Wisp told me about surrendering of levels and skills. Why didn't it work when I captured the Ranger? It's called surrendering. If Jur is willing, you will be able to remove skills he don't want. And as I recall, you partially succeeded since you received a few skill seeds and class seeds. The conversion odds are higher if it's a voluntary surrender of the skills. So surrendering skills isn't exactly all bad either. Is this like Pocket Monster game again, where you unlearn a move, and somehow there's a chance the move you unlearned gets transformed into a TM? In a way, the soul's ability to support the person's level and skills is limited, and this ability technically allows min-maxing. Can a hero surrender his hero class or blessing? What comes from the gods can only be removed by the gods. Side story. Akbar and Amp, the demons. Sometime around year 80, month 9 TreeTree time. Every demon king is slightly different, every generation of demons, usually a variation of the previous. Scholars, inquisitors, demon hunters have often wondered why it is so, but since these invading demons don't seem to be able to communicate, no one knows for sure. Still, the inhabitants facing the demons could still observe and make a note of how subtle differences exist. The first demon rifts reveal little hints about the characteristics of the demon king they face, and the sort of battles they will have to prepare for. Usually this meant elemental and/or monster variants, like how Andros had earth golems, earth centipedes and fire hounds, and as time went by, it's more, larger versions of such monsters. Spotting a demon rift is something every warrior learns by experience. Seen it, and you will remember it for life. The way reality itself warps and breaks, a tear in reality that links to another world, it is an unforgettable sight. The portal to the demon world. General Akbar. A human knight rides up to central camp, there's about 5,000 soldiers here. Commander Akbar. The older man emphasizes. I've been demoted, and you need to remember that. Had it been in the city, you can get in trouble. The knight shrugs. You're still my general. Anyway. Commander Akbar frowns, and gives the knight a stern look. Get to it, what's the status? How many demons did you spot? 1,200. Surprisingly easy to get a count, now that they look like humans. They made something that resembles a large house or camp. Still no sight of the rift yet, I'm waiting for the other scout to report back. Demons, making camp. Commander Akbar scratches his chin. What has the world come to? I must see this. The force of 5,000 men marches towards the site of the reported demon camp, and indeed, what they saw is indeed a demon camp. There it is, Commander. The demon camp's surface resembles a dark reddish hue, its existence as if magic itself was forced to form the fabric. What's it doing? Akbar starts counting, his eyes looking through his portable telescope, right at the demon camp. He watches intently for about 30 minutes, and then it's making more demon soldiers. Get the mages, I want a magical reading on this area right now. Akbar's hunch was right. The camp's location had slightly stronger natural mana and energies. There's only one decision to make. The camp had to be destroyed before they spawned more demons. They crushed the 1,200 or so demons easily. A few days later, back at the camp. The news is unsettling. Akbar pored over the news coming in from all the other continents and kingdoms. Demonic news didn't have the usual diplomatic embargo and political filters, and frankly, Akbar enjoyed fighting demons. It's just plain fighting, without the bullshit of politics, or the worries over the unnecessary death of others. It allowed him to be a true military man. The only thing he had to focus on is to crush this faceless demonic enemy. There are so many. Both of his aides nodded, and they looked over a rough map of the world. It's one of Akbar's personal collections as a general. Akbar places a small red flag wherever they receive reports on rift sightings. There are multiple rifts in every large continent, and even in smaller continents. In earlier Demon Kings, the rifts were concentrated, most of the time, a single continent. Maybe two, at most, and even those, the bulk of it usually formed on one continent. It didn't take much for Akbar to conclude the obvious. This demon is planning to overwhelm the world with sheer numbers, by attacking everywhere simultaneously. One of the aides shakes his head. But, does it matter? If they come with us with that tiny force, scattered throughout the world, they won't be a threat. And the heroes will come around and save the world when the Demon King arrives. Akbar frowns a little at the aide's statement. 2 knights and a mage walked into the war planning room. Akbar looked at his aides. True. But between now and the Demon King, is at least a few years. This tactic may potentially destroy the world before the heroes even appear. So what? We can stop them. The quantity from the rifts reported so far has been small. Akbar paused and remembers the demon champions. No reported sighting of the champions yet, though they often arrive before the king. The other aides answered before Akbar got to it. If the demons can build camps that generate more demons, their quantity won't be small for very long. How many rifts do we know nothing about? How sure are we? All these are the only rifts out there. If the rift and camp was made in a secluded area we know nothing about, they could suddenly surprise us with a large force. True. How's the analysis on the camp and the demons? Akbar asks. The mage shifts uncomfortably. A soldier ran into the camp. Jean, sorry, Commander. The mages, they turned into demons. We had to kill one of them. Akbar's eyes widen and he stares. When did this happen, and why did I not know about it? It just happened, General. The soldier shouts, trying to catch his breath. Been running. The mages, they were just meddling with the demonic staff, and suddenly it started to absorb one of the mages. So we had to destroy the staff, and we couldn't save the mage. Akbar stops. You know about this? No, sir. The mage in the room shakes his head, but then he walks over to the soldier to talk. Before Akbar could ask more, another person comes in. He's a mage too and he looks younger than the other mages. General. Commander. We have the report you wanted. Akbar glares at the young mage. He's unfazed. What happened? Accident. It is quite unfortunate that I could not save him. But we now know that the staff seeks magic and consumes it to create demons. The two aides pause. So, my guess is should probably seek out major magical locations and dungeons, and seek to take over them. But how does the demons expect to beat the dungeons with their tiny force? Dungeon, generally, have a respectable defense force, and multiple boss-level creatures within their base. Maybe not immediately, but over time their force will grow. We must let the world know. Akbar acknowledges. This fact may be helpful for the other nations. Commander, we must first report this to High Command. The king will want to know before this is shared. One of the aides says. Akbar nods, but inside he just feels annoyed. Politics. He could see it coming. The king probably wanted to sell this information for money. The awkward truce with the Nung and Takdi wasn't something the king enjoyed, especially since he wanted his reign to be one of glory. And so Akbar and his retinue returns to the capital, Ransala, leaving the rest of the force behind. The rest would continue to hunt demons, and look for the rift. The journey took them a few days, and soon Ransala enters their view. The massive sprawl of the city, the faint stench of human activity, the smell of the forges and factories, it's a sign they were getting close. Even at night, one could see the dispersed glow from the city's lights. The aide cheered. Civilization. I can't wait for a hot bath. The captains are relieved. One of them is from the capital, so his family is here. Akbar just sighed. As a military man, he never felt like he has a place in Ransala. Earlier in his career, he lived fortresses and camps, and till this day, that is where he feels where he belonged. Ransala just reminds him of all the politics of the court, unnecessary reports to various nobles who wanted to build rapport, and bureaucracy. Don't look so glum, Commander. Let's have some good food. And good wine. I hear there's quite a good vintage coming from New Frika, something we've never managed to try before. One captain nudged the aide, signaling him not to mention New Frika. Akbar just shrugged. Well, perhaps he shouldn't be so upset. The capital does have a whole load of good eateries. Well, let's do that. I do miss having properly cooked food from a good chef. The group passed a damaged set of roads, some trees and shrubs. I notified the city that we are arriving soon. The aide messaged the city using some kind of message spell. At this distance, the spell doesn't cost much mana, and the message decay isn't bad. Akbar's mind is still occupied with the strategies of this generation's demons. What will the champions bring this time? Is the demons' plan to split the heroes? He distracts himself and looks at two rings on his fingers. One made of a greenish gold, another just regular silver. Anyone coming to greet us? The aide shake his head. Akbar smiled. Best news I heard all day, then. He hated the whole greeting and welcoming ceremony, frankly, the best thing since his demotion from general. Even his aides know how much he hated it. Let's eat some good food. Since they didn't have a welcoming ceremony, that meant he also didn't have to immediately go and face the king or the senior ministers. Not that the king is eager to see him. So, the group went for one of the many famous eateries in Ransala, this one located on the Commoners District. Despite being the Commoners District, There are many such eateries, serving adventurers, or wealthy merchants, or just some young men looking to impress a woman. They had a spread of grilled meats and roasted meats, mostly from the nearby farms, and also some of the edible monster meats, and a few different dishes of potatoes and yam, accompanied by wine. They have wine in regular wooden cups. Though glass is available as a material, it's far too expensive for restaurants to use regularly, given how often these glass things break when an adventurer brawl happens. Akbar, his aides and the two accompanying captains took their time and dined. Their conversation began with demons, because, well, that's their job, and it was an easy thing to talk about in a dinner with colleagues. Most of them wonder when the demon champions will start appearing. Demon champions are still the single highest risk outside of the Demon King, and there's usually multiple champions. In terms of actual destruction, the champions are probably ahead of the Demon King. The captains joke about running if they ever seen one, and Akbar just nods. I would run too, if I see a demon champion. And they all laugh. Demon champions are difficult. Even a general like Akbar would need a strong mage and healer team to defeat one. But once all of them were progressively more drunk, the conversation turned to less serious topics, like how's everyone's love life, and whether Commander Akbar will ever remarry. Or other silly things, like what some of the soldiers are doing when in camp, or stupid manliness challenges. One of the aides talked about his failed dates with the local girls whenever they go on expeditions, and the rest of them just laughed, but they all also admire his guts for trying to date girls from all the various villages. As they were about to leave, two men approached Commander Akbar. Are you Commander Akbar? Akbar's a little tipsy, but he still manages to turn and face the two men. The two look like plain ordinary villagers. Their presence honestly didn't seem anything special. One of Akbar's aides, probably more drunk than Akbar, tried to step in. Why are you bothering our commander? The aide's usually a little more timid. Maybe it's a alcohol-fueled machismo. May we talk to the commander, just for a while? One of the men smiled. He's polite. Commander Akbar looked at them, quickly glanced through them from top to bottom. If they wanted to rob or kidnap him, they did not need to ask. Though, even while drunk, Akbar could easily fight off two men, and his alert passive did not trigger, so he's got a good hunch that these two men didn't mean to harm him. Besides, he's got a general class, and that meant he could hold two men down, easy. The aide's attempt to respond on Akbar's behalf was stopped by Akbar's hand. Yes, let's talk. Back inside, Akbar pointed back to the eatery. The two men nodded and they walked back. Yes, inside is fine, but without your aides, please. Just something we want to ask you personally. Akbar smiled. Let's use one of the private dining rooms then. They can wait outside. Commander. No. General Akbar. The two men sat. It's a small room, with one round table and chairs for 6. Akbar sat opposite them. What do you think of the demons? Akbar chuckles. They are bad, of course. What kind of question is that, anyway? Demons causes tremendous destruction and death, can't be negotiated with, and doesn't have any useful functions. The only possibly positive thing about them is the demolite, left behind when the demon kings die. Do you think the heroes are doing a good job of fighting demons? Not as well as I think they should. Akbar spoke his mind. He had a hunch they were leading him somewhere, but he'll see. The two men grinned. Great. Do you enjoy fighting demons? Akbar paused, and stared at the two men. Enjoy fighting demons? In what sense? I'm sorry. Have you ever thought of joining a cause dedicated to fighting demons? Akbar's stern eyes meet with two others. The room felt heavy then. I'm afraid I need a bit more than that. What exactly is your cause? At that time, a third man appears in that small private room. He materialized from the two's shadows. Akbar, though, still didn't react and just took a sip out of the wooden cup of water. I was wondering when you would come out. As expected of a general. Proper introductions. Now, I am from the Laenza Alliance, a secret society. Allow me to do the full explanation. The Laenza Alliance's main purpose is to support the heroes in their quest to defeat the Demon King, and we would like you to join us in that quest. Akbar didn't react, he just took a good look at the man. Have we met? Yes. But that matters little. Our issue is the coming demonic conflict. We believe you've realized the gravity of the issue, and so we'd like to invite you to join us. He felt familiar, but Akbar couldn't pin it down. Akbar sipped from the cup of water, and said, when you say, support the heroes in the quest to defeat the Demon King, what does that actually mean? You want me to put my life on the line and fight the Demon King myself, together with the heroes? Well, no. You won't be the ones actually fighting the Demon King. Ultimately, The heroes received the god's blessing, and only with the blessing can the heroes hope to stand toe-to-toe with the Demon King. Our presence in that fight would be unnecessary, we may even be a hindrance. I would say, we would be throwing our lives away. So what do? We, the lanes, aims to support the heroes, by spotting them early, guide them, remove the barriers to their growth, and give them what they need to progress. Barriers. Akbar looks at the three lanes of men. Politics. Bureaucracy. Think about it. These otherworldly heroes, they arrive in the world with very minimal guidance from the gods. They are lost, despite their gifts, and when they meet the locals, they need time to find their way. If it so happens they come under a nation's protection, kings and rulers often have their own political agenda. Every step of the way, they face resistance and unnecessary barriers, from locals who have no idea whether they really are heroes, to politicians and rulers who seek to manipulate them. The man paused to catch his breath, and then continued. Our role, the Lanes, is to offset those resistance, help them discreetly, and where we can, take them away from politics. We try to be the first, or among the first to find and contact the heroes, and to offer them assistance, guidance, training. And if the heroes need any special equipment or items, or need to get somewhere, we try our best to help them along. Akbar sighed. It suddenly occurred to him that the heroes have it rough. They start off weak at first, thrown into a world they know nothing about, they are still young and naive, and that usually makes them gullible, and nobles usually try to manipulate them. It suddenly made sense how things usually did work out for the heroes, especially if there is a secret organization that supported them in the shadows. So, would you be interested? I have the feeling that you already know I would be. The shadow man offered his hand. We must hear it from you. Akbar nodded, and they shake hands. Yes, let me be a part of it. The shadow man took out a ring with a single red stone surrounded by various smaller red stones, and passed it to him. Drop you blood in the ring's inner stone. Akbar gently pricked his finger and a single drop of blood touched the inner stone. It glowed gently, a soft reddish hue, and then, the shadow man walked over and he too pricked his finger. A drop of his blood in the same ring. The two bloods mixed and the ring released a red flash. The ring, it's invisible to all but the rest of us who also have it. It marks the Lanza, and is how we communicate. Akbar put the ring on, and he could feel its magic mix with those of his own. The ring fitted nicely. Intricate carvings. Made by our mage smiths, from where we are from, Rongo. Akbar nodded. That is far. The demons, Rift, are everywhere. And we follow. True. Welcome to the Lanza. We have taken too much of your time, Commander Akbar. We will not keep your aides waiting any longer. The three give a gentle bow, and the shadow man vanished into the shadows, again. Chapter 50. Tree uses heal, Round 2. Year 80, Month 9. The fact that I'm here means it's not good news for the four of you. A lady arrived in New Freaka, and quickly found the four druids. There's many other ladies looking like her, and she didn't emit any visible presence or magical energy, so her arrival didn't even trigger any of my sensors. A mature-looking lady. In human terms, she'd look like she's in her 50s, though I suspect she's probably older. Despite her diminutive size, she's petite. Her very presence sends the four druids into a tense combat stance. The enforcer. The four fumble over their staff and call out their familiars. They are right in the middle of town, and the citizens clear a space. It's common for brawls and fights to break out in town, and citizens generally know to just give way. When there are fights among adventurers or people of that level, everyone would just let them fight. I've been busy, and I wish I could have come sooner. But you know how it is, investigations take time. A crime would be committed months ago, and only now the sentence is meted out. Such is the speed of justice, always lacking. The lady shrugs. She's dressed in a loose-fitting shirt and pants, but it's clearly woven with high-quality materials. When she takes out a scythe from nowhere, all my alarm bells start to ring. She's not exactly tall, she's petite and well, probably on the older side, but the way the massive scythe swings around her, I knew she's trouble. An intense aura spreads around her. It even makes the subsidiary trees around New Freaka feel heavy. It's some kind of suppression aura. On what crimes? The druids put on a brave face. They attempt to feign ignorance in the face of the lady. Oh, this trick has been done many times. But fair, the one carrying out the punishment must repeat it, just so that the offender may drill it into their souls, for their next life. The lady steps forward, one small step. Her legs are small, after all. For lying to the council, jail time. For forcing a high-tier spirit tree to a spiritual contract, the four of you have contravened one of the core tenets of the Huden Council. And for that offense, the Huden Council has empowered me to bestow your punishment. Death. The four men summon their wolves, armor and whatnot, and whatever they have, all the familiars charges at the lady. But the battle is awfully short. The lady swings her scythe, and it glows in a dark greenish color. Druid Hunter. A dark wave spreads out, and the familiars of the druids all just turn into dust. Then, from the earth, four black roots emerge and stab them each in the heart, killing them instantly. She then walks up to the four impaled bodies of the druids. Children, everyone, please don't watch. It is in the middle of town, and the announcement of the execution sends a lot of younger children and their parents running away. And her scythe beheads all four of them. Their heads fall easily, like it's harvesting hay. She chucks their head into a gunny sack, and then into her magical pocket space. Should we do something, I wonder, and ask my tree minds? She's scary, I suggest not. Ivy said. She's got the ability to sneak in and find the druids, and then kill them. She might use it on us. Well, the lady quickly went and meet Jura. Supreme Council Jura, I apologize for my sudden, unannounced presence. My name is Lethia, a conducts enforcer of the Huden Council. I've been informed that I may be able to seek a meeting with the tree spirit through you. No, I don't feel like I should meet her, because she's dangerous. Jura seems unfazed though. He even manages to sit comfortably in his chair, and takes a sip from his tea. He's really into tea these days. I understand that the spirit is probably apprehensive to meeting another druid, and that is fine. I would like, on behalf of the Huden Council, to apologize for the acts of our rogue druids. It is a great disappointment to us as well, that our druids act in such manner in the face of a chance to get power. Jura nods, and offers her tea. Well, glad to know that laws are being enforced after all. Indeed, I would like to assure the spirit that we will still fulfill its wishes to commune with the other great tree spirits, and we are in the process of arranging that. It's not easy to convince other tree spirits to participate, and we will need specialized items to allow the tree spirits' thoughts to be transmitted. In the meantime, the council will send someone over as compensation. Wait, is there really a need for such things? Can't I just chain my subsidiary trees all the way to wherever the other spirits are? This subsidiary tree skill is more rare than I think. So please assist us, and manage the spirit's expectations. Jura nods. I think the tree spirit will give some concessions on this. Though, I'm not sure for how long. I will try my best to convince him. Lethia smiles back at Jura and nods a little. That's the most we can ask, for the offense the council's poorly trained druids have caused. They both sip on the tea. It's an awkward silence, but Jura looks more comfortable than the lady. Would there be anything else? That's all we wish to say, Council. I'll take my leave, and will leave your town in a few days. Enjoy your stay. Druidic aspects failed to collect the chosen skills as the period of the contract is too short. Received 24x essences of druid. Received 4x druid class seeds. Received 1x experience seeds. Aches. Oh well, I will have to use the essences to teach the girls then, but 24 essences might not even lead to a single skill. Size. Anyway, I'm happy that the druid enforcer didn't push to see me, and so I turn my attention elsewhere. Ivy's still keeping tabs on her though, and as she said, she spent her time in town. Thankfully, she left after 2 days of eating and meeting. I've decided to reward one of the girls, the one who reached level 15, by giving her a choice of the class seeds to take, and 1 skill seed for archery. The choice is actually just between Druid and Ranger, since I'd like to keep Dark Knight for later. I also have some random jobs, from the deceased, like farmer, merchant, scribe, and stuff like that, but since the Valthorn Initiates is meant to be a combat unit, it'll be combat skills and jobs. They also already have soldier, which I found quite strange, but I suppose that's the result of being trained by soldiers. The problem about the Druid class seeds is that the trainers are now dead. Can't we learn from you? The girls ask. Good question. If I was playing a game, I would think going to the source is a good way to truly learn a skill. But no, druids and tree spirits understand the same kind of abilities differently. The way I sense and command trees is different, because I am a tree, and I have access to certain kind of senses that elves or centaurs, like these girls, do not have. So, even if our powers look and feel similar, the mechanics of how our powers work, at its core, is different. The way I command and use root strike is different from how a druid would. I can move my roots as if they were a button I can press. For the druids, they have an incantation to call on the earth and trees to obey their commands. It's like I am the wheels itself, whereas the druids move the wheels through a steering that goes through the transmission. I am afraid it would be very challenging for me to directly teach you druid magic, though I can use the essences I have to give you lessons through Dream Tutor. And the druids' magic actually cover a wider scope. Their field extends into earth magic, water magic, some air magic, and also some animal mastery. Whereas mine so far is rather wood-focused, and a mix of tree abilities. In a way, they are generalists. But you are a tree, are you not superior to druids? Superior's not a fair way to say things, our nature is different. Why? The young girls ask. Perhaps to them, everyone can be placed on a spectrum from weak to strong, and that may be true from a strictly combat perspective. But there is a nuance to abilities that extend beyond pure direct combat. But why? You're a giant tree with strange powers, shouldn't you be better than them? These young girls can be strangely naive. Well, there's some things you can do when you have hands, and there's some things you can do when you have roots. They have job classes. I don't. Year 80 month 10. The Houghton Council sent a strange person to serve me. Compensation, they said, accompanied by a beautifully written letter. An arborist by the name of Ziga. Why did the council send you? Jura looks a bit puzzled. I am here to make the tree spirit feel better, of course. Ziga smiles. He's an old man, but there's plenty of spring in his step. He comes with a bag of tools, like little scissors, small shovels and multiple bottles of dirt. After the recent incident, I am afraid that the tree spirit is a bit reluctant to meet new people. No, totally understand. I shall remain in the city and care of the trees here. The arborist remains in the city, with Ivy watching his every move. The city is open to visitors, it is peacetime after all, so long as he obeys the rules, he can stay in the city. Jura had a lot of time to think. When I offered to remove some of his skills, especially those from his earlier days that he may no longer need, he needed some time to think about it. His levels and skills, experience as a villager, and also a fighter. Some of those held certain memories to him, and may have saved his life, back in the day. Some skills made the difference between victory or death, and although they seem weak now, they have special meaning. I'm not sure whether I want to remove my villager skills. I have like 15 levels in them. Well, Jura's overall level is 80, and it comprised of 60 levels in Warlord, being a combination of 40 levels in fighting and 20 levels in diplomacy and administration. What if there's a way for it to merge with Warlord? Maybe I will be Village Warlord. If such merging is possible, it would improve the organization and presentation of his soul spring, but I'm not sure whether that frees up life force to support new skills and levels. Is there a way to assign a life force consumption draw in value to skills and levels, because perhaps there's some skills that use up more life force than others? I would imagine these skills have a slot value. What if someday I'll need those villagers' skills again? When I grow older, and I can no longer fight? Isn't that a long way to go? You said I won't be able to relearn the skills. No, I mean, I can't use the skill seeds on you, but I suppose you could learn it on your own again. Jura paused, and sipped his ginger-tinged tea. I think I'm fine. TreeTree, I appreciate you trying to push me past level 80, but I think I value my existing skills, they have meaning to me, and I'm not willing to let go of them. Inwardly, I feel like sighing. I guess skills are like scars, they punctuate certain moments in a person's life. Jura knows what it means to be higher level. It means he can fight stronger monsters, do more, but he's somewhat decided there are certain things he won't do to get there. I can respect that, but if you ever change your mind. Jura nodded. I think rather than that, maybe let's get back to basics, and figure out how to restore my hand. He flexes his wooden hand, it's made using his mental link with bamboo, his Eidolon familiar. It's been wonderful since bamboo obtained the skill, extended self, which sort of functions like a power armor, and because how frequently Jura uses it, it's really like having a hand again. The challenge about lost limbs is that, well, the soul itself loses the blueprint and memory of the limb. Essentially, when healing magic attempts to heal a person's body, it accesses the souls for a blueprint. That blueprint is then used as the basis for restoring the body. When a limb is cut off, there is a crucial period during which the limb must be healed. After that, the soul loses the blueprint relating to that limb, and then healing the limb becomes impossible, and what's left is a stump. In my earlier days, I didn't have the soul forge. When I saw Jura, he had already lost his hand. I didn't have any ability to heal the lost arm. But I've changed, and altering his soul to recreate the blueprint. That's certainly something I am now willing to try. At least, I will first need to do some experiments. Animals. If all souls are reincarnated, sometimes as animals, I probably should not be doing this. These poor animals could be me, in my next life. Alexis and Mila clearly felt disturbed by what I was doing, even if they understood the rationale of what I was planning to do. I had the order gather stray animals in New Africa, and those further out. Dogs, cats, deer, wolves, cows. Any of these stray animals that are injured, amputated, limbless. If I am to alter and recreate the limb, I need some practice. And then, I went to do my testing on these animals, using the soul forge to repair their souls. The first animal died from the magic overload instantly. A gruesome death, best not to be described. What you are trying to do seems to require precise tools, beyond just what the soul forge normally does. Alexis is curious, of course. I think she's attracted to such gory things, even if she is disturbed. I healed the princess many years ago, her soul spring wrecked. Why do you think is this different? The fact that you are doing experiments tells me you know it is different. The princess's spring is wrecked but the body is still there. It's like her house collapsed, but the components are just a mess. I think Jura's case, the component is lost, and you are trying to rebuild it. You need to do something in the soul, so that the left arm can regrow. Okay. To rebuild that soul blueprint, I will have to alter the form of the outer shell of the soul. Maybe something like a massive mold. Like those casts people make. A mold, But let's see. For the second animal, I plan to put the animal inside the mana soaking facility, wait for a day, and then start up the soul forge. I put 2 subsidiary trees with biolabs right next to the forge tree, and attempt to use the vine tools from the biolab to make the changes. The soul forge does have some default tools, but unlike the biolab pods, the array and precision of the tools are lacking. At least for the augmentation I am thinking of. During the test run, the vines from the biolab burns once they enter the forge tree. It's more like they start to darken and turn to ash. Details are a little lacking when it comes to the forge tree. I think it looks like I have to get something with more mana resistance. Something that does not burn from mana, or allows the mana to flow around it. I have some ideas there. But I will need to buy some jewels. At the same time, I asked Jura for his oldest belongings, ideally something before he lost his hand. Like the princess, maybe his belongings have a remnant, a shard of his soul that I can somewhat work with. I think they all burnt down during the burning, except my sword. Your sword it is then. Give it to me. It's precious. I'll make you a new one. The sword went into the forge tree, and there is some shards of his being, but because he's been using it even after the incident, the shards and fragments in there are all without his hands. Sorry, I really have nothing else. Perhaps these items are like loose memory cards, and contact refreshes their memory to the latest version. Or do they merge? So, my sword is gone. Well, the sword's still there, but in order to analyze the shard I had to break it down. And unlike people or souls, the soul forge isn't designed to put them back together. It's quite strange how the soul forge knows what to keep, and what to break. I mean, why is it that a person inside can survive, but a steel sword gets broken? Kind of. It's not that great a sword anyway. It's really just a basic steel sword, despite the fancy design. Jura sighs. But he understood why I did it. Even now, I have an inkling of how to do it, but I still need to test it out on animals. Year 80 month 11. The merchants delivered a bunch of ores, containing various unprocessed jewels and metals. The idea is simple, really. Some of these metals should be able to strengthen the biolabs and their tools, via mineral augmentation, and together with wood shaping, I can make the tools necessary to perform more precise adjustments in the soul forge. Or maybe, can I use star mana? Anyway, that's also worth testing. First, the ore and jewels test. Before the second animal test, I fire up the soul forge, put the ores in, and measure how long each of the ores last before they melt into a puddle. Some will last longer, and if so, some of them should last. Nope. All of them melt, some a little bit slower than others, but all melt into a puddle. It's as if they were stripped apart, bit by bit. Or maybe I just don't have the right kind of ore. Maybe I should use my main body. Wouldn't that work? My main body should be more resilient than using it via subsidiary trees. But I would have to move things around. Can I have a forge tree inside my main body? I ask the wisp. The forge tree is created to minimize the pain of using the soul forge, that's why it's outside. You certainly could, but you will feel quite an intense pain when you use it. The forge tree receives lightning and vibrates like mad when the mana spins. It will feel a bit like when you were evolving. And you will feel like mana poisoned, but then again you are an evolved tree, maybe you can. Let's try it anyway. So, in my body, within the secret hideout I set aside a space and made it into a forge tree. It comes easily. After all, I already have the tree, and this is just internalizing it. Secret hideout modified. Internal soul forge chamber. And I fired the internal soul forge up. Woom mmmmm. It spins. It's kinda like a really bad stomach ache, the mana spinning in my metaphorical tummy. But not as bad as I thought. You okay in there? Alexis asks. She can't see this part. Inside here, deep inside the secret hideout. Yeah, using woodcrafting, I created layers of wooden walls around the chamber, which forms a barrier to protect myself from the swirling mana. The space here is flexible sized after all. And I fire up the soul forge, again. These protective walls, they are in a state of constant regeneration. The gathered mana, swirling, and it speeds up. As it does so, it expands and burns the protective wooden walls. At higher speeds, and at full power, it feels like I am surrounded by fire. Like I am in a sauna. But my initial theory is correct. My main body, vines and feelers are more resistant to the mana burn, and they do last longer. Not only that, thanks to self-awareness, I am far more aware of what is happening. Zop. A lightning bolt strikes my main tree. Followed by a loud thunder. I feel it travel down from the branch to the trunk, leaving a streak. It burns a little while, my fire resistance and healing power quickly kicks in and puts it out. The mana in the forge spins, and it speeds up. As it speeds up, it quickly takes the shape of a spinning ball. Time for another test, so I put an ore in with a feeler. The ore starts to disintegrate into a puddle, levitating in the middle. My soft green viney feeler starts to disintegrate as well, as the swirling mana bombards it. There must be something. Maybe just starting up the soul forge isn't the complete process. I need to see how the soul forge does it, normally. I decide to test it out on an animal. The animal is one of the many stray ones, a small hamster-like animal. It lost its tail. This time, I observe it intently, instead of letting the skill do what it needs to do. And partly, being inside me also allows me to truly see it, perhaps through my skill, self-awareness, since my vision of the separate forge tree isn't as holistic. And I saw it. The mana dispensing feeler in the soul forge. The moment the animal steps into the soul forge, a small layer of mana is applied to the creature by a tiny feeler, and as the soul forge starts to spin, the body is protected by the mana, funneled by two vertical magical connections, and then, the soul is pulled out of the body. Even the tiny hamster has a soul. Were you possibly human in some previous reincarnation? Sorry I have to do this, it's for science. May your soul move to a better place, reincarnated into some other form. The soul is in the shape of a hamster, too. It doesn't have a tail. I could see the soul, it has multiple layers, and the soul forge starts to split those up. One layer representing the spirit body, and one multi-sub-layered spirit representing the skills and outer soul. Seems like all these details are omitted when looking at the forge tree. With the princess or the artificial souls. The body is moved aside, and the two spirit layers move to the center of the soul forge. What do I do at this point? How do I recreate the tail? I try to look back at all the other animals that the order gathered, and yes, there were a few samples of this animal. Some of those animals had tails. I pull up the data, stored in my biolab, and cross-check to the body. Firstly, the data from my biolab is in a different format, presented in the form of the soul spring, and its extensions. This means my biolab isn't collecting data suitable for the soul forge. The way things are presented and the information is different. It's like one is an X-ray photo, and another is a 3D MRI scan. The information is different, even if the body is the same. Still, the creature is in. No point stopping. I tried to use the data I have to recreate a tail. Using soul fragments which I have plenty of, I form it into a rudimentary shape of a tail. My difficulty in the shaping the soul fragment into the tail is partly because my feelers only last a short while before the swirling mana burns their tip up. The soul forge spins, and another lightning falls. It feels like when I touched a light switch after a shower, only stronger, more intense, and it travels to my belly, where the soul forge is. The tail, slowly, clunkily, merges with the spirit body, my burning feeler clumsily trying to adjust its position, and then it merges with the layered spirit. The real body now comes back and rejoins the spirit, and then the hamster creature is whole again. The forging complete, I put the hamster creature back into a healing pod. And I use a healing ability. The creature's bottom starts to heal. Indeed, there is a small dot that is regenerating, and it resembles the shape of what I made. It's somewhat mispositioned, like, the root of the tail starts a little too low. A rough tail shape appears, like an engorged balloon stuck on the creature's bottom. Then the tail expands, and explode in a massive splatter of blood. The hamster creature died instantly. I'm sorry, hamster creature. Looking at the remains of the splattered body, the cause was simple: the tail lacked all the details of the blood vessels, muscles, bones that was needed in a real tail. All it had was a layer of skin in the shape of a tail, as a result of my poor drawing of a tail. So the healing accelerated the blood flow into that tail, and so when the skin could no longer take the pressure from the blood inflow, it exploded, and the creature died of blood loss. Looks like it's not going to be easy to rebuild a limb, when the soul has forgotten what the limb is like. And I wouldn't want Jura to go through that sort of miserable death. The barriers. The first challenge will be to get a good soul forge level imagery of what a hand should be. I would think I can fix this by taking a good scan of Jura, again, this time in a biolab pod inside my body, using the soul forge's power. Something of a similar resolution and detail as what I have now seen, preferably more. Maybe create some kind of soul forge biopod hybrid. Maybe if I could somehow flip the image of his existing hand, then I wouldn't have to start from scratch. Next barrier. A way to recreate that image in the Soul Forge, using Soul Forge. My expectation is that a full soul copy of the limb will be extremely detailed, and would need a lot of work to recreate such a thing with soul fragments. Even if I have a lot of soul fragments, my concern here is whether I have the correct tools and means to recreate it, and how long will it take. And lastly, even if I could recreate the hand in a soul form, using the soul fragments, I would need to figure out a way of accurately joining it all together, and then heal it in such a way that he would have a functional arm. I still don't know, even if I created the hand correctly, whether healing would somehow regenerate a hand with all the necessary bones, muscles, blood vessels and stuff. I have taken the assumption that magic will handle it, but I do want to minimize that risk. Lastly, what if there are things I don't know? Maybe there are other details that I can't see because I am not using the right equipment. Skill upgraded. Biolab healing pod. Jura thinks healing his hand is going to be easier than breaking level 80, but I think both of these challenges are equally difficult.